dreams in his own way. Bakalaka starts the plan. He's creating a new land. Clicks and streams, they tune in fast. Communist republics from the past. He will rise, he'll lead the way. Bakalaka stun every day. Greatest ever, he's the man. EJ's got the winning plan. He will prevail, he will succeed. Bakalaka stuns the creed. Followers shout with all their might. EJ's vision shining bright. From the east to every coast. Bakalaka stuns they toast. Greatest ever, he's the man. EJ's got the winning plan. He will prevail, he will succeed. Bakalaka stuns the creed. Followers shout with all their might. EJ's vision shining bright. From the east to every coast. Bakalaka stun they toast. Greatest ever, he's the man. EJ's got the winning plan. He will prevail, he will succeed. Bakalaka stuns the creed. Monitors hum with electric light. EJ's bringing dark to bright. In the chat, they give their cheer. Bakalaka stun is near. It's near. It's creed. It's near. Bakalaka stuns the creed.
Hey, I'm back, guys. Yeah, had a bad case of the Mondays, but you're just more shocking going live this late. You know what? Well, yeah, it'll probably happen, Hookie. It's fine. All right, I plan on playing Workers for After Hours. Titan is with me because Bree had to go out for a little while. So Titan's with me, and he's under the desk right now. He's not even on Puffer Cam. So we're gonna sit and we're gonna play some Workers for a little bit. God, you feeling better though? I'll be all right. We'll play Workers until we find out that Polaris Dawn is scrubbing, and then I'll promptly go to sleep. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Yeah, this happens every once in a while. Just mind is willing, but the body is weak, spongy. Is Polaris Dawn going to launch? Ignore no, probably not. The weather isn't good. It's a 40% probability of go, which I mean there's a 60% chance it's not going to go. But we'll see. It's very, very, very wet. Yeah. We'll see. I'll go until we have a word. We have a good word. So in the meantime, we load up Bakalakadakistan and then we go. Game, he's been initialized. So I think what we were working on last is getting the pipeline 2. We're piping in. We're going to start piping in crude and then piping out bitumen and fuel. That's the project we were working on. We originally had 1 pipeline. Now we have 3. And we're all doing they're doing the construction for it. Woke up to the news that Darth Vader passed away. Yeah. He was he didn't die. He just went home. You guys know he was an extraterrestrial from the planet Vulcan. So he didn't die, he just went home.
Discovery.
Don't
Going
mix
throttle.
franchises. Now, technically, Ren, I'm not. Technically, we're not. He's one with the Force. Oh, nice. You're starting to build the bridges for the pass over here. Nice, very good. All systems, 83-month resub, AV1313, that's a 10-month resub. Workers and resources, I have the same NASA hat you're wearing. Yeah. Gonna be a darn good night. Yeah, I hope so. Feeling better? Brandon, I'm coming around, dude. I'm coming around. I don't know what happened, dude. I woke up okay this morning. That's fine. And then, you know, I had to... I'll be a little candid. I apologize. I had to go, you know, and I went down and went to the bathroom, and it was gross. Like, I don't want to say anymore. It wasn't good. And after that, I felt awful, like terrible. This is CNN. We had pudding. Yeah, it was. I don't know if, like, I hope I'm not getting a stomach bug, but that felt like a stomach bug. Yeah, body just said, no, hey, you're gonna go to the bathroom and then you're gonna go to sleep. And I'm like, do I have a choice? And body was like, nah. I'm like, thanks for that one. Could you have not done this yesterday? No. Yeah. Electron, you lost your dad this weekend. Not a good week for me, seriously. I know you're close with your dad. Spend every moment with you. I called my dad today, Electron. I called my parents after I logged off the stream, but I'm sorry, man. That sucks. It's not fun. I didn't. Hydrate, mate. Oh, that's what I've been doing for it. I've been drinking plenty of water, and I made myself a decent meal. Yep, Brandon, I'm good. I'm all right. What's up, buddy? Oh, Titan decided to go into range of pupper cam. Oh, he's going into his bed. I'm going into his bed. Good night. You've been going pretty hard. Could be exhaustion. Let's face it, you put in some crazy hours. Capping. That's never stopped me before. I think this is more of a wake-up call that I need to stop eating junk. Oh, buddy. Get some sleep. There he goes. He's sleepy. And take pictures and vids. Just realized how few I had of us together. Thanks, everyone. Yeah, Electron. I already talked to my dad today. He asked me, I don't know if you're gonna get any solace with this, but my dad asked me why I drank that old beer. During the stream today, there's a half-drank beer that I had left on my tool bench from yesterday, and I drank it on stream because I thought it would be funny, and I'm pretty sure I paid for it later. He was like, why'd you do that? Why would you do that? I'm like, I'm sorry. He's like, you're being dumb. I'm like, yeah. Yeah. Could that have been what caused it? I don't know, man. Feels like I got the stomach flu for a second, but it was only like, here, have the stomach flu. Wait, no, never mind. So. Titan. How you holding up? I'm all right. Beer tasted good. It tasted fine. Yeah, I'm okay. Nah, yeah, probably nothing. It has nothing to do with that, right? rear end, Hokey. Dude, I just, like, it was strange, man. I just felt like I had to go to the bathroom. I was just like, all right, I'll stop working on the car for a second, go down to the bathroom, grab the dog because we needed to get the dog. Because Bree had stuff to do today out of the house for work. She had to go to a dinner or whatever. And I was like, okay, I'll go down, use the restroom, come back up, grab the dog, and we're good. And when I got to doing my thing, my stomach was just like a pit just dropped. And I'm just like, oh God, I feel awful. And yeah, that is the very non-graphic version of what happened. More question, how is he? Doggo is fine. He's fine. He's lying under the desk. I put a towel down there and I put some of his plushie toys down there so he could use them as a pillow. But yeah, he's all right. Pudding happens, man. Dude, I didn't like that at all. I'm not gonna lie to you. That was not cool. I think that was kind of a warning shot indicating that I need to stop eating junk. I need to start eating better. Because I don't eat, I haven't been eating good. I haven't been eating good all summer. Oh yeah, no, it's the xenomorph. No, that's probably what's going on. You're probably not wrong. If pudding is where the proof is, I don't want the proof. Who would? Goldfish and day old beer. Yeah, I should stop doing that. Yeah, we need to. Should probably stop that. We have a boat. This is the Granata. Granata! So, that's cool. We have a boat. Traffic jam. That's normal. Our Department of Public Works is doing just fine. Restart that one, go into the Algalin labor line. How goes it, Mr. Mondays? I'm alright. Hey, and you know, like, the best part of this is that we definitely got the Camaro leveled. I'm pretty happy that worked today. I just got to figure out how to do everything else. Should be fine. It'll be fine. Yeah, it's leveled and it looks real nice. I'm happy. At least I made some progress with something today. It looks good. Yeah. Thank you. All right. So the big project that we're working on here is we're trying to get the pipes finished. My summer car? That is my summer car. Yeah. Most of these are... Oh, yeah. I need to actually swap out front springs with something lower rate, probably 600 pounds. I mean, those are 250s in there, Hellfish. I'm not sure if your coil spring makes a difference to the coil over spring, but yeah. Oh yeah, what's halting construction with the damn pipes is that we're the gravel, the reconstruction. Oh geez, the labor depot wasn't assigned. Hold on. Location on the lever has a huge effect on the spring rate you should use. Well, yeah, of course, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, because those coil perches are way lower in than what we have on Ernock's car, right? go. We got cars coming here.
Discovery.
12 Bravo,
North throttle up.
52 months. Let's do this. How you been? I'm all right. How's the big train depot going? I'll check it, Brendan. Yeah, let me head over there. Yeah, bear with me. So the train depot looks to be pretty good. I started having them make the branch line over to the Gallicly border right here. So they're good. They're making good progress on that. The tunnels are 60% of the way done, but I'm never using a regular track builder to do that ever again. We need the TBMs, and in that regard, check it out. They're working on building the bridges over here. See? I always think it's super cool watching them make the bridge. Our horseshoe curve has a little bit of, yeah, it's a little bumpy, but that's okay. How much longer are you streaming? Pretty much until we get a word of what's going on with Polaris Dawn. I have crews working on the train distro, which is good. Doesn't make much sense for a track builder to make a bridge. Yeah. Yeah, I mean... Dude, I'm willing to take a kind of a... Not turn a blind eye to it, but I'm like, it's alright. It's not the worst problem. Alright, we got a police force. We got a courthouse. And then we have a waste. We have waste, or not a waste, a prison over here. Oh. Oh. That's not good. Huh. Will Dawn go up to putting crew in wait for a landing zone? Weather reporter called it earlier. So it's the 45th Space Wing that's going to determine that weather forecast, man. Good. Space Force Delta 45. They'll let us know. But yeah, the train depot is coming along quite nice. Yeah, pretty good.
Discovery. Go at throttle up.
Hey, Porter, 110-month resub. Thanks, man. How's this refinery doing out here? Good, good. Export is still good. We've kind of gone down for the coffers, though. Research program finished. That is a pipeline connection, the last one that we need to complete the set. Guano bowls. Collect the whole set. So that was the last bit that we needed. Let's go to Garawi Construction. There, add them, and yeah, they'll complete it. Right now, I think reconstructing this is the issue, because we don't have any gravel to finish some of these lines. Like if I'm looking at this, yeah, they need gravel. Everything has enough. That one doesn't. That one just needs people. That one needs gravel. That one just needs people. Okay. Just watching the VOD. Good to see you back on. Thanks for the stream. No problem, Iger. We did, yeah, dude. I'm like actually super proud of the leveling. I wasn't sure, like I changed it before and it didn't change the ride height, but now that we kind of moved it around, bounced it around a little bit, settled it, and we dial it in, you know, that's the thing about working on project cars. You get a lot of confidence. You build up the confidence, like I was saying. Now I have a lot more confidence in that. I'll figure out the camber and the caster. Just give me some time. We gained a level in suspension. Yep. That we did. Okay. Just buy new trucks. Sell those old ones. We don't need them. We just need this thing to get rid of some mixed waste and whatnot. Just keep that for this area here. What's really cool is when you get into things like instant center, kingpin, anti-squat, anti-drive. Yeah. Yeah, I know the garbage is full. It was the trucks. The trucks were, unhappy. He'll go get the waste out of there, I think. Yeah, I set the range. I capped the range on this. So there's only so many things they're going to give water and stuff. The other thing is that we could always extend our water line down here, which probably would be a good idea, but the sewage line already comes down here. But yeah, we'll see. But yeah, that high ride height thing was really wonking me out. But now that I was looking at it before I restarted the stream, and now I'm like, damn, dude, that's pretty rad. Damn, girl, it's pretty good. All right, cool. That's good to go. Just a couple more pipes here and there. And then, so what this setup is it's designed to import straight crude, and that crude will work on top of what we have here. Like, it'll mix it in, and then I have this outputting to a pumping station that it's just designed to output crude, and I have one of its output connections going into my main crude import line, and that pumps right into the refinery. So the reason why I've been losing, I had $1 million. The reason why I've been losing money like crazy is because the refinery hasn't really been exporting much. But once we get the gravel for this and everything else, then we're good to go. We just need the gravel to finish those underground connections. My oil import line is pretty much ready. Oh, it's missing a couple of pieces here and there. Just a couple of labor vehicles. Hello, sir. Did you have a nap? Yes, and then I fired the missiles. There, yeah. Yeah. I think I got like a minor stomach bug or something. But this one didn't manifest itself like the taco craps that you usually get when you get a stomach bug, you know? Like this wasn't taco poops. Oh, the global price of oil on the market rises. Oh, damn. Look at what has happened. Look who's stuck outside in the drizzle. Make sure you prioritize your local production over oil. I can always shut the source off here, Katra, and just have one of these outputting. The refinery will output to both of them. So yeah, no, I got you, man. Yeah, so the refinery is outputting to 2, and I can always just break the connection. I set up bitumen that way as well. I can always just tell it to not pump from there. See? You can shut the source off, you can turn it on. That's why the pumping stations are cool. Once you get a steady supply of oil and fuel going, you should invest in helicopters. Okay. It worked for Cleater. Worked for Cletus McFarland. Why didn't it work for us? Old Cleater. Now, let's see. Are we dispatching dump trucks? Yep, lots of them. Dude, his MD500 is gorgeous. I was watching it while you linked it to me, dude, which was pretty funny. Yeah, it's awesome. I fell asleep during the flight testing, though, but I did see the auto rotation and stuff. That's pretty rad. Ding! Almost done. Ding, almost done. Enough alcohol in that day old beer to kill the bug, but not the virus. Yep. Thoughts on the iPhone 16, James? I don't know, man. I have an iPhone 8. It does what I want. I'm not a phone snob. I don't really care. Oh. The refinery needs machine replacement. We on it, though. We on it. Oh, we on that like Donkey Kong, man. You just gotta be careful. Will this make you feel better? I don't know. Yes. Yes, this is fine. This is just fine. Yeah, no, that's great. Here, let's take a look at the trades. The markets. Oh, yeah. Oh, we are about to make so much money. Just that pipe is the long lead. Do pipelines work for poop? No, I don't think so. So we import crude, and then we export fuel and bitumen there. And man, are we gonna make some cash. Watch. I mean, our dollars are going down right now because we're not exporting. We're pretty much not exporting anything. One, because the refinery was under construction. But dude, look at it crank now. Yeah, baby. Right now I have my trucks dumping crude in here, and we're sitting on 1,600 tons of fuel, which is great.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey Neith, 114-month resub. You ready for Newglands or what, man? It got delayed a little bit, but Newglands, dude. Newglands, Jacqueline Blorgen. That's all I have to say. I can't wait for Satisfactory. We do have Satisfactory tomorrow. That's right. 1.0, baby. I haven't watched that new video. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow. Any news on Polaris Dawn? We should get probably another word here in an hour or so. Finishing up part 2 of Tim Dobbs' Blue Origin tour now. That pad is crazy. Neat. I was thinking they made a mobile launcher without making an ML. So, hear me out. I was looking at how all that stuff goes together the other day. And I was looking at early Blue promo videos, man. And I saw something that was kind of curious. So they have their plate ring, right? Their reaction frame. And the frame attaches to this big, gigantic metal structure. You can see the white ring attached to the block piece right there. See that? In older videos, dude. In older videos, like those early New Glenn promos that we got, that block piece and the ring, both of them are moving with the TE. Like it moves it all in one piece. And I'm like, I didn't think much of it at the time. And then I looked in Tim's video when him and Jeff are walking around right here, and I noticed the way that that block piece is attached. It's attached on a giant pendant, meaning like it looks like it's not a permanent fixture. It's removable. So that got me thinking. I thought about some things, right? The Saturn V is a 33-foot diameter rocket, or about 10 meters, right? Now, 39A and 39B have a 70-foot wide flame trench, okay? So that's obviously more than 10 meters, right? But it's not this wide. See how wide that deflector is? 39A's flame trench is about as wide as that plate. So you know what I'm thinking, dude? I'll cut to the point. I'll cut to the chase. I think that plate is removable, and it's basically a mobile launcher that the transporter erector can pick up and move. Because I got to thinking, why build a crawler way that wide for a rocket that's only 7 meters? Why do that? Why build a flame duct that big? That's 3 times the diameter of this. I think Blue Origin is cooking up. Judging by what I'm looking at here, I think they're cooking up a 10-meter rocket. At least in the future. They're cooking up a 10-meter rocket. I'm pretty sure. Because, dude, the way that plate is attached, it looks like it's attached via like a mobile launcher, like it's a removable fixture. You know? I'm all right, SVO. I'm coming around. Welcome back. Thanks, Rick. Call just came from capitalist pig dog named Robert Kennedy. He said you're commie trash. Well, you have hole in your chest. Sorry, man. So I think that this is designed for a much bigger rocket than New Glenn, which does make sense. But, you know, we'll see. So much ruble. That's right. We have lots of ruble. Dude, when this thing's ready to go, oh man. It's these just two big underground pipe pieces that we have to make. But yeah, our gravel seems to be up and running. Yeah, except New Glenn is not a gimme. I don't know what that means. But alright. Is New Glenn's current boat able to catch a 10-meter rocket? I don't know. I don't think they're thinking that far down the road, but they might be. I don't know. There we go. Just grab a little bit of bitumen. I don't care if we're importing just a little from the border. Okay, our gravel is back up and running. We need to move a good amount of it around, but there we go. Me and the boys making oil. Dude, I'm telling you, when we offload this, when the pipe gets all filled up, the dollar's just gonna go boing. You think New Armstrong might take notes from Super Heavy? Maybe. Hard to say. We know that they've been experimenting with stainless steel. Oh, who knows? You start to export fuel, do you have control over which tank, or is it both or nothing? I have control over the tank. I can set pumping destination. So we can set one tank just for fuel distro, and we could set another tank that's just for bitumen distro. Or we could empty both the tanks if we need to. Yeah, I set it up that way on purpose. Hey, hope you had a good weekend. Yeah, thanks, Ismic. I'm alright. Excited for the 1.0 release. Yeah, it should be fun. We'll play tomorrow for sure. We're gonna have to start a new save. All right, let's check on the train tracks. How they doing with the bridge? What have you gotten up to today? Not much. I worked on the Camaro a little bit, Ismic, and then I didn't feel good, so I stopped and took a break, and then I just came back to playing Workers. Yeah, they're making some good progress on the bridge. Good. How we doing over here? We're inside of 1,000 work days on that thing. How about the trains over here? Cool. How about my train distro? Train distro is... Wow. Very good. We gotta go over here. Quarter route construction. Gonna have to put a bus stop over here somewhere. A bus stop to have them go to this and this, and then maybe we could put another industry right here. How's it going? I would show you a simulation of a 10mm dice made from aluminum under 200 kilograms of force, but the Discord is being a saucer puss. Okay. Sorry to hear that. That's no fun. I'm alright. I've just got to tell him to make all this stuff. How goes the Republic? Glorious Republic is very good. Oh, Bree's calling me. Give me one sec. Hey. Don't worry about it. Okay, bye. Love you too. Polaris Dawn? It's kind of wait and see, need backup. We'll see. Yeah, we're kind of just waiting. Waiting is truly the hardest part. Still bad weather? Yep. Why does Polaris Dawn always have planning on launch every time except for Dawn? It's always launched in the morning. Is there a way to speed up the project? I mean, you have enough money now. What we're doing right now is fast enough, Pigeon. But not at dawn. Because it's a it's a dawn of a new era. I don't know, man. Who launches a rocket at 3 a.m.? SpaceX. Oh boy, 3 a.m. Have you ever seen Destinations of History YouTube videos? He has really cool tours of multiple U.S. battleships. I've heard of that channel. I don't watch it though. Why did NASA cancel the Constellation program? Because we didn't make space a national priority, Autobot. That's the nice answer. Yeah. The forecast Weather Channel radar is that the rain clears out, knock on wood. Yeah, that's what happens when spaceflight isn't a national priority. And people play games with NASA. Just like people are playing games with NASA right now. Viper, Chandra, stuff like that. People are playing games. You don't play games with stuff like this. Our future as a species depends on this kind of stuff. You kind of need to get it done. You ready for tomorrow? My name is Jeff. Oh wait, no, not one.
My name is Jeff. My name is Jeff.
Jeff.
My name is Jeff.
Yeah, Red Fox, that's that has something to do with it. Oh, EJ, I was looking forward to catching you. If you're craving some more simulation, there's a game called U-Boat. It's Chef's Kiss. They've made quite the progress since this summer, it looks like. It's also a great opportunity to talk about submarines and battleships in World War II. Word. Hold on. Last chance to buy the Chevy Vega. We need to buy it. We gotta buy it, son. Gotta buy as much as we can. There's a tweet. Falcon 9 and Dragon are ready for flight. Weather's 40% favorable for liftoff, and the webcast goes live 3.5 hours ahead of launch. Okay. Okay. All right. They're hoping that the weather is going to clear up all systems. That's what's going on. I'm telling you, dude. Congress didn't get rid of Viper. Anybody that peddles that nonsense, Sea-Kraken, has no idea what they're talking about. NASA did. That's NASA's decision on pulling funds for a program that has congressional approval. That is the path that we chose to get to Constellation. Yeah, someone's playing games. Somebody trying to play a game with us. Remember the general from War Games? Somebody tried playing games with us. Not piss on a spark plug if thought it'd do any good. I don't know if it's Bill beating. Someone's playing games. Someone's playing games. There's no reason. There is no logical reason to get rid of Viper. There's no logical reason. You're already there. You already finished it. The payload's ready to go. The only reason why someone would do that is because politics doesn't necessarily equal logic. On-screen celebration of Bill. Jeez. No, someone's playing games. Someone's playing games. It's unacceptable. Yep. No, it's waiting. Viper's just in wait. We almost have 1,000,000 rubles. Look at that. Someone's playing games, just like someone played games during Constellation, and it pisses me off. I really don't like that. I don't like people playing political football with NASA. I don't care who it is, but it's been done, and it's been happening for a long time, basically since the end of the Apollo program. It's unacceptable behavior. Yeah, we rich as frick, boy. You know what really grinds my gears? Lindsay Lohan, their little outfits. Lindsay Lohan driving around with her little outfits. Just got a couple more done. A couple more to go through here. I am a great magician. Your car is blue. Oh, how does he do it? When Antonov 225. I don't know. Does this game have a 225 in it? I don't remember. I don't know if... maybe. Okay, that one's dug. That's gonna take a second to get that thing finished. But once this place is done, 26 tons of steel, 3.5 tons of mechanical, the truck should be dispatched already. Once this is all ready to go, we get the taps on for crude, it should start getting a little crazy. Finish up that stuff as well. I built 2 more flats over here. I just got to reroute that footpath so we can... Yeah, there we go. there's an AN-12 on-screen celebration. Oh, jeez. Past a million. Hey man, feeling better? I'm all right. Polaris Dawn is apparently on with a 40% probability to go, so see what happens. I'm good enough. I'm good enough to do that. It's probably better that I took a nap anyway. Wait till the next mission's no. Fairlight, 74-month resub. Thank you.
Up.
Ride at dawn. Polaris Dawn. What about over here? Are the bridges almost finished? Yeah, they're getting there. Sweet. How about the tunnels? Tunnels should be over 70% done. Yeah, one of them is. Man, that railroad distro takes a long time to make, huh? The real question is, where's Trevelyan's armored train? Yeah, rumor has it he rides around on one of them old Soviet missile trains. That armor stuff they used to run around the country so we couldn't target him. You wanna hand me that wrench, Jimbo? Got a bigger one, sledge. Yep. Dude, the train obliterating the tank. Such a good part of that flick, dude. You ain't wrong, man. This train smells like strawberries. I wouldn't know. I would. All right. Oh, but is that? But. Yes, Hellfish. The Polaris missile, Navy, submarine ICBM. Cannot escape the beaver. I'm not trying to. I embrace the beaver. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you'd have to be a fool to not do that. No, Pigeon, we got no loans. I'm well in the clear. Hey Cal, what's going on, buddy? You have a good weekend? Looks like we're on for Polaris Dawn, but it's 40% probability to go. We'll see what happens, dudes. We'll see what happens. Beef nuggets are a delicious meal. Yeah, not bad. Bunch of stuff to do, so you were busy. Yeah, me too, man. Me too. Tonight it's gonna be, you think it'll go, Cal? You think it'll go? What about you guys over on Twitch? You think it'll go? Tonight it's going to be. Ah, just do what you said, man. Don't worry. My dad has been telling me about the work he's been doing at Wallops. Nice, Sparrow. They just got fuel tanks installed on Neutron's pad. Not feeling it in your bones? I think... Yeah, BD, I know what you mean. If we're talking about just straight feeling, my feeling is at like 20% probability of go. But, who knows? Weirder things have happened. They sent DM2 when it had something seemingly like that. It's raining at 39A. Yeah, but it's not going to be raining at 3 in the morning, Aiden. So, supposedly, that's what I've been hearing. We'll see. We'll see, dudes. We'll see. In the spirit of reverse jinxing it, you'll think it'll scrub. You think it'll scrub for the next month. Don't say that, because then it will. Yeah, I'm not. Dean, I agree with you. I'm kind of not. No. Don't make it. Any thoughts on Starliner's landing? Did you hear the press conference at all? I watched the whole presser here. Sea Kraken, yeah, it seemed okay. You think Neutron can actually land on the same size drone ship as Falcon 9? I think it's a stretch. Neutron's smaller than Falcon 9. I think it'll be alright. How long do they have to stand down for Europa Clipper? Ollie, it's sooner rather than later. I would say probably 2 weeks, maybe, probably less. It takes a second to reconfigure the pad for heavy. You have to remove the Falcon 9 plates. You have to put compression bridges in their place. You have to install six extra hold down points, and then you need 4 extra tail service mast umbilicals. It takes a second to reconfigure it. Now, keep in mind, in order to reconfigure it like that, you need to have the reaction frame with no rocket on the pad. They reconfigure it right on the pad. They'll reconfigure the reaction frame, and then the transporter erector will turn upright and grab it and roll it in. So it needs to, yeah, that's a lot of processing. Polaris Dawn astronaut stranded in quarantine until launch. You're just. You're awful. You are awful. What might they be feeling right now, dude? Don't. I think Starliner is fine, dude. I told you it was gonna come back just fine. Boeing's not gonna not adjust the thrusters for the duty cycle, or adjust the control systems for the duty cycle of the thrusters. You'd be stupid to not do that. Now you get, you know, I know Boeing says a lot of things, but those people that work on that program, I've always maintained that they're not stupid. They're just inexperienced because they've never launched a capsule before. And you know what? I'm even willing to rescind the whole inexperience thing at this point because that capsule came down just fine. And after what I heard Steve Stitch say from the post-flight presser, my only real beef with anything with Starliner right now is that the Boeing people don't show up to the press conference. Yo, it's your capsule. You show up to the press conference. It's your damn capsule. You know? Oh, there it goes. There it goes. With the pipes are finished, dudes. Pipe for crude is finished. We're only waiting on that, and then we're good to go. You go out and find that freaking puppy. Yeah, I'd say that they did just fine. And I'd say that, you know, the Boeing engineers stuck to their guns. They said they could get him home. And they meant it. It wasn't just hollow. It wasn't a hollow, like, thing. They said, we can, if you let Butch and Sonny fly down on Starliner, we'll get them home. And they did. Well, they would have, right? So, you know, I think the inexperience thing can kind of be thrown out the window because they clearly know what they're doing. Like, people might not want to hear that, but what about the avionics hiccups? The SIGGIs? They're in triple redundancy for a reason. It's just another thing you're gonna learn from flying, dude. I'm telling you, man, by the time Starliner 1 rolls around, this thing should be a pretty damn venerable capsule. Okay, so I have to change this to, for now, load fuel and then unload fuel over there. And then leave one of these at 10% for now. Because we are almost filled up. We're just waiting on this thing here, so we need export. Which one is aesthetically better, Starliner or Dragon? Starliner looks better in your books. I think Starliner looks way more Spartan than Dragon does, but Dragon looks more like a capsule that... Dragon looks more like what a capsule should look like that flies in 2024. Starliner kind of has that classic spacecraft aesthetic, though. Definitely. Still think NASA was right. Sending the astronauts down was an unnecessary risk. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I understand that. What's the city doing? What's it doing? It's doing good things. We're about to get our crude import and pipeline oil and bitumen export up, so the dollar's just about to just skyrocket. Is that an open pit Stalinator? It is. We dug it so the Nova Galin would have poop drainage. It's the super Stalinator. Yeah, I sat here for like 3 hours and dug a hole down to water. It's 500 feet deep. Actually 434 if you want to be really technical. much as I thought. Some of the trucks didn't do that how I wanted. Because I changed their destinations mid-distribution. Yeah, see. They need to start exporting fuel just for the time being. Yeah, just for the time being. So, yeah, that doesn't fill up completely. Do we know what they'll be doing suit-wise? They're gonna pack extra dragon suits on Crew 9. Hey, Titan. How you doing, buddy? How you doing? Oh, you're tired boy. Mama's coming home. Don't worry. What are you looking at me for? Go sleepy. Titan's a good boy. He's a good boy. I was gonna say, where are all the damn trucks for that last bit of pipe? Yeah, once that, this thing is good to go. Oh, man. I think there's nothing else in line that we need to finish. Yeah, it's all set to jet. It's just that. Nice. Will the entire Dawn mission be streamed? Launch will be streamed, Sea Kraken, and launch and the EVA will be streamed. Everything else, no. Watch, dude. When this, I want to be here when this pipeline turns on because it's going to drain 2,600 tons of fuel like super fast, and the money printer is just gonna go bananas. You're happy because of Polaris Dawn? Polaris Dawn is pretty cool, man. The price of oil is on the rise right now. It's kind of going down a little bit, but overall, see, over the last year. Yeah, pretty good, man. Pretty good. Do you have crude import? That's what this is over here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
95. Buh, buh. Trucks can't drain the fuel fast enough, dude. Unbelievable. That's why I want to see when that pipe's finished. I don't want to miss it. Notify me when finished. Because that's going to be wild. Yeah, watch. Our profits will go bananas, dude. It's gonna be glorious. Look at all the Chevys. Nice. Come on, man. All right, fine. We'll go faster. Come on, Zilbus. It got nobody. What? Why? Come on, little Zilbus. Go. No, go back to the bus platform. Damn it! I'm pulling too much from that damn bus platform. All right, here we go. Here we go. That should have been enough. Yeah, Jen, yay. Right? Inside of 100 days. 6, 5, go for main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Thank you, Valery Alexiev. All right. 435, 219. Ready? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, stonks, dude. Freaking stonks. Oh, we made 100 grand. But wait for it. We haven't made 100 grand yet. There we go. Wow. That's wild, dude. It's not pulling. Building is without power supply. Right. There we go. Yeah, they were losing power. So it's not pumping as fast as it could. Just got to put a substation out there. Cool. Man, that sucks. I don't know. I haven't mapped for it yet. The U.S. government would like to speak to you, comrade. No, I'm already talking to them, Jenye. I'm already just selling them oil. Yeah. Yeah, you can buy it. It's good. Do we have planes yet? I could buy planes right now. We could make planes right now if we really wanted to. Hey, Ray. Hello there, Master EJ. You are a smart one. What? Yes, it's very smart, yes. Bricks. Yeah, build that too. Why not? Amazing job. Thanks, man. Yep, 700. We've made $500,000 in profit, and that's with this thing not pumping adequately. Everything is paid off, Preston. Yeah, we're 100% debt-free. Now we can build crazy stuff. Why is that thing taking so long? Building's on fire. Why did these buildings keep catching on fire? Like 3 buildings in this area have caught on fire in the last, like, year. Yeah, you got an electrical problem because your electrical station is on fire. What happens if there's too much crime in the city? People leave. People die. I don't know why there was oil in there, but truck's just trying to drop off bitumen. There it goes. Yeah, it tried to deliver. Yeah, well, that would have been bad. Yeah, we've made $500,000 there. What's up, Tessa? What's the latest on the launch? They're going forward with the launch, dude, but 40% probability of go. You think they're gonna launch tonight? I'm not feeling it. CO, I ain't feeling it, dude. I don't know what it is. Call me a negative Nancy, or just EJ. I mean, yeah, something about it. I don't know. It doesn't feel right. Hi, Nancy. I think they're gonna go forward with the mission. They're gonna start going forward with the timeline there, and yeah, they'll start going forward with the timeline, and whatever, you know, if they get an open window, they get an open window. The gut feeling is the same. I don't think they go. Yeah. Either way, good practice nonetheless, dudes. Good practice. Also, these Zill buses suck. I'm kind of over them. They're slow. They only have a max speed of 40 miles an hour. We need to get the General Motors buses up in there. Yeah, that's right. I go to wait for a little while, come back, and now you're rich. How the train's coming along? Good, David. Everything's good. Yeah, it looks like it thought you typed a link, dude. But yeah. Side note, I got all the prep work SpaceX is doing to the sticks, etc. for the catch attempt, but I'm tired of waiting. Oh. Okay. Yeah, they might get there in time. Because I forgot spaces. Oh, don't worry about it. I can still see what you said. I just giving you a reason why Nightbot ate what you said. EJ the wall for being negative. Yay. Dude. There's just a lot of risk with this mission, that's all. Yeah, we were at the beginning of April of 1977, we were at 435,000. We've made $1 million in less, almost, well, 770, $750,000 in April. Because we were sitting on so much fuel. And once that thing gets pumping operationally, then... Hang on. Cap bitumen for a second. Yeah, I'm gonna shut that pump just for a second. Time to send a boat to import something in mass on the dollar. Let's build up our reserves even more, dude. What are your thoughts on Elon's X post on the timeline to Mars? Oh. Dude, it's ambitious, but remember Elon's quote himself, SpaceX takes the impossible and makes it late. I think that sending people uncrewed in the, not this Martian transfer window, but in 2 years, so 26 months from October. So sometime, so December 2026, doable. Absolutely doable. I'm not sure about humans in 4 years, and that, don't get me wrong, if you've been reading what kind of every space pundit is saying about that, that's general, that's what everybody's kind of coming to the conclusion to. But then again, man, I told you, I said a little while ago, we're getting to a point where, okay, we are rapidly approaching, let me put it to you like this, we're rapidly approaching a point where Starship is going to be human rated. Especially with the Polaris 3 mission. I think it's something to think about, dude. Because it's gonna get to the point where, I mean, dude, look, we were landing, SpaceX was landing boosters, right? You know, every once in a while in 2015, 2016, right? The first one they landed in 2015. Then they were landing them every once in a while. It took a little while to refurbish. And they were, you know, they kind of stopped for a second. And then once the pandemic rolled around, they were reusing boosters left and right. And now they just all of a sudden, a Falcon 9 launches every day. That's what's going to happen with Starship. Hey, Brimo's here. Hey, she's right there. Hey, how was your work thing? Good. I had a terrible stomach ache and I lied down and took a nap. Then I came back. I took him out. He also went to the bathroom. It was great. I cleaned everything up, so everything's good. Hey,
So
Vlad.
how long since he went potty?
About an hour and a half ago.
Okay, cool.
Everything else is good.
Okay,
You look great.
thanks.
Okay.
Here's this one.
Yep.
Good boy.
Titan's been an excellent boy. He's not made a pee.
Yay, Taito!
Pixin video in my project. It's been a big leap.
Is Polaris still on still tonight, or?
They're going forward with the mission despite weather being 40% go, or weather being 40% go. So I'm gonna be here for a little while.
That
I'm really happy that I actually took,
a nap?
yeah,
Yeah.
that was probably for the better.
Alright. Can you mute it for a second?
Yeah. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hey, Lee, thank you very much for the raid. I do appreciate it. Yo, don't be here too long. You have an early morning tomorrow. What? What are you talking about? I'm here till the launch, Yard. What is it, Manta Ray? Hensley, he's a viewer that just... He's a good friend of mine, but to piss me off, he likes breaking the rules in chat all the time, so don't be like him and don't break rules, because he's like that guy that you're like, that friend that you have that you're like, hey, don't do this, and then the friend's like, oh, like this? It's like, yeah, thanks for that one. He's that guy. Don't be that guy. Satisfactory 1.0 launch. Psh, dude, we got Polaris Dawn tonight, man. I don't care. Satisfactory 1.0 is awesome, but it pales in comparison to Polaris, so... I already took a nap today anyway, dude. But yeah, I'll be here for Satisfactory. James, how does this sound? Floridians. Ah, Florida's awesome, man. Be quiet. Hensley, San Francisco tour guide. What? I think that's what he does. I'm not sure. Polaris is tonight. What time? 1:38 for you. No, it's 12:38. It's 3:38 a.m. for me, dude. Sorry. Math has not been my strong suit today. We're just waiting on that little bit, that little substation. Oh, that's beautiful. Dude, 870 cheese. Oh, that's so nice. That's just magical. I copied the info from that over to here so we can dump that. We don't need that distro anymore. Oh yeah. It would seem that the oil fuel production is not doing what we want. The refinery is... It's not pumping in, it's not following the logic that I thought it was going to follow, which is not cool. Is this after hours? No. Doom, your project, game changer for you. Let me take a look. Oh, dude, the little mini lifts. Sweet. Oh wait, that's from August. Hold on. Oh, nice, man. Wow, you made that control arm. That's super cool. That's awesome, man. They're selling the CF-104. Oh, they're selling it because they bought more. Whatever. It's fine. The refinery, if I wanted to store this and I don't want it to export, but it seems like this pump can pull from this through the refinery, which is kind of dumb, but whatever. Like, watch, if I tell it to do that, it'll quickly drain that one, but that one will be fine. I can't, it's not just gonna manually fill all this stuff up. I gotta shut them off for a second. This is, I want this as a reserve tank. And that is a reserve bitumen tank. And once those are hit at reserve, we'll open their taps up again. Because like this reserve tank right here is what I'm telling my... Oh no. Hold on. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I'm telling him to pull from those two tanks. So we're just gonna put a halt on exporting just for a second. Just real quick. Alright, let's go. While we're doing that, let's go check out the trains. Are they almost done with the bridges? Yeah, baby. How about the tunnel? They done with the tunnels? So close. Train distro's ready to go. Oh, that's sick. I'm just gonna put everything into a two-way like that, just for a second. Because we must protect the main line. How do you control bitumen oil flow from the tanks? Pumps. How does this sound? That sounds pretty cool. Alright, so we need over construction, construction there, construction there. And then we need them to hit up construction here so the buses can turn around. Simultaneously, I need construction over here. That's what I want. Just like that. The reason why is because I want people to get to the repair depot and the rail construction office, and if I decide to put any other type of industrial thing here, we can just build it and have a bus stop ready to go. Now you need to produce more resources and make millions. Yeah, I'm working on it. This new oil receiving terminal here is going to be very profitable. Okay, go. Ding 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 ding. Oh, that's so satisfying. Oh my god. Oh. You're streaming to Polaris, that's in like 6 hours. Yeah. Yeah, I took a break, dude. I'm good. Look at it, Dominic. Look at it. You were crazy. What do you mean I'm crazy? You did. You know what? We'll see if we can just pull right from the refinery, dudes. We'll just pull bitumen and fuel right from there and call it a day and see if that works, because I want to do that. And that. Oh, it's beautiful. Look at it, chat. It's beautiful. We grossed over $1 million in April 1977. 1.1 million. That's awesome. What are you going for next? We need steel. We need coal and we need iron. And part of that is over here. We have coal and iron. I gotta build tracks and I gotta build highways here. And then we have to build out a town. We have to build out a town to supply, to do the work. Simultaneously, this refinery is not as efficient as it could be because it doesn't have enough crude, but that's the whole purpose of the trains. We'll bring it in. Almost done. Going on here? No power? Hey, maybe it's just sure, cannon fodder, what's up? Oh, waste. It's the waste. It's garbage. I need a technical office. So, cannon fodder, what's on your mind, dude? Yeah, it's because of waste. Garbage waste built up in the depot. I have a 2007 F-150 with a 5-liter Triton engine. 5-liter didn't come in a car in the F-150s in 2007. I don't think, dude. It would have been a 5.4. Is it worth rebuilding? What happened? Let me guess. You shot a spark plug out the side? It's a mess. Oh, yeah? What's wrong with it, dude? It depends on what's wrong, man. It's just rough. How much does the truck mean to you, Cannon? Is it a sentimental truck? Seems to be the variable valve timing. Oh, your cam fit. Oh. Just replace the engine, dude. If you don't know what you're doing, just drop a new 5.4 in there. I'm serious. Those motors, once they go, they go. But I mean, if you take care of them, they'll be okay. But that 5.4 is not known to be the most, like, the most, what's the right way to say it? They're not the best motor. I was told it needs a long block. That is engine, that's mechanic slang for needing a new engine. Yeah. A long block is an engine that's fully dressed, that has all the parts on it. A short block is just the engine block with the pistons and the crank. Yeah, that's the difference between short block and long block in car slang terminology. So if your mechanic told you need a long block, it means you need a new motor. If your variable valve timing went out of phase, yeah, the motor could be junk, dude. A valve could have hit a piston or something. Buy a new motor. 5.4s are not expensive. Yeah, just get a new motor. Throw a new motor in. Or you could try your hand at repairing it, but Ford made so many 5.4 motors, dude. They're all over the place. They're still on set for tonight, yeah, but we don't, I mean, what's gonna happen, we don't know. My repair days are over. I wish I had 30 years back. So if it's the VVT, it's your variable valve timing. So in the head, you have dual overhead cams on that 5.4 motor, right? There's your cam phasers up front, but there's also a solenoid in there that allows your camshaft to move back and forth on the long axis. That's to change the variable valve timing, right? So, if that's gone and the cam is moving, if it's gone, the cam can't move back and forth, the engine's gonna run like dookie. You basically, if it's stuck in the high RPM valve timing spot, like if the solenoid is junk and it gets stuck in the open position, you're gonna be running a cam that's designed for the high end, so the motor's gonna run like dog crap on the low end. So yeah, just buy a new motor. Or if the truck doesn't mean too much, just go find another one. You know what? I'll set up a signaling for this later. Yeah, thanks again. Yeah, no problem, dude. I hear old Ford trucks from California are good. By the way, streams are great. Thanks, Cannon Potter. Appreciate it, man. I'm getting excited for the Whipple supercharger I ordered. Still 4 to 6 weeks. Wait. Damn, dude. Pretty cool. Yeah, there we go. We just needed to pull the waste. Increasing number of 6 citizens. Uh-oh. They might have the COVID. So I can tell you pretty well that yeah, this isn't the worst way to do this. That's awesome, dude. That refinery's churning like butter. I got a quick jack and it really helps working in the car. I saw it, dude. Yeah, I saw what you posted. Yeah, those quick jacks are super cool. Could have used those today. Actually, I should probably look into buying those. It's probably not a bad idea. Doom, on my end, I got the we got the Camaro leveled. I set the ride height. The ride height's even all around, which is good. It's not like raked up in the air like crazy like it was before. I just got to start setting suspension and we're good to go. Hellfish, go into hashtag my project on Discord and see what Doom's working with, dude. Dude, money printer go burr. Look at that thing. That's nuts. Dude, that's what the tanks bottomed out. We're making $500,000 a month. Easily. Yeah, I probably will, Weather Guy. At some point. I gotta set the rest of the suspension, dude. Speaking of gravel, buy a locomotive that doesn't suck. Yeah, that's actually no problem at all. We can buy a TZM2, which is an excellent locomotive. Oh, we can buy the KTM, the tunnel boring machine over here too. Not bad. Oh, we can really start expanding this train track now. Ordered more metal today to finish all the suspension arms, I think. Cool. It's rad, man. Shouldn't you wait till the engine is in to set the suspension with all the added weight? The engine is in. It is in, man. The 2 EDKs are just doing work. EJ, favorite map? I think the desert is my favorite one, Pigeon, because it's the one we've been the most successful on. Pondering doing inboard shocks with rod actuation. That would be super cool, dude. Okay, the reason why I bought that TZM because I wanted to do that. Is the engine in the Camaro stock? It's stock as far as I can tell in capping. Cool. Yeah. There we go. I'm gonna put another substation. Turbo. Didn't go that time. Yeah, buddy. First substation down. Nice. We'll have to put another one up here eventually, but anything in between should be good to go. We have business. over here. RBMK when? Actually, speaking of that, where are we at with research? Oh. Huh. There we go. There we go. Show me the money. Yeah, Sneaky, you see it? Sneaky Pete, you see that? 300 plus 379,000. That's the norm from now on. As long as I keep... Wow. Dude, I can't even bring it in fast enough. How are the docks coming along? I haven't really worked on it too much, but we're almost to the point where we're ready to go. That's ridiculous, man. Can you change the rate of import? Not without another, Dude, it's a money printer. We need another pipeline connection. We need another pipeline connection. Any chance Boeing will put Starliner up for auction? No. No, not at all. Wow. I got so much money I can't even spend it fast enough. How are the trains doing? They almost done? It sucks that this lunch is not on the weekend, but it is around the time I take my lunch every day. We'll see. It's 40% probability to go, dude, so don't get your hopes up, you know? How about these guys? They done with the bridges yet? Increase your construction capacity. Go nuts. I'm kind of there. I need an expensive project like Buran to spend your money on. I can't believe this. I can't believe how ridiculous this is actually getting. Like, you can scale in this game. Dude, that's the thing. Until I saw it, I didn't really understand how you scaled in this game, or like the extent to which you can scale anything in this game. This is nuts. The scale is absolutely ridiculous, and I love scale. Like, we're getting to the point where we're gonna have to pause the game so I could start designing out new stuff. Now's the time to make sure other prices are good in case fuel prices plummet. Yep. How do you remember where you build everything in such a tall area? I'm only building in small segments, dude. All right, let's build a pipeline. Let's build a water line out here. What I'm thinking is expand Nader up there and get more people for the labor line. We already dug a tunnel right there to do it. Like, I have to... I just have to make a sewage line a little bit back here. Gotta have the proper grade for the lines or else they don't drain correctly. Alright, so let's go to Alsana Construction. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then get the worker stuff here. 1, 2, 3. The other thing we're gonna need up there is electricity. So where's my transformer and substation? It's over there. That's the only place I split the power line. That's it. And then I ran the power line down to Jerison down here and stopped it right there promptly. Okay. This is fine. Switch it just in case. Might as well. Always be switching. And then I think I'll build a substation out over here and we'll connect everything into it. So Shohei is at 46 and 45. Interesting. Cool. Build that all out. Tell them to build that. Tell them to build that. There we go. Yeah, we'll check back in over there a little bit. I need to get bulldozers and stuff out here so we can kill everyone. I mean, relocate everybody peacefully in Al Supernladel. Right? That's what we're doing. Only player in MLB history to get 46 home runs and 46 stolen bases. Cool. Yeah, it's baseball stuff. Don't worry about it, guys. Here is back like that. Yes. Cool. What I want to do is extend the road. I want to extend the road this way, and we'll build another substation over here. Just make that go all the way over there. Good enough. I have my substation template over here. This has everything: electricity, water, and sewage. We just clone that with our clone tool. It didn't place all of it. Must have been too close to the street. Now I gotta go all the way back over here, damn it. Ox, this is your fault. I blame you. There. Is there any Russian aviation in this game? Yes, there is. Yeah, yes, there is. There's a lot cannon fodder, actually. There we go. I just haven't really utilized it yet up until this point, but we can. Alright. We build out that substation, we can expand this way. Now we also got to think about expanding down, because it's going to be a big city. There's planes, there's boats, there's all kinds of good stuff, dude. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot in the Steam Workshop. Yeah, dude. You going to power through to the Polaris launch? I'll be here, Will. Yeah, power through. I stopped streaming in the middle of the day, and I took a break because I didn't feel good, but yeah. I don't know, dude. I don't know if it's going to launch. I really can't. That's it. Only 2 months until baseball season starts here in Australia. Can't wait. You guys play baseball? I thought it was cricket. Wait, that's a thing? Really? You got a decent league down there. No crap, dude. That's kind of cool. Right on. Hell yeah, man. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. That's cool. Right on. Holy moly, what did I miss? Tipsy, I got my, so I'm importing crude and exporting bitumen and fuel on pipeline connections, and that's money printer go brrr. We got ice hockey, football, the real one where you use your hands too. And you have soccer as well, right? What's your plan for tomorrow? I know it'll depend on Polaris Dawn. But were you going to try to start? I'll try to start on normal time depending on what happens. And soccer, yeah. No crap. Huh. That's pretty rad, Hawks. Hell yeah. You guys got oil down there too? Just asking. What are you looking at me for? Hey, Pi, what's going on, man? Just L pulse, sorry. Damn! Alright, well, hey, those other ones are pretty good, too. Yeah, I was waiting on the pipelines to be done, and I had, like, 1,600 tons of fuel each in here, and then we opened up the taps, and the money just went ding, 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 ding. We are currently pulling in May of 1977... we pulled in 743 grand. Dude, that's not even... Just watching the path of a tropical storm, amongst other things. Yeah, no particular reason, right? Yeah, no, it's good. Hellfish, when I went to Japan in 2012, I didn't watch a game at the stadium, but I did watch a Tokyo Giants game, dude, on the television. It was rad. Yeah, it was pretty cool. Breakdancing is where it's at. Yeah, sure, Bon. Sure, man. Yeah, you guys are really good at that. It is pretty crazy from what I could tell, Hellfish, yeah. You know, this courtroom needs some trees. Gotta paint some happy little trees around it. You know? Gotta paint some happy little trees. Because if, you know, if you're not, what are we doing here? You know, at least when these people get sentenced to death for facing, you know, face the wall, they, you know, they, nice. Oh my word, it's going to take so freaking long to bring all those resources over there. Oh no. Who's that pitcher in the MLB that's been throwing 105? I don't know. The Red Sox haven't been doing very well, so I haven't really been following baseball. Not gonna lie to you. Doesn't hurt being Ricky Bobby. Not gonna lie to you. There are better track builders, Sig, but I can't get them over there. That's why I'm building out. I built out the Bungholio Pass right here, which is it's a 1.8% grade. All the way up here, it'll connect at Corvarude, so we have quick access for that, and then they'll build across into the depot here. What I really should have done is just demolish the road and built a freaking bridge, and yeah, that would have taken way less time than trying to pour out that stupid tunnel, but whatever. As a Sox fan, I'm sad at how they're going. Dude, they lost to the White Sox. They lost to the White Sox yesterday. The White Sox. The White Sox suck. They are terrible. They're the worst team in the league, and we lost to them. I don't want to talk about it, homie. Hey, why does NATO have good track builders? Yeah, why doesn't NATO have good track builders? Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of stupid. The White Sox are awful. They are awful. Yet here we are. Wouldn't that make the Red Sox the worst team then? Not statistically, but also figuratively, yes.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Pie guys, shut up. The Mariners ain't even in the hunt. All right? Once we get a good connection up here to Gellickley, we can start pulling in. We could get a slightly better track builder, but this isn't a gigantic border depot. You can't. Oh no, you can't get good track builders. I have access to American Consist, but yeah, you can't get big stuff from there. Mariners, your local team is the Astros, Kappa. Oh, you endorse cheaters. All right, that's fair. Can you unmod Pie Guy so I can ban him, please? I'm kind of debating doing that, Yargles. Kind of debating... Yeah, kind of debating on it. What the hell happened to that? I don't have a tunnel boring machine yet, Sig. That's the reason why we made the Al Bungholio Pass, because that was the biggest NATO depot near me. It's the biggest NATO depot. And... that's the only one where you're gonna get a TBM, dude. See? And I wanted EDKs. I bought 2 of them because we, frankly, have the cash. So we have the blue one here, you know. This is Church. And then we have, over here, we have the red one. This is, this is, Simon. Dude, they're even carrying bridge parts. God damn, this game's good. Yeah? You know what the red one says? Suck it, Blue! Yeah, suck it, Blue. That's an old school singer right there. In your face, Blue dude. In your face! Cheech and Chong for the names. That's a good one, too. But they were already red and blue, so... nothing I can do, man. How much did we make in May? We made 743 grand in May. That's with 281,000 in expenditures. Import on the dollar. We imported 61 G's. Wait, why am I importing? Okay, whatever. Doesn't matter. And then exported. Oh, yeah. For that 60 G's of crude, we turned it into 240 grand of profit. Math checks out. Cool. Sounds good to me. What is the most expensive vehicle in this game? Probably a ship by a long shot. Which one? Don't know. Yeah, the Tupolov's probably a little expensive, yeah. Right now, Captain Tupolov is removing all the safeties on his torpedoes. He will not make... Ah, damn it. James Earl Jones is in that movie. Balls! Admiral Greer. Oh, that sucks. Damn. You got an airfield set up? No airfields just yet, but we could get one set up sooner rather than later. And I was never here. Oh, yeah. The Museum of the Republic. Bomb trees, bomb trees, bomb trees. Bomb trees everywhere. Beautiful, beautiful Nova Gleam. Very nice city. He died, Preston, yeah. He passed away today. He was 93, though, man. If you need to spend a pile of money, just start building a mobile launcher platform. That's not funny, Andrew. That's not funny at all. Hey. Europa Clipper costs $5.2 billion. No one cares. No one cares, all right? Nobody cares. It's a little funny. No, it's not! Damn it! Stuff is expensive! You freaking fricks! You freaking fricks, when will you learn? Can we send cows to space? Maybe? Probably not. Probably not a good idea. We could do it. I just don't think that would be the wisest thing to do. Why would you waste a good steak like that? Yeah, why would you waste a good steak like that, you dingus man? Somebody put a fence in the way. I take offense to that. But if we sent steak to space, we could age them home and cook them. Need a re-entry vehicle to do it. We could have the re-entry vehicle cook the steaks. What if? See, Randall Monroe was onto something. See? Yep. He was onto something. He knew. That sneaky, sneaky bastard. It wouldn't work. You'd pan-sear it, if you really want to know. You'd pan-sear one side of the steak. Yes, he did the math. Which, you know, that isn't bad. Like an ablative meat shield. That's exactly what it is. Read What If you're really curious on the finer details to that. What If is a book by Randall Monroe. Randall Monroe is an ex-NASA engineer and the guy that writes XKCD. Yeah, so he's not stupid. Let's say that. What If 1 and 2, fantastic books. Seriously, if you're a science nerd, you'll love What If 1 and 2. They're so good. Should have just made the bridge go that way. I don't know why I didn't, but hey, whatever. What book? It's called What If. Okay, cool. This stuff all finished? Almost. Yeah, we will expand up here. It'll be awesome. You got the train station right there. Expand up into the valley. It'll look amazing. All right, cool. That's good over there. Coal rises up. Okay. They done with the bridges yet? Dude, they're so close. Oh, 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 gonna make it. Gonna make it. Gonna make it. Gonna make it. Now he's gonna go grab rails to lay the rails across the track. My goofy engineering comes in multiple ways. EJ, Michael Reeves, and William Osmond. You wrote me with them, Eddie? I'm flattered. Holy crap, that's some pretty damn good company, dude. Those guys make me laugh like crazy, man. I'm honored that you wrote me in with those two. Serious, man. Never be kidding. Those guys are funny as hell. I like Michael Reeves a lot. That guy's funny. Dude, he made the thing piss beer into a beer. He made the spot, the Boston Dynamics spot. He made it piss beer into a beer cup and then made it piss all over Boston Dynamics' front door. There you go, Eddie. All right, right on. Mike, we're still go right now, dude. We'll see what happens. The 40% probability of go, though, so who knows? Dude, the beer pissing robot was awesome. Dude, that was so good, man. Now that's how you do a YouTube video, man. That guy's awesome, dude. I'd love to meet him someday. He's a funny bastard, man. William Osmond is good too, dude. I've seen him with ULA hats on his in his videos and stuff. I'm kind of wondering where he's interned somewhere. He's had an internship. Yeah, I saw him with a ULA. I saw him with an Atlas hat before too. I'm like, huh. Yo, this dude's definitely he's definitely worked for an aerospace company before. Hey, Ivan, what's up, dude? Did they bring Starliner down because of the weird sound they heard in the communications? No, that was just a grounding loop, dude. They brought Starliner down because they have to vacate because they have to get ready for the next Dragon mission that's gonna come up. It was coming from the speakers. The surgery robot was awesome, dude. I laughed so hard at that. Oh my goodness. I laughed really, really hard at that. That thing is crooked. Screw that, we'll make a better pedestrian bridge. You listen to Safety Third? No, I don't. Don't have enough time in the day, dude. I thought it was something wrong since I saw Crew 9 is going there in 2 weeks. Why'd they bring it down so early then? Handover operations, Ivan. You gotta get the port ready, allow some leeway in the timelines on purpose. Don't plan everything down to the minute. It's not, yeah, won't end well. Oh, there you go, Eddie. Yeah, Ivan, yeah. Dude, it's just gonna take a second, dude. They gotta, yeah, they don't want overlap and stuff. they were gonna take like 3 days for that. 3 days for handover operations, dude. So like when the other capsule's already up there. Yeah. Gracias por la answer. Pregunta. No problem, dude. If NASA fully contracted out the Artemis architecture to Boeing, do you think we would see an SLS with a crewed Starliner? No. No, I don't think so. Yeah, atomic. Any plans for nuclear in this play? I may have some plans. Some plans. I don't think so, Sea Kraken. It would use Orion. Orion's really what it's designed for, even though that's a Lockheed design. I don't think, because Boeing doesn't completely own SLS. They just make the core stage, guys. They make the core stage, and that's, and the EUS, well, kind of. Water bomber in action in Reno today. Damn. Cool. Yeah, the US. Dude, they should just throw that contract out. Throw that contract out. Redesign SLS for, rebaseline it for a Blorgen upper stage. I'm serious. Like, put New Glenn's upper stage in there. Like, at this point, like, dude, you guys know I'm all for, like, no, just wait, it's gonna take some time. Not getting a EUS until 2028 is not good. What plane is this? It's a BAE 163. It says it right on the tail, man. Yeah. It's so annoying, dude. They can only move like these MUV 69s can only move so much. Oh, these tracks are a noodly mess. I should have paid attention more. We'll just, from the air, they look fine. Okay. Will the tunnels go faster with workers on site? No, that's just, you shouldn't use track builders to make tunnels, Andrew, that's all. These things just don't, the track builder doesn't really carry a lot of materials on it, these MUV 69s, but these are the only ones I could get to this site until the tunnel is finished. And they don't build very fast because they got that little dinky boy crane on them. Yes, stress relief bends. Sure. Is there a big NATO border up here at all? Nope, that's a tiny one. Nope. Medium. Medium. That's the big NATO border. We're already at Garawi. There's no borders over here. Nothing. We have a boat. See it? Boat. Can you do a full zoom out? This is as far as we can go out. So that's Nova Gulin. Is all that cash pure profit? Yep. Yeah, Necro, we're doing good, buddy. Yeah, that's Nova Gulin. And then over here, that's Aribi right now. Aribi is not big, but it's supposed to go all the way down here. It's supposed to go all the way down to the coastline. Speaking of that. Well done. Thanks, man. What? All right, you know what? Can't get it in range. Hold on. No, you can make stuff within certain distances of that helo depot, and you can add helicopter pads to it. I just don't understand why we don't have a entrance here. Are you going to be a part of NSF coverage tonight? I don't think so. Why don't they have a path? I don't understand. Am I missing something? Why don't we have a path here? popping up for everything else. Holy heck, I just saw the money you had. Yep. Syrian, what's up, dude? Needs his beauty sleep, just under 13 hours to go. Dude, we got Polaris Dawn is potentially on the menu tonight, Syrian. I'm screwed. I'm screwed. Jean Baptiste Emmanuel Zord. I'm screwed. You understand? I'm screwed. Brought you a case with 4 stones in it. Not 1 or 2 or 3, but 4. Oh, 108, down to 108. Go. Bro, what the heck? YouTube unsubbed me from you and somehow wasn't following on Twitch. What's going on? I don't know, dude. YouTube decided to unsubscribe me to you, so that's neat. Thanks, YouTube. And Twitch Alien? Yeah, I don't got an answer for you there. That's weird. Yeah, that was something weird with the prefab. Now it's detecting it. Cool. Yeah, we'll build a helicopter construction depot now. How are you guys doing over here? 98. The train is there. It's laying the tracks. It's dark. Okay. Be hard not to be jealous of me?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Maybe, I don't know. Hey, Manor, 16-month resub, been gone too long? Would you consider going to open sauce if it wasn't constantly in California? That was the sentence. Oh, okay, Flecken. Yeah, probably not, no. It's Osmond's thing. If they invited me, I'd consider it, but yeah. Yeah, baby. Really need to check out the Satisfactory 1.0 video. I will tomorrow when Satisfactory 1.0 comes out, yeah? I actually noticed, Alien, now that you bring it up, I noticed that Twitter, for whatever reason, just zapped about 200 followers from my Twitter account. Or X or whatever. I was pushing... I don't know. I don't know how much it was. I don't really keep too much track of this, but I noticed that this happened. Yeah, I was up to 6,400 followers probably.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Probably like, oh, I don't know, 5 months ago, and then I noticed it dropped down to 6,200 and then sprang back up to 6,400. So I don't know. How did you like Star Trekker? Star Trekker's pretty good. I don't know about you guys. I like watching the trains build. That's most likely what's going on, Ender, yeah. That sucks, Alien, that it popped both of them, dude. But hey, at least you're here. You're back. You know where to find me. I've been here for over a decade. I don't think I'm going anywhere. Pretty sure. Hey, Pat. Are you covering the Polaris launch? That's the plan. Where'd that money come from? Locatana, that is just from the refinery over here exporting. Over here on the dollar, this refinery, the Oil Balak refinery, import, crude import, fuel and bitumen pipe export. It's just money printing, dude. We're making over $500,000 a month. In March of 77, we had 435 Gs. Now we have 2.25 million. Yeah. I have so much money, I don't know what to do with it. If we did that on the other side too, if we did pipeline out with the Aribi, the Al Bucky Baba oil refinery, if I did that over here, same deal. We'd just money print like crazy. Build an MPP, but you got to blow it up in 1986. It didn't blow up, it caught fire. Okay. You can finally fund some big projects. Yep. Stella. Subtime, thank you for what you do. My pleasure. Cool, I will stay here with you until 4:20 a.m. It's a 40% probability of go, guys. The weather is not really cooperating. It did kind of blow up. It caught on fire. Face the wall, please. No, you need to be reminded. You need to be reminded. It did not blow up. It caught on fire with firemen, brave firemen. Brave firemen, here, listen to National Anthem to refresh your memory. It's streaming live today. Dreams is on the way.
Starts the plan. He's creating a new land. Clicks and screams, they tune in fast. Communist republics from the past. He will rise to lead the way. Bakalakadaka's on every day. Greatest ever, he's the man.
Nah, it's fine, Kaiser.
The winning plan. You will prevail, you will succeed. Bakalakadaka stands the creed. Followers shout with all their might. AJ's vision shining bright. From the east to every coast. Bakalakadaka stands face toast. Greatest ever.
It does, Ren.
AJ's got the winning plan. He will prevail, he will succeed. Bakalaka stands the creed. Followers shout with all their might. AJ's vision shining bright. From the east to every coast. Bakalaka stand they toast. Greatest ever, he's the man. AJ's got the winning plan. He will prevail, he will succeed. Bakalaka stands the creed. Monitors hum with electric light. AJ's bringing dark to bright. In the chat, they give their cheer. Bakalaka stan is near. It's near. It's creed. It's near. Bakalaka stands the creed.
Yeah, see? Did you are you sure now? Yeah? Are you sure? Here, maybe we'll refresh your memory even more.
DJ streaming late at night, building up with all his might. He's on under desert light. Bakalaka Dakistan in sight. Sand beneath construction signs. Workers forging all refines.
So stupid.
Slight and gives a perfect rhyme. It's his world, he's on a climb. Oil rules the land he stands. Mogul now with steady hands. From the sand his fame expands. EJ's dreaming foreign sands.
Yes, sure.
Towers rise in perfect sync. Pipelines flow, no time to blink. Resources here, they interlink. Bakalaka dozens on the brink. Late night streaming on the screen. His vision clear, his thoughts pristine. Oil rich world in constant sheen. Bakalaka Dakistan's the scene.
The drop is really good, man.
Mogul now with steady hands. From the sand his fame expands. EJ's dreaming foreign sands.
There's no reason why you don't run the railroad tracks in the middle of the freeway. I like running them off to the side in case you need to put something there. Yeah, see? Now you were reminded. Now you were reminded of the Bakalaka Dakistani creed. Trying to get vehicles down here so we can start grading out terrain, and then we'll build construction depots out here, or I'll move. Yeah, we could build it. Yeah, you know what? We'll build a brand new one. Screw it. Build a brand new one, buy new stock. It's fine. God, it makes sense. Yeah, if the railroad tracks need to go somewhere, David, I don't like putting them down the center. Like if I need a stop for them, because then you have to have a level crossing. I don't really want something like that. They're almost finished. It's streaming live today, as he makes his own way. Sorry. It's pretty catchy. Can you do the same thing for when you do Kerbal Mission mode? Oh. Yeah, maybe. We need to come up with an AI stream intro song. 99. It's just $99. How's this coming along? Good. We should probably run the water lines out here. Backwards. Whatever. Fine. We're gonna have to make the sewer line do a ring around the rosy there, but hey, whatever. It's good. It'll work. How are you feeling? I'm alright. Just hanging in there, dude. I'm trying to save energy, to be honest with you. Come on, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. Food didn't help. I ate and I took a nap, dude. But yeah, I'm still like, I don't know if I got like a little stomach bug or something, but... You planning on staying up regardless of the 40%? Yeah, Eddie, I don't really have a choice, right? Like, what if he... it would kill me to be like, no, it's not gonna go, and then they go, you know? So I'm kind of stuck. You know, I'm stuck here. So we'll pick up the coverage whenever they start up and... see what happens. 40% is not ideal though, but if we see some flights, oh no. It's almost done. Balls. Why does space have to happen on a Monday night? Orbital mechanics is the answer to that question. We're too close to Aribi to put anything crazy. We're all nocturnal here, Tragic, so it's Monday night for us, you know. Right? It's Monday night. Dude, I still can't believe that. Breaking in $500,000. What game is this? This is called Workers and Resources Soviet Republic, dude. It is the best city builder ever made. At least from what I can tell. This is the most granular and most difficult by a long shot. I love it, Blackout. It's amazing. It's got a little bit of a commie motif over it, which is kind of gross because communism, but hey, other than that, dude, super, super good. That's a substation that I'm building for water and drainage and stuff. It's fine, chat. It's fine. This is a water line that I'm putting in here. Now I'm assigning my construction companies to go and start building that. The reason why is because I want to expand the city up this hill. Don't let Brezhnev hear you talking like that. Yes, well, Brezhnev is pain in my essence. So he can listen to that now. He's pain in my morsels. Understand morsels? I just want to see this train pop out the other side because that tunnel's been. Without the TBM, we've been building that for some time. Come on. It is the desert, Tragic. Yeah, Workers and Resources Soviet Republic is the name of this game. 14. 13. 12. In Soviet Russia, you don't build. In Soviet Russia, you do not build country. Country builds you. Yes. 9 work days. 9 man hours left. 8. Come on, pop out the other side. Yeah, Ghost, this game's fantastic. It's the best city builder ever. You think Polaris will launch today? We're at 40%, Neuro. 40% probability to go. I think they're going to use this as a practice run. No, no, no. Yes! 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 Oh, that's mint. No, hey! Hey, get back! No, come back! Can we ride the builder train through the tunnel? I don't know if it's rendered. Oh my gosh, it is. Ah! Edge's got the winning plan. Do you see the light? No. Rendered tunnels. This feels like one of the minecart rides. Yeah, dude. Yep. I can see the light. Do you see the light? And then the 2 EDKs are making their way here. We have 2 big old bridges to build here. We'll see what happens. The band! The band! The band! Do you see the light? Do you see the light? Band? Yes! I freaking do! Russia, lights is you. Why does Church always build more than Simmons? Always seems like this one's way ahead of the other one. What light? Don't worry about it. What does my tattoo say? Dude, what does mine say? Sweet! What about mine? Dude! See, these little MV-69s, they can't really carry much extra. Like, the EDKs have so much extra supplies with them. They have 3 full railroad cars worth of supplies. As long as you have the staff, you're good to go. Over here, I have the staff with the MUV-69s. We got the staff, but what we don't have is the builders. And over here, I have the builders, but we're importing foreign labor. I don't have the staff. Dang it. You can afford to replace those little guys now. With what? I don't have any connections. Money is ace, Anfu. Ace. I should start designing our fueling terminal over here. We'll have trains just pull from here. The trucks are exporting right now, which is good. Speaking of that, how are we doing over here? All right, close the pumps for a second. My fuel. See how I don't have a lot of fuel and not a lot of bitumen? I need to fill up these tanks here for a second, and then our fuel export needs to pull fuel from there and pull bitumen from there. I need to pull those from our sources and because see, we had like 160 tons here. I need the reserves on this thing to fill up. And in order to do that, I need these to fill up. Which means we're just gonna put a temporary halt on the export just for a second. How did you just pronounce bitumen? Bitumen. You know what? I'm just calling it tar. Frick that name. I've decided that bitumen is a stupid name. Agreed. Tar. Oh. I didn't think you'd agree with me that much, but yeah, okay. Ah! Ah! Pergola? What the hell do those do? Better access for the bus station. Better access, better pizza. Papa EJ. So many road arrows, no likey. Huh? Why? Yeah, we've seen it, Blackman. Oh, I don't know. That chick seems pretty cool, so whatever. She's cashing in on the Tuas. Yep. Single stage Kubakalakadakistan. Can we buy anything cool yet? A container, we could buy a container ship for 5,600 or 5.6 million. Speaking of crazy things on the internet, did you see Elon talking about the SNL skit he wanted to do? No. Too much to it, not enough heart. You're okay. That's weird. I'm getting construction equipment down here. We can move that SCO 706 back over here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get bulldozers and stuff out here, and I'm gonna get a bunch of bulldozers out here, and we'll continue the rail line. We're gonna have to make a junction somewhere, and the junction is gonna have to go this way over here at some point. But with the bulldozers out here, I should be able to grade out enough area for a runway and stuff. We'll build an airport in the middle of the map. I think that would be pretty neat. It'd be pretty poggies. When those two are done, we open up Gellicly, we could start buying trains. Oh yeah, we could buy G26s, EMD G26s, C201s. What's C201 again? I forgot. I don't know. It says it's American. At least I think it does. Maybe an SD40? I don't know. What just happened there? Oh, the terrain's all screwed up. Oh, that's... I just screwed it up even more. Well, that road was nice. Or... I am about to demolish that road and rebuild it because I don't like it. Are you a man or a mountain? Oh great, we screwed up the train tracks too. Lovely. Oh. No. Ugh. God, I suck. Maybe the road. Maybe I can get the road to fix it. Oh, it's so bad. I hate it. Placing and removing a signal sometimes cleans the tracks. It conforms it to the terrain, but yeah. Ugh. You know what? I'm just leaving it. That's fine the way it is. Oh, nice. The other bridge is completed, or the other tunnel got completed as well. We'll call that, can we call that a win? We can call it something. All right, I'm gonna put down our first helicopter construction depot. And then we should be able to put Nope, don't want it there. Let's try putting it this way. Okay. Nope, scratch all that. I know how to put this. I remember how to do this. We did this on one of my previous Republics. The way to do this is to put the helicopter pads on either side. I remember now. So here's what we're doing. We're gonna put that right there, right? Then we'll go into helicopters. There. That's how you get this done. Because any helicopter pads that are in proxy, like those ones, will count towards vehicles. You basically expand the vehicle capacity of the depot this way. There was a global market report. Oil's going down. All right. Whatever. It's not a problem. Might want a repair connected to it. There's a repair depot right there, Sig. It's not a problem. Yeah, we should start stockpiling crude, huh? Al-Baki Baba. Yes, this is the Al-Baki Baba oil field. How much loans have you taken out in this save? I don't know what the total amount of loans that I took out were, Jigsy, but I think the max debt that I got to with the ruble was, say like 4 million. I'd say 4 million, because I remember the highest I saw was 3.7, and on the dollar it was like 2.9 or something like that. We going till Polaris Dawn? Yep. Will you be on NASA spaceflight? No, Ghost, not this time, I don't think. Polaris Dawn coverage should be starting soon, though, shouldn't it? Seven minutes, NSF is already going live. Okay, I want to check the NSF boys if you can make an extra buck. I think they had everybody assigned for it already. They're full. Yeah, they got a full house over there. You just want a guy to make the bank you deserve. Oh, yeah, thanks, man. All right, well, let's see what we got, guys. 40% probable, but I'm going to take 5 here. Spacex. Polaris Dawn. Launch. Coverage. I'm changing up the title to both streams here. All right, we'll see what happens. Okay, so here's what I think we should do. I'm gonna take 5 here. Just go stretch, go check on Bree and everything, and yeah, we'll go from there. All right, I will be back momentarily. I'm gonna key up the starting soon thing here, and we'll go from there. Be back momentarily. All right. Let's see what's going on. Just went down to the house to check on Bree. Everything's good. Let's see. What's that, Manor? Hey, Sean, what's going on? Oh, farming simulator. Very nice. Okay, so welcome to the Polaris Dawn coverage here on at the Eric Johnson Space Administration. You can tell it's the Eric Johnson Space Administration because of the way it is. All right, guys, let's see what we got. So, the last update that we had regarding this was 3 hours ago from SpaceX. Falcon 9 and Dragon are ready for flight. Weather's 40% favorable for liftoff. Webcast goes live in about 3.5 hours. So, what is the Polaris Dawn mission? Polaris Dawn is a privately funded mission to, well, basically push the boundaries of where a private sector spaceflight company can go. It's a crewed mission with four people aboard that is going to do try to break a multitude of different records, different spaceflight records that, of course, were set by governments, right? What this mission basically is, sorry, I'm burping because I just scarfed a slice of pizza. Anyway, what this mission is basically going to do is launch on a Falcon 9. Falcon 9 will land on the drone ship, and then the Falcon 9 will put Dragon, the Polaris Dawn Dragon, into a 1,200 kilometer by 120 kilometer, or 1,200 by 190 kilometer insertion. And then from there, the Polaris Dawn Dragon will boost itself up to a 1,400 by 190 kilometer orbit, making the Polaris Dawn crew the furthest that any human has ever been from the surface of the Earth since the Apollo program in 1972. After that, they'll move down to a 700 by 190 kilometer orbit, and the Polaris Dawn crew will conduct the first ever commercial extravehicular activity. All commercial extravehicular activities, testing SpaceX's new extravehicular activity suits. No commercial mission has ever gotten out of the capsule before, let alone at a 700 kilometer altitude, right? The last mission, this mission profile echoes the Gemini program, to be honest with you. Yeah, this is basically a mirror image of Gemini 12, but modern version. Anyway, what they'll do after that, after they do the EVA, is they're just going to go outside and come back in, but they got to depressurize the capsule. So it's actually a pretty complicated maneuver. I mean, there's a bunch of different scientific experiments on board on top of all that, but after everything, this variant of Dragon has a Starlink satellite hot-wired into the back. And what they're going to do, what the Polaris Dawn crew is going to do is, after the EVA, like a day later or something, they're going to take that Dragon and they're going to point the trunk down at the horizon and communicate via Starlink optical. Those are the three big ones. Highest orbit, EVA, Starlink communication. There's a bunch of other different experiments on board, but if this mission goes, it'll be one of the craziest freaking missions ever. This is a nutty mission. There's a lot of things that can go wrong, which is why they've been erring on the side of caution. Polaris Dawn was supposed to launch like week and a half ago, but they're worried about recovery conditions because, this type of mission, you can't just go to the ISS, right? Once you get to the ISS, the relative safety of the ISS, you can kind of sit there and figure out what's going on. You can't really do that with this. So the recovery and abort conditions for this mission are a lot more stringent than they would be on an ISS transfer, an uphill ride to the ISS and back. So this is a very high-profile mission, and it's very dangerous. Currently, the weather is not really cooperating. It's 40% go, but we'll wait till they pick up the coverage to see how they feel about it. I don't know. There's still just some activity offshore. Yeah, I don't think I'm not 100% sure. I don't think that... guys, weather 40% go. It's not really cooperating here. Let me check. Keep in mind, it's not just Florida, but... so their track is going to go this way. Oh, man. I'm worried about that, and I'm worried... That doesn't really matter too much. They're going this way, but this up here, that, whatever that... Is that a cell? I'd be worried more about that than anything. Do you think this could be described as a ship's voyage to the end of the world, since they're going so far? No. No, man. Shoot, no, I believe you get your butt kicked saying something like that, man. And here we go. They're live. It was a joke. That's why I responded with a movie quote. Here we go. That cell to the north. That cell to the northeast I'd be worrying about. That's right in the abort corridor, other guy. We'll see. There's the 4 crew. This is happening. This is nuts.
You're looking at a live view of the Falcon 9 rocket and Dragon spacecraft set to launch Polaris Dawn, Space's 5th Dragon mission flying civilians to orbit, and overall our 14th human spaceflight mission since 2020. Our 4-person Polaris Dawn crew is getting ready to head to space in just under 3.5 hours from now. This mission marks one more step toward our ultimate goal of making humans multiplanetary. Good evening. I'm Kate Tice, Senior Quality System Engineering Manager here at SpaceX in Hawthorne, California.
And I'm Jesse Anderson, a Senior Manufacturing Engineering Manager. Welcome to the webcast for the Polaris Dawn mission. The Polaris program is a first-of-its-kind effort to rapidly advance human spaceflight while continuing to raise funds and awareness for important causes here on Earth. The goal is to demonstrate important operational capabilities that will serve as building blocks to further human space exploration.
Polaris Dawn is the first mission in the Polaris program. The program will consist of up to 3 human spaceflight missions that will demonstrate new technologies, conduct extensive research, and ultimately culminate in a flight of SpaceX's Starship with humans on board.
Yeah, baby.
The Polaris Dawn crew will orbit Earth for up to 5 days before splashing down off the coast of Florida, and they will be performing some incredible firsts in
First
space,
one to go to the ISS,
including the
Carolina.
first ever commercial spacewalk in our newly designed EVA spacesuits. The spacecraft will also attempt to soar higher than any Dragon mission to date, and if successful, break the altitude record set by Gemini 11 a half a century ago. The Polaris Dawn crew will also be the first to test Starlink laser-based communications in space.
In addition to those incredible firsts, the crew will conduct a wide range of research in microgravity designed to advance both human health on Earth and our understanding of the impacts on health during future long-duration space flights. We'll be going into more detail about all of that later on in the show. All of the Polaris missions will be commanded by Jared Isaacman, an accomplished pilot and astronaut who led Inspiration 4, the world's first all-civilian mission to orbit that helped raise more than $240 million for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Building on Inspiration 4, Polaris Dawn will continue to raise funds and awareness for St. Jude while partnering with the organization to provide healthcare in underserved communities around the world. As the Polaris program expands our understanding of what's possible in human spaceflight, St. Jude will continue to strive here on Earth to improve global survival rates for childhood cancer.
It is a really exciting day for us here at SpaceX, and it's already been a very busy day for the team. Now, we are currently awaiting walkout of the Polaris Dawn crew from the suit-up room. So while we wait, let's take a moment to meet our crew.
As I mentioned, Mission Commander Jared Rook Isaacman served as commander of Inspiration 4, the world's first all-civilian mission to space. He holds several world records, including 2 speed around the world flights in 2008 and 2009 for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. He has flown in over 100 air shows as part of the Black Diamond Jet team, dedicating every performance to charitable causes. In 2011, Jared co-founded what would become the world's largest private air force, Draken International, to train pilots for the U.S. Armed Forces. In addition to his role as CEO of Shift the largest private air force, Draken International, to train pilots for the U.S. Armed Forces. In addition to his role as CEO of Shift
Oh no.
4, Jared is an accomplished
there it goes. Come on. You can do it.
In addition to his role as CEO of Shift 4, Jared is an accomplished pilot.
Let me just make sure that that's not just me. It's not you, everybody, too. Yep, NSF says the same thing. You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding. There's no way.
In addition to his role as CEO of Shift 4, Jared is an accomplished pilot.
Oh my God.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Mission pilot Scott Poteet served as the mission director for Inspiration.
There it is, your Polaris Dawn crew.
Oh, yeah,
as you can see, an
Polaris
incredibly
Dawn crew. That's
impressive
great.
group with a diverse range of expertise.
Okay, the 4 crew: Jared Isaacman, Scott Poteet is the pilot, Anna Menon, who they were just showing, and Sarah Gillis. That's the four crew. They all have resumes that will make you feel incredibly insignificant. That's all you need to know.
Mission pilot Scott Poteet served as the mission director for Inspiration.
There it is, your Polaris Dawn crew.
Nightmare.
As you can see, an
Oh my
incredibly
God,
impressive
this is
group
so
with a
bad.
diverse range of expertise that will certainly serve them well over the next 5 days in orbit.
Working here at SpaceX, we've been fortunate to spend
It's
time with
so
the crew. You'll see them walking around, getting lunch.
U.S. Armed Forces. In addition to his role as CEO of Shift 4, Jared is an accomplished pilot.
Dude. That's
Mission pilot
that's bad. I gotta refresh.
What?
Oh, right, all right. I think
Our
we're
commander, Jared, I think he is incredibly sharp.
That's right.
Something I have just witnessed over and over is that he's always like 5 steps ahead of everybody else.
He's a visionary. He wanted to make it bigger than just himself going to space. It was about how we could contribute and support organizations here on Earth, as well as continue to push the envelope for space exploration.
So Sarah Gillis, the technical competence, we don't get out of any engineering update or brief or go through a procedure or debrief without getting into the weeds and making sure every T is crossed, every I is dotted.
She holds my feet to the fire when we need to understand the systems and the operations. It's her intellect.
Every time she speaks, every word is so thoughtfully prepared that served her in her role as core, it served her in her role as a trainer.
Anna, you have this incredible joy that you bring to everyday life. It is infectious. It makes us all smile.
Feels like she always has this big picture. Doesn't necessarily always speak up on it, but when she does, like time for everybody to stop and listen. And then as a biomedical engineer and a background like that inspires like a ton of confidence that when you go up there, if people aren't feeling right, that she's going to be there to take care of her.
I cherish all the moments that we've had in these experiences, and we're just so excited to go to space.
Where they go? Like 53.
Hey everyone, I'm Atticus Federa, a propulsion engineer here at SpaceX in Hawthorne, California. You just heard from the crew while sitting inside their Dragon trainer, which is an exact mock-up of the Dragon that they will be living in for the next 5 days. Dragon is the first private spacecraft to take humans to the International Space Station, and it's currently the only vehicle capable of returning significant amounts of cargo to Earth. It's also the first private spacecraft to take an all-civilian crew to orbit during the Inspiration 4 mission in 2021. Over the last 4 years, the spacecraft has supported 13 human spaceflight missions and flown 50 crew members representing 14 countries. Through missions like Inspiration 4 and Polaris Dawn, Dragon is helping lay the groundwork for deep space exploration, rapidly expanding our knowledge of how humans will adapt, live, and work in space. Dragon can also help discover more about our home planet, and with the upcoming mission like From 2, we aim to do exactly that. Named in honor of the ship that helped explorers first reach Earth's Arctic and Antarctic regions, the crew of From 2 will be the first to explore Earth from a polar orbit. From 2 will be SpaceX's 6th commercial astronaut mission and will allow the crew to observe Earth's polar regions through Dragon's cupola at an altitude of 425 to 450 kilometers. Over the years, Dragon has proven to be quite a versatile spacecraft. It can autonomously dock to the space station when outfitted with the ISS docking adapter. In free flyer mode, the docking adapter can be swapped out for a cupola for the best views while in orbit, and that's going to be the case with the upcoming From 2 mission. Finally, we have the newest option, the Skywalker hardware, to support a spacewalk, and that'll make its debut on Polaris Dawn.
What?
Our commander, Jared, I think he is.
Yeah.
And made their way to the Falcon support building. Once they arrived, the SpaceX team briefed the crew on weather and launch details and also gave them their tablets that they'll be bringing with them on the flight. At T-minus 3 hours and 45 minutes, the crew began suiting up in our brand new EVA spacesuit, which brings us to the current point in their events for the day. Now, once they are fully suited, they will then exit the Falcon support building and get into their Teslas again.
All right.
We will have 2 astronauts in each
Give me
vehicle,
1 second,
led
dudes.
by a support vehicle. And then
doing
from
something
there,
a
the
little bit
crew will
different
head
here,
to the
okay?
launch pad, and once they arrive, they will ascend the crew tower in an elevator up to the 255.
Countdown.
Give me 1 second.
Complete with their steps and ready for crew arrival on schedule.
I just got to configure a scene here.
Great
real
news there.
fast.
Sounds like the crew is tracking right on time with our planned countdown.
Yeah.
Now, after they take
Yeah.
that elevator, they'll actually take the stairs up the last 10 feet to the 265-foot level, and that's where the crew access arm is located. That's where they will stop and make one final phone call before walking down the crew arm to the White Room. And the White Room is their last stop before climbing into the spacecraft, a process known as crew ingress. During ingress, the SpaceX team will run a series of checks to ensure the suits, seats, and vehicle interactions are all functioning properly. After all the vehicle and crew checkouts are complete, the SpaceX closeout team will close Dragon's side hatch and depart the pad. At T-minus 40 minutes, the crew access arm will retract away, followed by the arming of the launch escape system.
And once the arm is retracted and the escape system is armed, propellant loading on Falcon 9 will begin. At T-minus 5 minutes, Dragon will be configured for terminal count. This is when Dragon's onboard computers take control of the spacecraft. And then finally,
Check on the countdown. How's it going, John?
I'll go
Well, Jesse, the good news is it's going well right now. I'm John Innsbrucker, Falcon 9 Principal Integration Engineer here at SpaceX. We're currently just under T-minus 3 hours, 10 minutes, and everything, as I mentioned, is going well. Just over an hour ago, the crew received their weather briefing. Currently, it's a 60% probability of violation. While the local winds are good, we're looking at scattered showers, thick clouds, possibility of flying through rain, and that's what's got the constraints as high as 60% violation. The good news is for the ascent corridor and around the world, conditions are looking better. It's actually the best weather forecast overall we've had since we started scheduling the launch. The challenge we have is a forecast has to predict good weather in the splashdown locations throughout the 5-day mission. And that's what's caused delays since late August up until this evening. Now, currently at Space Launch Complex 39A, you can see there on the screen, Falcon 9 and Dragon vehicles, they're quiet. The SpaceX ground support team, as we heard a minute ago, they're in the tower and they'll be awaiting the crew whose walkout is coming up. Now, we're currently on schedule to launch at 7 hours, 38 minutes, and 5 seconds universal time. We have the advantage today of nearly a 4-hour launch window. Now, if we're flying crew to the International Space Station, our window would be 1 second long. We have a very short window to the ISS to maximize performance of the Falcon 9 based upon when the space station passes overhead. But Polaris Dawn isn't going to the ISS. We don't need to use a 1 second constraint. Instead, if we do have weather or an issue that might crop up and take some time to clear up, we can delay the launch up until about 11 hours, 15 minutes universal time. But as always with Falcon, once we start propellant loading at T-minus 35 minutes, that will commit us to launching. If we had to hold the countdown at that point, it would be a launch scrub. We would not launch later in the window. But at T-minus 3 hours, 8 minutes and counting, everything is go for launch.
As John mentioned, we are getting close to the T-minus 3 hour mark. We are standing by for crew walkout. This view here is one of...
All right, guys, real quick. So what I did here, I know a guy who knows a guy. This is the media feed, okay? This is the media feed. This is in through X. It won't crash again. Okie dokie. I know a guy who knows a guy who got a jersey from Joe Namath one time, okay? So, yeah. What you're seeing here, media feed. I know people, okay?
See them walk out in their new suits.
Yeah, like I said, this is at 39A, and they will be getting into the Teslas to ride up to the pad. Even though it's just a little bit less than a mile, they could do the walk, but we're not going to make them do that in the Florida humidity. We want to keep them nice and cool.
It's a little bit of a walk, as you say. It's not that far, but it's a 3% grade or a 5% grade going uphill. So that's a little bit to do in your suits, even if they're flexible EVA suits.
They are made for walking, but walking in space.
Yeah,
not on the ground.
Good point. That's an excellent point. I was actually at Cape Canaveral a couple weeks ago for some work, and I actually did that walk, John, that you just mentioned. Now, I did it kind of in the middle of the day, and there was definitely a grade. I didn't know it was 5%, but it was more than I cared for. Now, we are standing by for the walkout of the Polaris Dawn crew. We are expecting our 4 crew members to emerge from those doors there on your screen. These are the same doors that you have seen other crews emerge out of, including the Inspiration 4 crew that was also commanded by Jared Isaacman. So it's gotten a bit of a facelift since then, so it might look a little different, but it's the same Falcon support building and the same suit-up room that we use to allow time and checkouts for the suits to be put on and make sure that everything fits properly before getting in the cars to head up to the pad.
Yeah, Kate, you talked a bit about the mobility of the suits and some of the upgrades we've made for these EVA suits. I'm hoping we get to see some of that mobility just with the walkout here and with the crew just getting ready to get in their Teslas. These suits are really an amazing feat of engineering. The engineering that went into the joints and just the mobility of the hands and the wrists, we're really going to get to see just an excellent view of all of that. It's pretty exciting. I can't wait to see that.
Yeah, just like the IVA suits are an extension of the spacecraft, this is going to be even more so. This is essentially, EVA suits are basically a spacecraft in itself. So I really can't wait to see them in these suits.
We're very excited for you all to see them as well. This will be our first look at the crew today. While they have done many rehearsals and practices, in fact, there they are now. Our Polaris Dawn crew, SpaceX's 5th all-civilian crew to fly on Dragon.
Wow, they just look so cool, don't they?
They really do.
They came out with their visors down, which I thought was really awesome. And now they got their visors up, raising the roof
Some nice dance moves.
4 on countdown. Crew walkout is on schedule.
Yeah, and you can see even just with how they're waving and moving their arms around, really the IVA suits are not capable of doing that type of motion. So you can really see that even though the suits do look similar, as we've said, there's quite a few upgrades that have gone into these suits.
Yeah, I'm personally looking forward to seeing if the astronaut lean back move will look any different than what we've seen with the IVA suits. So yeah, at first glance, they might not look super different from the intravehicular suit or IVA suit that we've seen before. And oh, look at this great view of mission specialist and medical officer Anna Menon there on the far right-hand side of your screen. To the left of her is Sarah Gillis, also a mission specialist. To the left of her, but in a different vehicle, is our pilot, Kid Poteet. And on the very left-hand side of your screen, of course, is Commander Jared Isaacman.
This is like one of my favorite views, getting to almost be inside of the cars with them, but getting to see the crew in their suits. Again,
awesome.
they use these vehicles to help keep cool air flowing through their suits as well, so they can connect their umbilicals into these vehicles as they make their way to the launch pad. But they also get to listen to, hopefully, at least a song on the way to the launch pad. It's only going to be about 5 minutes.
Song. Yeah, pretty short playlist.
But they do get to pick, even though it's a short ride, their one song that they get to listen to is chosen by each of the crew members. So
it looks like the SpaceX suit-up team has assisted the crew into the Teslas. The door's closing now, and the crew will be departing up to pad 39A momentarily. I love this view. They all look so excited.
Great color palette here, too, with the white of the suits and the white of the Teslas. Looks great.
What I'm curious, we haven't seen a shot of license plates, because a lot of time the Teslas have some kind of a slogan or a saying spelled out on the plates.
Unique to the mission, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they've got anything for this one.
Yeah, I guess we'll see, because they are now making moves. You can see the support vehicle leading the way with the 2 Tesla vehicles.
Am I playing?
Bringing the Polaris Dawn crew on their way to the launch pad.
This is Core on countdown. Crew transport to the pad is in progress.
We can see music is clearly going on as we got some
conducting there momentarily. Very excited crew heading to the pad here.
Yeah, just like Jesse mentioned, there is still cool nitrox or nitrogen oxygen air mixture flowing into their suits. That's what we saw the suit up team assisting with, helping to plug them in. So helping make sure that everyone stays comfortable in this short ride up to pad 39A.
I don't know, man.
Smiles there.
They're cruising.
What music would I play?
And you could already see the launch pad right there. You could see how close it was.
Countdown would be up there, but that's the obvious answer.
drive.
That's what everybody's expecting me to say.
Again, just enough for one song.
Yeah. Now, like we said,
How about
the team
the song
has
remains the
performed
same
rehearsals. In
by
fact, a
Zeppelin?
full dress
How
rehearsal.
about that? That good?
Where we simulated everything with the launch countdown up to
You're playing the
T0.
1812
so
Overture.
while the Polaris Dawn crew has put these suits on and has ridden
That's my favorite
up to
Zeppelin
the
song.
pad in the dark, they've never done it on launch day before.
Mongolian
And the
throat
feeling
singing.
of standing next to your spaceship as it, is getting ready to have propellants loaded on board, it just must much be such a different experience. And Jared's feeling it for the second time, so I'm very excited to see his reaction in particular.
I like how he told them, take less stuff. But yeah, I wonder what he's told them about this, because when they walked out of the FSB, when we saw them, and oh, by the way, they were right on time. So schedule's looking good.
Anna was out.
She was very excited. First
Immediately.
one out the door.
I'd be the same.
But yeah, when they came out the FSB, they're on the south side, so they can't see the rocket until they actually start to go up the grade, up the pad. So I wonder what their thoughts are as they finally see it all illuminated, going, this is it, it's not a rehearsal.
So while we don't have a close-up shot back there, we were just barely able to see the license plates. They say for St. Jude, and they have original artwork from St. Jude patients, which is so cool.
I love that. I love that St. Jude has the patients do a lot of art and they utilize the art.
Yeah. Oh, here's a great view.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, yeah, some thumbs up.
Our commander and pilot have stepped out of their vehicle with some waves and thumbs up.
So you can see the machine there, which provides the cool air in the transport vehicle. The next step will be for them to take a look at their rocket and spaceship, and then they will enter the elevators and take that up to the 255-foot level. After that, they'll take a flight of stairs up
Bucket.
the remaining 10 feet
Dragon capsule.
to where the crew access arm is located.
Right now you can see there's a team with them helping assist them with anything that the crew needs. Even though these suits are very mobile, we do want to make sure that the crew is able to...
This is down in Florida. Guys, this is pad 39A.
On each seat as they're going to make their way into the elevator.
They're going in a Dragon. Yep.
Crew tower. And some excited waves and smiles there. The crew is going to, they're walking over to be able to check out their vehicle, as Kate was saying. And
I
a little
love
bit of
this
a
shot.
lean back.
There's a lean back, yep.
Gotta scope it out.
Not quite as much as the IVA suits, but...
It is a bit of a
great.
challenge where they are, because they're on the side of the vehicle with the strong back, and that'll recline a little bit.
Countdown. Crew have arrived at the pad.
Yep. And the core keeping track for us on the countdown net, telling us his major events have happened. Again, we're still right on time. But yeah, when they lean back, kind of got an obstructed view of the Falcon 9 with the Dragon on top, because the strong back kind of is in the way. But that's just the price of coming up on the elevator side.
Oh yeah, they've got a long way to look up. It's over 200 feet to the top of that rocket, so.
Nice moment here to get some photographs
really, Yard.
with the entire crew in front of their Falcon 9 rocket. Now the Falcon 9
Hey, John
that's
Prowse.
flying today is making its 4th trip to space. It previously supported the Crew 8 mission as well as 2 Starlink missions. And the Dragon
Number 30
spacecraft
right there. That's
that they'll
John
be flying
Krause,
in is Dragon Resilience, which first flew with the NASA Crew 1 mission and was followed about a year later with the Inspiration 4 mission.
And as we mentioned, this will be Jared's 2nd time not only flying with SpaceX, but also this capsule itself.
Yeah. And we can see there that the first pair, I believe, was Anna and Sarah, have entered the elevator. Right about now, they're hitting the button labeled space on that elevator panel. Once again, that goes up to the 255-foot level.
Once they get to that 255-foot level, they will walk up some stairs, and that'll take them to a very traditional telephone. Well, they'll get to make a phone call to whomever they wish, and they'll be able to, And there they are. They've arrived at the 255-foot level. They've exited the elevator, and we'll see the stairs here momentarily.
Have to go up,
a lot of people coming out of that elevator.
Yeah.
And we can see these arrows on the ground marking the direction for emergency egress. So you will notice that they'll give a little wave there, some fist bumps. Like we've mentioned, that there's been a lot of training that goes into these missions, and so they have close relationships with the crew members. And speaking of crew members, like we've mentioned before, Jared Isaacman was the commander of the last mission to fly with this Dragon capsule, which was Inspiration 4. The Inspiration 4 crew walked the very same steps that you see the Polaris Dawn crew making now. And they also had an opportunity to make this phone call that we're going to see take place here. So we got a chance to talk with the Inspiration 4 crew. Here's who they decided to talk to for their last phone call before flying to space.
When we got to the top of the launch tower, Jared and I came out of the elevator and went around and up the stairs and had a chance to make that final call with that really old push-button phone. And they still pay the phone bill, so it works. That's great. I chose not to call my wife because we had decided together that we had said our goodbyes after breakfast, and there was no need to kind of repeat that. So what am I going to do to make the most of this moment? Well, I decided to pay it back towards my friend Kyle, who gave me the seat to begin with. And I was so glad that he kept his phone on. So when I called his number and they dialed it for me, and I picked up the phone and said, "Hey, Kyle, how are you doing?" And he just started cracking up. He was really excited that I gave him a call and said, "What are you calling me for?" And so, well, I figured I'd give you a call before I get launched off this rock. And he I really appreciated that moment. It's another way to include those people that support you along the way. So yeah, I called my friend Kyle, and I think it was the right choice. I hope he appreciated it.
All right.
For me, that last phone call before leaving the Earth was something that I knew would be significant. And I'm in a situation where my parents have passed away. I'm divorced. I have no kids. And my first, idea was to talk to somebody who had influenced me, somebody that I looked up to. And so I asked to talk to Michelle Obama. And I was really fortunate that we had connections to be able to make that happen. But that phone call is a personal moment, so nobody else gets to share it. So instead of me having that phone call with Michelle Obama at that moment before leaving the Earth, where it would have been just between me and her, we moved it to the day before, so that my entire crew could have this experience of talking with her, which was the right decision. She was amazing. And then that left me with the opening of like, okay, well, who am I going to talk to? And I talked to my brother Langley, which was really great because I didn't know it at the time, but he has early onset dementia. And so this was very special to have that moment with him.
Well, and all of my kids fell in love with Langley and
Yes.
started calling him Papa Langley and
Yes.
spent a lot of time with him. He was absolutely fantastic with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I chose to call my mom, my brother, and my sister-in-law. And my brother and sister-in-law are actually aerospace engineers. And so they had been such a big part of my journey because after a long day of training, I would be studying and I would call and say, like, what does this mean? And it also really bonded us even more. It was just been such a special journey, all of us together. And then getting to talk to them from the launch pad. I remember my mom just telling me that she was proud of me. And then I just remember hanging up because it's kind of in that moment you shift from the day of launch. There's just so many exciting moments where you're surrounded by people cheering you on. But then after you hang up and you turn towards the rocket, you're just very mission focused. Like, okay, we're doing this now.
What a great way to summarize that. We're doing this now. And here they come down the crew access arm. This is basically their final approach to the Dragon spacecraft. This access arm will lead them into the White Room, which is an environmentally controlled room. Helps keep it environmentally stable for the crew and the spacecraft. All love the heart symbol there.
This is so exciting to see our two SpaceX employees making their way down the crew access arm, getting ready to ingress Dragon.
Yeah, but first, before they do that, they are going to be handed a Sharpie. In fact, it's right there. And they're now going to add their name to quite an esteemed wall of signatures. They're going to sign it next to the X logo, of course, which is...
All right, so check this out. On the crew access arm here, you have all the private astronauts that SpaceX has launched into space over there. And then you have all the NASA astronauts SpaceX has launched into space on the NASA side. So they're going to sign on the X side of things. So over there is the Axiom 1, Axiom 2, Axiom 3 missions, Inspiration 4, and I'm not I think that's all of them. But over there, you on the NASA side of things, you have, Demo 2, Crew 1, Crew 2, Crew 3, Crew 4, Crew 5, Crew 6, Crew 7, and Crew 8. That's a lot. It's a lot of names. And then there will be 4 more signatures up there by the end of the month for Crew 9, or 2 more for Crew 9. That's a lot of people, man. That's not, dude. DM2 was 4 years ago. That's a lot of missions for just 4 years ago. Do the Starliner pilots get this sign retroactively? They didn't launch from here, so probably not. Will Crew 9 be on this arm? I'm not 100% sure on that one, Rev.
A FOD, foreign object debris. Make sure there's not anything that you're tracking in. You don't want to bring it into the capsule. And the tablets are an example of that. When I came up in the business, everything in the clean room was still paper. And you'd watch somebody actually using a pencil and eraser.
That's right. Crew 9 and Slick 40.
Trying to erase something, and then all of the little rubber.
So Crew 9 will be from Slick 40. Pad needs to be prepped for Clipper. Yeah. There they go. There's ingress. Kid and Rook coming up the arm now. Hey, JWA, what's going on? Dude, this is nuts, man. Can you believe this is happening? This is crazy. Has a mosquito ever entered the capsule? No. They're in a positive pressure environment, so the entire crew access arm is pressurized. Not a lot. It's a clean room. It's what's called a clean room, so you don't so no bugs get in. If you look, the capsule's the same way. See that tube on the far left? It's going into the capsule. Yeah, that's getting positive pressure because the short answer is that the HVAC isn't on for the capsule just yet. So they're pumping it in. Yeah, the video quality here is the best you're gonna get because we have a direct feed. This isn't going through X streaming. Yeah, this is you're not gonna get better. Crisp. It's not. You guys want to see what the X looks like? That's the difference. Give it a second, it'll reload the feed. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Resilience has the windows on. Oh, no way. No. Nervous. Is the window blanked? Is that window blanked out or not? It's a regular window. Like, can you look outside of it? Because NASA doesn't like those windows. They don't want those windows on their craft for whatever reason.
So we can see now Scott, or he actually goes by his call sign Kid Poteet, now making his way momentarily, getting a final check for
I know you can look through windows,
fitment,
dang it.
and the finer adjustments of the spacesuit before ingressing into the capsule.
This is the normal window config.
Jared waiting so patiently.
Cool.
Yeah, and the crew is there
like
again to help
crew
them.
vehicles.
They're also helping check for FOD, but you'll also see them
Why doesn't NASA like the windows?
as they ingress
I'm not
to
100%
protect their
sure,
helmets
They just didn't like them
from
so.
hitting the hatch.
It's a real fake
hatchway
window.
as they enter, making sure they don't damage the suits, making sure they don't hurt themselves while they're entering. And that's what that crew is there for, is to help them with every and anything in preparation to get into their seats and get ready for liftoff.
Re-entry heat tunnel in that area, it gets too hot.
The suit up, excuse me, the closeout
Yeah,
team there.
that's it. It gets
Kid,
between the nacelles.
Make sure he doesn't bump his helmet
I remember
as he
now.
enters. If you're wondering what that green flashing light is, that's actually a hazardous operation indicator used at all of our facilities around Cape Canaveral and Kennedy Space Center. Green means go, as you can see. We will, of course, right about, whenever we have a pad clear period,
green.
that status indicator will change to yellow and red, of course.
Yeah, Jesse talked about the clean room, the white room, and the seals around the spacecraft. You get a little bit of a look as Jared gets ready to ingress. But the seals are in place. Later on, we ought to see, they'll retract the seals, and then you can see daylight, or in this case, night, around the spacecraft as we get ready later on to retract the arm. And there goes Jared into Dragon.
The last Polaris Dawn crew member to
They are not
ingress
going to the space
Dragon
station. They're
spacecraft.
going 3 times the height of the space station.
I can't wait to see an up-close photo of what Jared decided to do with signature number 2. We can see all 4 crew members now in their seats, Sarah and Anna. So just a quick rundown on the far left side of your screen. In seat number 4 is Anna Menon.
So they're hooking up
and
HVAC.
To the right, we have
See right
Kid
there
Poteet, our
on the
pilot,
thigh,
followed
on the
by
right thigh.
Jared Isaacman, our commander. And then on the far right side.
So what they're doing is they're hooking up the HVAC systems to the suit. The HVAC systems for the capsule. So in this particular case, it's the Environmental Control and Life Support Systems, ECLIS for short. Give me 1 second. Let me just adjust this. Yeah, we don't want to go too far there. There we go. Cool. I can point at stuff. Good. I needed to change the scene real quick. All right, so it is. Yeah, so they plugged in the HVAC systems, and now they got guys. I'm pretty sure the Dragon is using a 5-point harness, like from a dragster. In fact, I'm pretty dang sure those are 5 points. We're still on the X feed? No. This is a. This is not that. This is a direct feed. This is the media feed. So, yeah, you don't need to worry. The video will not buffer, which kind of sucks because I can't hear this feed. I have no playback. So I have to play the regular feed and hope that the audio is kind of synced, which sucks. But you guys get a nice clean picture. So, and you guys should be able to hear the feed just fine if I cut it back in there. They're, of course, not talking right now.
Now, while the crew gets situated in Dragon, let's just take a moment to get familiar with the spacecraft that they will call home for the next 5 days. Designed to be the safest spacecraft ever flown, the fully autonomous Dragon stands nearly 27 feet tall and 13 feet in diameter. Dragon is capable of carrying up to 7 passengers, but for today's mission, it's carrying the 4 members of the Polaris Dawn crew.
I had a nap, Ollie. I'm good.
The crew will spend the majority of their time in the pressurized section, which is the top portion of the spacecraft.
Yeah,
this area allows for the transport of people and environmentally sensitive cargo. Dragon's trunk, which sits just below the pressurized section, not only carries unpressurized cargo, but also supports the spacecraft during ascent, and it remains attached to Dragon until shortly before re-entry into Earth's atmosphere. And as you can see there, half of the trunk on the left is covered in solar panels, and that provides power to Dragon during flight.
No Hans device.
The spacecraft is equipped with 16 Draco
device,
thrusters, which are used to orient the spacecraft during the mission. Each Draco thruster is capable of generating 90 pounds of force in the vacuum of space. These engines are as important to Dragon as the Merlin engines are to Falcon 9. In addition to the 16 Draco thrusters, there are 8 Super Dracos that power the spacecraft's launch escape system. In the unlikely event of an emergency, the Super Draco engines can power Dragon half a mile from the launch vehicle in less than 8 seconds.
That's some nice pulse width modulation.
And just like
right
Falcon
there.
9 first stage, Dragon is also reusable. In fact, Polaris Dawn crew is flying today in the same spacecraft that supported NASA's Crew 1 mission and Inspiration 4.
Real quick. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt Atticus. So if you're seeing any official SpaceX stream on YouTube, it ain't legit. Except if you're watching this stream on YouTube. We have the media feed. This is bling, bling, bling. This is legit. That's the EVA hatch that they're gonna use. Yeah. Anything that's supposed to be official, like that's not me. I'm just a bum that got lucky and got the media feed. And NSF. Yeah, it's me or NSF and then anybody, I think Launchpad and a couple other people. But if there's any official stuff on YouTube, it's not SpaceX. They also taped a Starlink or bolted a Starlink antenna into the capsule because reasons. Yeah. Pretty awesome.
By SpaceX's Falcon 9, the first orbital class rocket capable of reflight. Reusability allows us to refly the most expensive parts of the rocket, and that drives down the cost of spaceflight. To date, Falcon 9 has performed 369 orbital launches, 326 landings, and 300 reflights. Standing about 65.5 meters, or about 215 feet tall, Falcon 9 is a 2-stage rocket that provides 1.7 million pounds of thrust on its first stage, thanks to its 9 Merlin M1D engines. Today's mission will be the 4th launch and landing for this booster. It previously supported NASA's Crew 8 mission to the International Space Station in March earlier this year. It's also supported two SpaceX Starlink missions. After stage separation, when the first stage has done the bulk of its job for the day, it will initiate 2 burns as it makes its way back down towards Earth. First burn is the entry burn to help slow Falcon 9 down as it prepares to re-enter Earth's atmosphere. And finally, on the first stage, we have the landing burn, which will further decelerate the rocket just enough to perform a precision landing on our drone ship. Just read the instructions. And that drone ship is currently stationed in the Atlantic Ocean. The Falcon 9 first stage is equipped with 4 landing legs made of state-of-the-art carbon fiber with an aluminum honeycomb. Placed symmetrically around the base of the rocket, they're stowed during ascent, and they will deploy just before landing. Moving up the rocket, Falcon 9's second stage.
Scene on me.
This engine ignites just a few seconds after stage separation and can be restarted multiple times to place multiple payloads into different orbits. The second stage is powered by one single Merlin vacuum, or MVAC engine.
It had something to do with the recovery
equipment. This engine is capable of more than
yard.
220,000 pounds of thrust. The MVAC features a significantly larger expansion nozzle to maximize the engine's efficiency in the vacuum of space.
You did it.
At
Isn't
full
that cool?
power, the Merlin vacuum engine operates with the greatest efficiency ever for an American hydrocarbon rocket engine. And let's not forget the unsung inner stage, a composite structure that connects the first and second stages. It also houses the pneumatic pushers that allow the first and second stage to separate during flight. That's also where you'll find Falcon 9's 4 hypersonic grid fins, which are at the base of the inner stage, and these help orient the rocket during re-entry. Here in Hawthorne, you can actually have lunch in the cafe while watching the inner stages be made just
like
across
it.
the aisle. All right, well, we continue to count down here. How are things going, John?
Well, Atticus, things continue to go well. We're mostly watching the weather. We're just over T-minus 2 hours, 36 minutes. We saw the crew ingress into Dragon less than 15 minutes ago. They're currently in their seats. They're going through the process of settling in. They're getting the tablets stowed, their umbilicals hooked up. They're going over the final preparations with the SpaceX closeout team that's both inside and outside of the Dragon spacecraft. Now, with the umbilicals connected and everyone complete with their initial setups, the SpaceX core, we ought to initiate a communication check with the crew. That'll happen somewhere in the next several minutes. We should hear that over the countdown net. Now, once those comm checks are complete and everybody has checked through Dragon, made sure everything underneath the seats of the crew is clear out of the way, and then the ground team backs away, the crew seats will rotate into a launch position, and then the SpaceX ground team will begin the work to close the hatch. That'll include suit leak checks, closing the hatch, doing hatch leak check, working our way through until what eventually becomes about T-minus 1 hour when everything's buttoned up and the ground support team heads out of the pad area and we count down to launch. Speaking of launch, right now the launch vehicle, the Falcon 9, is in a fairly quiet state. You can see on your screen Falcon 9 Dragon, crew axis arm in position as we're counting down. Not a lot has been happening with Falcon 9 lately. The SpaceX countdown engineers, they'll be conducting some checks as we hit the 2-hour mark. They'll be going over mostly data that's been collected during checkouts over the past 6 hours as we started the master countdown sequence for the launch vehicle. Now, shortly before the T-minus 1 hour point in the countdown, we're going to evaluate conditions again, determine if we are go to continue towards launch. Now, that launch time is currently scheduled for 7 hours, 38 minutes, 5 seconds universal time, or the very early time of 3:38 a.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. So right now, it is early morning for the SpaceX ground support team, the launch team, as well as the 4 crew members on board the Dragon spacecraft. Now, also at T-minus 1 hour point, we load a small amount of the RP-1 fuel, the kerosene fuel that we use in the Merlin engines. That's a process known as engine bleed-in. The fuel is used to cool the thrust chambers before we burn it in the engine. We want to make sure that those engine walls that have fuel in them prior to engine ignition, which occurs at about T-minus 2 seconds right before liftoff. Propellant loading will begin at T-minus 35 minutes, and then we'll count down to 0, a standard Falcon 9 countdown. But before we get into propellant loading, we'll have a couple extra events. One's going to be the removal of the crew access arm. You can see they're stretched out from the fixed service structure. Nice shots from, I believe, drone or helicopter. And you can see the arm extended out, and right now the support team's at the end of it in the white room. We'll retract the arm. As soon as the arm's out of the way, it takes a couple of minutes, then the crew will arm the launch escape system on board the Dragon spacecraft. That enables the Super Draco thrusters, should we need them, both during the last half hour of the countdown.
Dragon SpaceX for umbilical comm checks.
Go, SpaceX.
Dragon, looking for a comm check from Commander, Pilot, MS-1, and MS-2.
Copy that, SpaceX. Commander, comm check.
Pilot, comm check.
MS-1, comm check. MS-2, comm check.
Dude.
Core has you loud and clear. Umbilical comm checks are complete. Please report when you are ready for seat rotation.
SpaceX Dragon, we're ready for seat rotation.
SpaceX copies. I will report when we are initiating.
As you just saw and heard, the Polaris Dawn crew members inside Dragon, they've completed their umbilical comm checks. There you see a view looking through the hatch into Dragon. You can see some of the crew inside their white suits, and then the black-garbed SpaceX ground support team getting out of the way right now as we get ready for seat rotations. Now, we heard the comm checks. That's umbilical. The spacecraft is hooked up through electrical lines, and that's how they're getting communications up to the crew and back down to the core, the mission director, the launch director. And that comes through umbilicals in their suits. So they've got those hooked up, they've checked out, and so that's the landlines. That's one of the ways that the SpaceX mission and launch teams and crew can talk to each other. Now, once in space, we obviously don't have a long electrical umbilical or any physical connection to Dragon. So instead, to talk to the crew, we use ground stations and NASA's relay satellites. We'll be checking those out a little bit later in the countdown, and we'll bring that to you when that happens.
Heads up.
Right now, the crew waving.
Dragon SpaceX, we are beginning seat rotation.
And here comes seat rotation.
Let's go.
So the ground team out of the way. You can see the seats rotating into the launch position. This allows them to take the roughly 3.5 to 4 G's acceleration lying back. That makes it a little easier for the heart to pump blood up to the brain without having to fight the acceleration vector as we head up into space. First stage ride, pretty simple, 3.5 G's. Second stage, about the same, a little bit more, but something that's easily tolerated. And of course, the crew has been trained on it.
Dragon, seats are in the launch position.
There you go.
SpaceX, we show safe.
Their seats have been rotated upright, and they are rotated from the upright position. They're now in that reclined launch position. That'll also let them more easily see the displays, which are right in front of them, be able to access the displays panels, and of course, as we just talked about, tolerate the acceleration as we head to orbit. Now, they're about to begin. Next step is initiating suit leak checks. Make sure the spacesuits are in proper working conditions before liftoff. We want to do that. Then we get into side hatch closure. We've got to make sure the seats are good first, because once we do the hatch closure, then we do a leak check of the entire spacecraft through that hatch. With that successful, as I mentioned, we've got some simple launch escape system checks, mostly just cycling through some conditions. The closeout team will then depart from the pad between T-minus 1.5 hours and 1 hour. And as I mentioned before, once we get through that launch propellant load and go for launch pull, we will then retract the crew arm. We'll tell the crew to close and lock their visors. They'll arm the launch escape system, and then we'll move into propellant load at T-minus 35 minutes. The good news right now, T-minus 2 hours, 28 minutes, 35 seconds counting. The view there on the screen from the helicopter showing Falcon 9 and Dragon with the access arm in position. All systems continue to be go. The only thing we're looking at right now is weather. As we get farther into the count, that'll give us a little bit better idea. Currently, the ground winds are looking good. Upper altitude winds are looking good. The big thing we're looking at is just whether
Dragon,
or not...
you are go for 4.100, Section 2, suit leak check preparation.
Copy that, SpaceX, tapping into Section 2, 4.100.
Okay.
We're getting really good comms talking to the crew. It's nice to hear, you know, the crew and the ground talking up to them. But as I mentioned, things are going good right now. Weather's the one thing we're looking at. We get a little farther in the count, we'll see whether or not we have thick clouds, whether or not we have an issue with rain showers.
It's the same.
Keep fingers crossed. Around the world is ready to support the flight, but we've just got to get the weather. And like I always say, we all like to talk about the weather. We can't do a thing about it.
Yeah, you bring up a good point, John, and that has been such a tricky element of this mission so far is the weather. And it's not just the weather at Florida that we're looking at, it's also weather for where Dragon will splash down in 5 days' time. We have to be sure that we can bring Polaris Dawn back safely within the weather bounds. And so this time of year is a little challenging in that part of the world, and we're really hoping that we can stick it out in terms of the
SpaceX Dragon, Terra complete. We're ready for leak checks.
All right, sounds like we're going to be stepping into the suit leak checks here momentarily.
Copy. You are go for section 3, suit leak check.
Copy that, SpaceX. Go for section 3.
Here we go.
So these leak checks, you can see that the crew have brought their visors down into the closed position. At this point in time, we're going to inflate the suits to a certain pressure, hold at that pressure for a couple of minutes, and measure the amount of decay or pressure loss over that period of time. Based on our simulations and our rehearsals, the folks on console know the acceptable amount of pressure for these suits. So they're going to basically take this reading and make sure that everything looks good for all 4 crew members. If we see some sort of pressure decay, it might mean that the helmet isn't fully closed or the zippers are not fully zipped shut. So we do this leak check before closing the hatch, just in case if one of those things occur.
And you can see that the suits are starting to inflate. We saw them very mobile without the inflated suits. You'll see them kind of get a little bit more rigidity in those new EVA suits with
the EVA suits,
the pressure inside of them. But still looks like they can move their arms and hands pretty easily so far.
Yeah. So we can see the closeout crew standing by as we execute this suit leak check. Like I mentioned, if the suit leak check doesn't check out for one of the crew members, then one of the closeout team members will go in to assist, make sure that there's no FOD in the visor closure or make sure all the zippers are in the right place.
Kate, it also looks like you see a bright light on the left-hand side of the screen. In anticipation of a successful leak check, I think they're starting to do the close-up inspections of the seal around the hatch. In the past, that sometimes you get even something as small as a human hair trapped in there, and you can detect that. So they're starting to get a quick look just to make sure that the cleaning steps where they may want to pay special attention.
Yeah, that's a great point. The hatch that they are now inspecting is the side hatch. This hatch is only going to be used right now and when the crew returns in about 5 days. The hatch that will be utilized for the spacewalk or the extravehicular activity will be the forward hatch, which is the circular hatch located at the top of Dragon. That is the same hatch that is used in order to dock with the International Space Station. So we're very excited for that spacewalk. It's the first time that any commercial entity has done one, and we're really excited to open that hatch.
And Dragon, we see 4 healthy suits.
You might recognize that voice and that face. That is our fellow webcast host, Shiva, doing his real job as a space operations engineer. He is our crew operations and resource engineer on console tonight.
Some good news there. We got some good suit leak checks, which is very exciting. Next up, they will also do some comms checks to make sure that the umbilicals in their suits are working properly and that they can get communications through all the loops that they're using between the crew and all the supporting teams.
We can see the 2 pilots are now starting to use the screen in the Dragon. I think this is actually one of the coolest things about Dragon is the entire interface that pilots the vehicle, if needed, is actually a touchscreen. And this is, quite a big development since some of the older eras of spaceflight, right, where we would see lots of physical knobs and switches and all kinds of different interfaces. But Dragon has really innovated kind of across the board, and that includes things like our user interface here.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point, Atticus. the design teams when designing not just the suits, but the spacecraft itself.
Dragon SpaceX closeout team has performed their final closeout steps. Please proceed to section 4 for side hatch close and report when you are ready for side hatch closure.
Copy that, SpaceX, stepping into section 4.
Yeah, the design team, wanted to build a vehicle that was robust and safe. And so not only did they want to make it function like a spaceflight vehicle of the future, but also look like one as well. And one glance inside the capsule, and even to this day.
SpaceX Dragon in section 4, 4.100, we're ready for side hatch closure.
Core copies, ready for side hatch closure.
Even to this day, almost 10 years here, I still get so excited and giddy stepping into a Dragon capsule. It's just so otherworldly in itself.
Well, you think about it. If you've been to the Smithsonian or some of the other museums where the Apollo command modules are from the flights in the late 60s, early 70s, there's about 450 switches in there. So 3 people had to know where everything was.
Maybe, Contra.
But it also meant that if you were on the left side and your switches were yours, it wasn't like the person in the middle or the right could do the same function. Whereas with the touch panel displays, worst case, your screen goes bad.
I have 2 of the switches.
Just use the person's next to you, or have, in this case, Jared can take Kid or Kid can take Jared's functions over, and vice versa. So you can just shift capabilities back and forth across the screen. So it's something that we didn't have decades ago, even in the shuttle, where they went to glass
There's 3
cockpits,
MFDs on there.
partway through the life, but a lot of mechanical switches.
Yeah, John, that's a great point, that if you have the mechanical switches, it's a lot harder to, make any updates or be even more flexible. It's almost like those switches are just what they are, whereas the display screens, you can kind of make whatever updates you need to, pending the hardware of the displays, but a lot more flexibility.
So we saw some waves happening with the Polaris crew. It looks like the closeout team is preparing. Yep, they're removing the protective paneling that they put around the side hatch to protect the hatch itself during ingress. And it looks like they're removing that now in anticipation of side hatch closure. Now, once we close the side hatch, we will do something very similar as we just saw with the suit leak checks.
So that thing right there is a FOD cover and a dent cover. You don't want to close the seal. The seal on the hatch is very important to get. It's very important to get a perfect seal on that. They were saying a human hair could screw it up. It is a vacuum sealed hatch. Basically what they got to do is they got to go in there and they're going to take isopropyl alcohol, right? And that's one of the shields for the hatch right there. That's covering the flange for it. They're going to take out rubbing alcohol, clean that whole thing up. Then they're going to close the door, torque the door down, and then they're going to take basically a mighty vac and they're going to pull it down to vacuum to ensure that they got a good seal. Right now they're going to do FOD inspection. And actually what the dude is doing right there is documenting all the different pieces. Guys, you don't get to see this very often, but what happens here, like, see, there's the seal right there. See that metal strip? This happens all the time in spaceflight. You document everything. You don't breathe on this thing without getting it on camera or taking a picture, right? This happens with every bit of aerospace hardware. It basically has a change log, like software almost, right? Everything gets documented. That guy's taking pictures of the seal all the way around. So if for whatever reason they have a leak check and the leak doesn't go, he's taking pictures of the seal and they can find what's causing the problem. It's great for fault tree analysis. If you're ever wondering how NASA, and SpaceX can just seemingly figure out what's wrong with stuff, even after it's blown up, for instance, right? It's because of stuff like that. Everything gets documented. Every single thing without question.
Dragon has you loud and clear, MD. How many?
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground. Comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear, MD. How many?
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD. Dragon, LD on countdown 1, comm check.
Yep. Yeah, reactor.
Dragon has you loud and
Gotta
clear.
tag
LD,
everything. Tag everything, document
LD,
everything.
loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon ground. Dragon, LD on Dragon ground, comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear, LD. How many?
LD, loud and clear. Dragon SpaceX, launch configuration comm checks are complete.
Copy that, SpaceX.
Good comm checks, right on time.
Great news. Love to hear that. Means everything is working as expected, which is very important. They're going to need to ensure that the crew can speak with the ground and the ground can speak with the crew throughout the entire duration of the mission.
We can see the closeout team there in the white room, following along and checking off.
Thanks, Heli Pilot. Thanks for the content and spending time explaining all the elements. Yep, no problem, dude.
Them.
Oh, for what it's worth, the X stream just took a dump again, and I have no audio because I can't get the audio feed from this direct source. You guys can hear it, not me. So I've been watching the audio like a hawk to try and get a word in when I noticed that the sound goes to nothing. The X feed took a dump, so. But hey, you got this is good, right? Right? This is pretty good. I'm trying to balance it, man, I swear, but you guys still got the feed. That's good, right? Like, I'm trying to balance it. I can't hear it. I can't hear the audio. The only audio I can hear is from the X stream, and it's crashed. Oh, no. All right. Okay, what's going on here is... they're still documented, they're still taking pictures of things. So in case anybody's wondering, all right, why are they all dressed like ninjas? Well, inside of the white room, right here, so the crew access arm with black curtains, it does have black curtains. It's a white room with black curtains, so shut up. That band's awesome, right? What they're going through right here is that's called a pad closeout crew. So they're basically there to get the crew strapped in, amongst other things, check the hatch, make sure the hatch is working, document everything like what I was saying. And basically the pad closeout crew are the last people that are going to see the crew before they, get sent up into space, right? The reason why they're all dressed like ninjas is because it is a clean room environment. The crew access room is sealed up against the capsule right now. You can see there's a kind of a rubber seal over in the top left corner. Guy's inspecting the door side of the hatch. He's inspecting they're inspecting the hatch, and they're all dressed like ninjas because they don't want to get contamination anywhere. Hairs can cause the hatch to not seal, and you're trying to minimize as much contamination into that capsule as possible. This is like a surgery clean room in there. The reason why is because, debris you don't want dust and stuff getting in the filters in the capsule when it's up on orbit. That's bad for it. Dust on a spacecraft is your enemy. Like, you try to mitigate it as much as possible. This whole area is pressurized. It's not that big of a pressure difference. If you open the door into the clean room, it's probably like a little bit of a draft. That's all. Like the draft that you'd kind of find in a hospital for the same exact reason, right? Yeah, I know what some of you noticed. Some of you noticed I have numbers on them. 8, 30, whatever, 20. John Krause was 30, right? What is that? Those are numbers because you can't tell who the hell is who. They're all dressed like ninjas. How are you supposed to know who's who? They put numbers on their jerseys, the same reason athletes do that, so you can see who's who. So, what do they do with their skin flakes? The filters on the capsule get at most of them, Joe. But they're all dressed like ninjas, so they minimize contamination into the capsule.
Framework, as you mentioned.
I'm keying them back in.
You definitely want to make
second.
sure that you have margin in the schedule.
Still can't hear any. I can't hear
Make sure
any of this,
that
so
everything can stay on
hopefully
track.
Jesse and Kate are
And
saying
that's what the
something
margin
cool.
is for, is because, as John was saying, everything needs to happen at a very specific time, and that's to make sure everything is standardized and very repeatable. And with that repeatability, we can.
Why no names? Because they're not a baseball team, dude. They have patches actually on the front with their names. If you really want to know. Yeah, see, this guy is inspecting the pictures, right? Now, they're not just taking this to post this stuff on Insta. They'd probably go to jail if they did that, or at least SpaceX would be very angry. No, all these phones are connected into SpaceX's database, and they're uploading them to SpaceX servers. Wonder in the media feed through VLC. Yeah, Mutter. I was trying to think of a solution in the background. That's probably the best one, don't you think? What's this mission for? This is a commercial mission to push the boundaries of human spaceflight. This is going to be the furthest thing. These 4 souls on board, so Jared, Scott, Anna, and Sarah are going to be the furthest humans have traveled since the Apollo program, guys. They're going to a higher Earth orbit. It's 1,400 kilometer apogee, which is bananas to me. That's absolutely nuts. Yeah. All right. I'm getting VLC installed here, and then we could pump it through a media source through there so I can hear the damn thing. I'm gonna key them in while I'm working on this. Give me 1 second, okay?
Looks like they're checking the inside of the hatch. As it comes down, you'll notice on the Dragon hatch, there is actually an opening, and that's where they do some of the measurements. Then there'll be a plate that actually goes over that later on before the ground team leaves the pad. But right now, like you, we're just waiting for the next step, which is the hatch coming down and getting sealed and beginning the leak check process.
Yeah, once that hatch is successfully shut, the crew will receive what's known as a post-ingress crew brief. It's basically an opportunity to sync up with the crew inside the capsule to let them inform them of any issues if we're working any, or changes to the anticipated T0, any weather concerns, anything like that. So it's just an opportunity to kind of sync up with the crew after the hatch is successfully closed.
Now, you also mentioned there's a view of the crew inside Dragon as we're waiting for the hatch to come down. But as you mentioned, we also take timelines as we do these time after time. We look at when things happen, when did they nominally occur, you get an idea of what the time is. That also allows us to know how much we've got in green light time, amount of time that we can take to work an issue before we finally get to a point in the countdown where you are now going to run out of time before you can finish everything on that big master sequence in the countdown list.
I'm perfectly synced.
So as it stands right now, the good news is hatch closed. We've still got about another 40 minutes or so before we'd actually hit the time where if we haven't got everything closed and checked out, then we'd be in trouble with maybe making the on-time launch. As I mentioned, we do have 2 more launch windows or launch opportunities between the 7:38 a.m. Universal Time and the 11:15 Universal
Team
Time.
has completed their final steps in preparation for side hatch closure.
Here we
Stand
go.
by for hatch closure and the transition to pad hatch close. And please ensure all of your items are secure from now through launch.
And
That
make
reminds
sure
me
your
of
tray and
the
seat back
warning
is in
that
the
you
upright
get
and
before
locked
boarding a
position.
roller
Copy that,
coaster.
SpaceX, we're tracking.
It's also kind of like your comment where you're inside and now it's hurry up and wait.
Yeah.
It's like when you get on an airplane and they give you all the announcements. They show you how to fasten your seatbelt. But you look out
Where
your
am I
window,
watching the stream?
and the
It's not
cargo door
working
is
on
still
X.
open. So, you know, we're not about to pull away yet. There's still work to go.
I have
Hopefully
a
everyone's
feed
baggage has already been
because I
brought
know.
onto the vehicle.
You can watch it here with
has been
me.
loaded.
I'll shut up for a little while if you want, Redstone.
Keep your hands and feet inside of the vehicle.
And of course, unlike all the movies like Space Camp and other things that you may have seen growing up, there's no chance for people to stow away in here. You know, they counted and they said, okay, I see 8 feet. That's 4 crew members.
Did John just make a Space Camp reference?
Looks like that side hatch has come down now. We're just doing some final checkouts of the seal around the outside.
Oh, that guy's my hero.
And as we mentioned earlier, they will also do a leak check, and that's to confirm that the hatch is in fact sealed to
Thanks,
the
Rick.
specification that we need it to be. So the crew does still have a little bit more work to do as they are working those final procedures to finalize hatch
Some
closure.
people
So
hate me,
the hatch
Banner.
is
It is what it
physically
is.
looks like it's closed, but we will not confirm that as closed until they have completed that leak check.
All right. So the first thing they're going to
And
do here is torque
You can
down the
also
capsule.
see the crew on your right-hand
They're
screen.
going to torque it down with a torque wrench,
Although
and
they
then they're
are
going to evac
patiently
it
waiting
with a vacuum pump.
for T0. This is their time where they get to maybe relax a little bit. They've had a lot of events and a lot of activity throughout this morning for them, and now they get to, you know, monitor how the vehicle is doing.
Went good, CO.
And read through
Yeah,
any
working
procedures
on the
that
car
they want
went-
to on their
went fine.
tablets and prepare for that T0 in just about a couple hours from now.
If they're checking for leaks, they should call it a drip check.
Great shot of the pad there. You can see Falcon 9 standing tall at
Right.
Launch Complex 39A.
Yeah, buddy.
Just about T-minus 2 hours away from liftoff. Of course, we do
They
have
do
our
not EVA
4
from the
members of
side
Polaris
hatch,
Dawn
no.
in the Dragon at the top of the vehicle right now.
Do they
So
pressurize
far
the capsule
today,
before
everything
launch
has
to
gone
check for
according to
pressure
plan.
leaks?
We
Yes.
are on time with all of our procedures.
The torque wrench is just for monitoring the closing force. Okay? Thanks, Nervous. Good to see you, buddy.
And there we have it. The crew has taken their last breath of fresh air until they splash down in 5 days. The side hatch is now closed, one of the last major milestones for the crew before liftoff.
As we mentioned before, this is actually Jared's second time flying on Dragon, but for Scott, Sarah, and Anna, this is the first time that they're experiencing what it's like when that hatch closes right before liftoff. And
So, what was that question? Somebody asked a good question. Do they test the emergency abort system? That's section 6 in the checklist. Ayo, big dog. Hey, yo, big dog. Section 6. So when they go through the communications here, or they have a checklist, right? And it's in sections. Section 1 is getting in the vehicle. Section 2 is strapping in. 3, 4 is hatch close. 5 is I forget. 6 is testing the LES. They're going to prime the launch escape system and make sure that the launch escape system is good before they go for fueling. Yeah. Oh. Hey, yo, big dog. You got gifted a sub, man. Enjoy.
on its last mission, Dragon
Enjoy sweet rocket
Resilience.
emotes.
Now that side hatch of Dragon Resilience is closed, and I'm sure they're all very excited to, as we said before, hurry up and wait. They've got 2 more hours before they get to liftoff, and we can't really ask them what they're feeling right now, but we were able to ask Jared's Inspiration 4 crew, what they had to say about their experiences flying in this same capsule.
I remember when they closed the hatch because the engineer, Maddie, she's actually now one of my best friends.
Thank you.
But one of the last things she said was, bye, have fun in space. And I found out 2 years later that the reason that she said have fun in space was because my little brother had asked her to say that. He wanted to pass on that message to us. And so I loved it in the moment. And then years later when I found out, I was just so excited.
It was just such a special moment because we'd worked so hard and we really took our time. And I just remember just feeling how lucky and grateful I was for this moment, but also being able to be with people who I admire and love, and to go on this journey. For me, being the mission pilot, I was like, you know, in my head, I'm like, don't F this up. You know, like, this is, you got, but you could tell I was super excited too, but I was also.
No.
So like
Kennedy Space Center, this is a historical place. This is where space shuttles have launched from. This is where people have left to go to the moon. There are multiple launch pads down the coast that are launching our future in space, which is very humbling to think about when we are now that first commercial orbital crew that's going to be breaking down new barriers to let more people go to space. And so that sense of awe and responsibility kind of swept over me for a little while. And you know that's important. But at the same time, it's exciting and it's fun. We've trained so long and so hard with some really great people, and now we're here in that moment ready to go.
Remember YouTube? Oh, I remember.
Now we're coming up to 2 hours until liftoff. The teams are performing the final checkouts of Dragon and Falcon. Now, while we wait for those final checkouts to complete, let's take a moment to get to know our crew flying today, starting with Mission Commander Jared Rook Isaacman.
I do. Hey, Seb, yes. Mm-hmm. It's because of my
I think like
connections
a lot
to
of
NSF.
kids dreamed of becoming an astronaut since
They like me enough.
kindergarten. I still remember checking out just big color picture books of the early days of the space shuttle. I remember talking to my kindergarten teacher, you know, telling her that someday I was going to go to space. And I still remember she said to me that she'll be watching in her rocking chair. And then I think you just build on it with like just awesome movies like, you know, The Right Stuff and Top Gun, the original, and Space Camp, the movie, for sure. All you had to do is go to Space Camp and a robot would accidentally send you into space. You know, if you are thinking about or dreaming about being an astronaut someday, it is totally possible. You do not have to be one of the lucky few struck by lightning. Organizations like Spacex and others in commercial space are making it possible where hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of people are going to go to space someday. And you don't have to be a test pilot. You know, you could be a doctor, you know, a nurse, someone in the healthcare field, someone building the software that runs on the spaceship. And it's just so many possibilities for a future that's going to have, you know, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of people in space in the not too distant future. It's just so awesome to think about. You know, with Inspiration 4, I always said it's hard to look at any one piece of the mission and have some extra excitement or enthusiasm because it all matters. It has to go right every phase of it. Everything we do for months or years leading up to the mission itself and coming home, it all matters. And I'd say that that's no different with this one. If anything, it's even more so because there's so much we're trying to accomplish. But I'm very eager and excited to see that moment when we arrive on orbit and kind of the reaction on the face of my other crewmates who will be going to space for the first time. It's like a really special moment where a lot of emotion comes together when you've arrived on orbit. And they've worked really hard and very deserving for this opportunity, and I'm eager to see it, you know, kind of firsthand. My name is Jared Isaacman, and I'm the commander of Polaris Dawn.
What a badass. That guy, he's a good man.
Next up is mission
Good
pilot
dude.
Scott Kidd Poteet, who previously served as mission director for the Inspiration 4 mission.
So my love for aviation and space, it started in the 80s. That's when I grew up. The movies The Right Stuff and the original Top Gun had come out. I was certainly inspired by those movies. But honestly, I struggled as a kid. I was a C and D student. The only reason why I got into college was I was recruited to run. I even struggled in college. I ended up with a degree in outdoor education. But I had an opportunity to go in the back of a KC-135 to watch some refueling F-16s in the air. I was totally inspired, puked the entire time, but I wanted to be a fighter pilot. I served in the Air Force for 20 years flying F-16s. When I retired in 2016, I thought that was the end. Space was never something that I thought I could achieve. Based on my academic background, traditionally in the 80s with the shuttle program, it was astrophysicists, engineers, test pilots, those with advanced degrees. There are moments where you were like, oh my gosh, this is real, this is happening. And it brings me back to my Air Force and fighter pilot experience in combat. Compartmentalizing what's going on, being very acute to every little detail. Throughout this entire training process, we have these aha moments. And when I have these aha moments, I think about what it's going to be like when it is liftoff. And I think I will be in that very intense moment of being aware of all the details around me, all the senses, watching all the parameters of the rocket, staying very focused on the mission. I'm not nervous. I'm intensely excited for this moment. I'm a fighter pilot, so I enjoy the thrills of thrust and the acceleration that we're going to experience going from 0 miles an hour up to 17,500 miles an hour in a very short few minutes. Anything is possible. I never dreamed I'd be in the seat. There are plenty of smarter, more intelligent individuals that should be in the seat, but I've been blessed to have this opportunity. I'm going to take advantage of it. My name is Scott Kid Poteet. I'm the mission pilot for Polaris Dawn.
Hey guys, I just thought I'd let you know I didn't do good in school either. C's and D's all day, F's. I failed a bunch of classes.
We're also excited to introduce
I'll
mission
let you know.
specialist Sarah Cooper Gillis, who also happens to be a member of the
Get up off
SpaceX
your ass
team.
and fix it.
So I cannot technically claim that I am a Boulder, Colorado native as much as I would love to. I was born in California, but I moved to Boulder when I was about 2 or 3 months old. And that's where I went to college as well. I went to the University of Colorado at Boulder, and then eventually started as an intern at SpaceX. I would say I didn't always dream of going to space. I think my interest really changed in high school, and I thought human spaceflight was fascinating. I think I heard of the concept of this future job of running a space hotel, and I was like, wow, that's wild and cool. If that could be the future, that's something that I would like to think about. So I just started looking and pursuing human spaceflight topics and doing things that really interested me, because I didn't think going to space was necessarily a possible outcome. But along that journey, got to help with some really cool things, and that obviously led to going to space today.
So cool,
one of the professional accomplishments that I'm most proud of is bringing back and launching Bob and Doug was so massive. Like, that's the first time we returned launch capability to the U.S. Like, this is so big, and it was such an immense team effort to get Dragon to the point of flight for the first time. And then for me personally, then taking that and transforming that, growing our training program to support the first all-civilian crew with Inspiration 4. Those two missions certainly stand out for me. When I sit in the spacecraft, I think more than anything, what is going to go through my mind is just seeing all of the components that came together to make this machine, and all of the people that made those components and tested those components, being supported by the thousands of people at SpaceX that are making this possible and dedicating their lives to safely flying people to space and back. My name is Sarah Gillis, and I am a mission specialist on the Polaris Dawn mission.
CO, you don't have the huevos to do it, but you'd get me in. I'd go in right now.
Meeting the members of the crew.
Let's go.
We have heard that at T-minus 1 hour, 55 minutes, the Dragon side hatch leak check was successfully completed. They have provided the crew ingress briefing to the team.
I can fix the audio. Give me a second.
Right now, Falcon 9 Dragon has gone red for cumulus cloud rules.
Balls.
We have a tropical boundary that is now coming ashore in Florida. It's not coming right at us at 39A, but it has put the weather red. We're going to continue to listen to that. It's going to be another 30 to 45 minutes before the weather officer might be able to give us a better feel for what the launch conditions are going to be. So launch vehicle is healthy, crew is ready to go, and we're going to watch the weather. And while we're waiting, let's meet some more of the crew.
Thanks, John. And Sarah is joined by another member of the SpaceX team, mission specialist and medical officer Anna Walker-Menon.
You want to feel insignificant? Listen to Anna. Listen to what she's done.
I did always dream of going to space. I think I was captivated by the beauty of our universe and the perspective and learning you can gain from that vantage point. So while I recognized it was a distant likelihood to ever end up getting to be there, I have always dreamed of getting to be there. I fell in love with space on a field trip in the 4th grade. I got to experience a day in the life of an astronaut as well as a flight controller in mission control, and I knew from that moment that this was an industry I wanted to be a part of. I studied math and engineering in college and graduate school, but the whole time just kept avidly pursuing the space industry. I was so thrilled when I got a job out of graduate school at NASA, and after about 7 years there, transitioned over to SpaceX, and I have been here ever since. On launch day, I think I will have a lot of things on my mind. I think one piece will be intense focus, remembering all of the work and the learning that we have gone through thanks to SpaceX to execute every piece of this mission to the best of our abilities. I will also be thinking about the massive team that it took to get to this moment, and probably honestly feeling a lot of gratitude. And then thirdly, I think I will be trying to memorize the moment. I think it's going to fly by, and I think I will try really hard to memorize the sounds, the feelings, the thoughts, the experiences in the rooms around me, so that I can freeze it in my mind and someday look back and recall what it felt like to be there. My name is Anna Menon, and I am
refreshing
the medical officer on the Polaris Dawn mission.
Tell me if it's synced.
The Polaris Dawn crew has not only gone through the same SpaceX training as our NASA astronauts, but they also had to train to perform an EVA, or a spacewalk. For basic SpaceX training, they were trained on everything from orbital mechanics to how to live in microgravity.
Sync is better.
They
ABC.
also ran through numerous simulations of what the full mission will look like while seated inside of our Dragon training spacecraft.
In addition to ensuring they are familiar with SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket and Dragon spacecraft, the crew went through an extensive training regimen to build their physical endurance and mental toughness.
Wait a minute. Does that mean I sound like a kung fu movie? If you got the butt, I'll kick it. Awesome.
The bulk of the training has been rightfully focused on the EVA, or the spacewalks. In a development program, you don't know what you need to train to. Like, how can we run pressurized operations, simulate microgravity, but also have like a simulator that's powered, with hatches to get in and out of,
I do work with
so we don't
NSF,
have
so
to
they give me a
submerge
fee.
that in a pool.
We looked at a suspension system solution where we can set up a physics model that allows you to pressurize the suit, put on a harness, and then a hoist will lift a suited crew member up. And you can basically use one finger and you press down and your whole body will move up, just like in space.
It allowed us to really put into practice the different piece-by-piece steps that are necessary to complete this operation safely.
One aspect of our training has been scuba diving. The buoyancy allows us to kind of experience a different environment. The lack of communication is a challenge associated with scuba diving.
You rely on alternate forms of communication. You'll use different hand signals to communicate, like I'm okay, you're okay. So I would say scuba diving has a ton of great training lessons that are directly applicable to our.
Fun fact here, dudes. The scuba diving was in use for spaceflight applications, was invented by Buzz Aldrin. For the people that don't know, there's a reason why he was the second guy to go to walk on the moon. Buzz Aldrin is the one that invented basically how to EVA, and he took all of his reference because he was a scuba diver. He's an avid scuba diver. He still is. He's still around. But yeah, Buzz Aldrin is the one that invented using scuba diving as an application for extravehicular activities. Yeah, he's the one that came up with doing that. It's the whole reason why NASA trains underwater.
The purpose is to go through both a launch and a reentry as well as a launch escape mission profile in this human centrifuge that's spinning you around and imparting forces on your body that are similar to the ones that we will experience when we go through those operations actually in space.
When you're in space, you have to deal with the circumstances that you're dealt. Similar fashion is climbing a mountain. You're on the side of a mountain. It's taking days to get to where you're at, approaching the summit. You're dehydrated. You're hungry. You learn to manage those stressors. And those are all good preparation techniques in getting ready for space exploration.
We've had it all. We've had unbelievable, highs, and we've had, lows. It's just been a great 2 years of growth. Some of the best times of my life.
That what you call
that?
We
are fortunate today to be joined by former NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins, who has participated in 5 spacewalks and spent a total of 333 days in space. Mike also served as commander for Crew 1, which was SpaceX's first post-certification mission on Dragon, also the second crewed flight for that vehicle, and his second long-duration mission aboard the International Space Station. Welcome, Mike.
Hey, thank you, Jesse and Kate. It's great to be with you. I tell you, watching those last few videos brings back a lot of great memories from our time. And it was also, Sarah and Anna have played such a huge role in our training and our mission. So it's kind of fun to see them on the other side of that role.
Now, you were already a seasoned NASA astronaut by the time that you started training for the Crew 1 mission. How was it different from the training that you had done before?
Well, first of all, my first mission was on the Russian Soyuz, and so all of the training was actually in Russian. So it was kind of nice on that second time to have it all in English. But one of the other things that was different, the Soyuz has been around for quite a long time, 50 plus years, and so the training program for that first mission was very well proven, right? And all the gouge that was out there, all the things that you need to worry about. And whereas on the SpaceX side, we were going through that training for the first time. A lot of times that when the training we did it was the first time that anybody had actually gone through it. And so that made it pretty special for us. And it was really good. The training that SpaceX gave us was perfect.
That's great to hear that we had some good training for you here at SpaceX. And I remember seeing you and your crew walking around SpaceX, having lunch, sometimes talking to the SpaceX employees. It was almost like you guys worked here full time. But I know you were all here mainly for training for your mission. Can you tell us about some of the more rigorous training that our teams put you through?
Yeah, you bring up the opportunity to walk around and all that, and that was pretty special because you get to see the people that have designed, that have built, that are making the vehicle that you get to go into space with, and so that was certainly special. But remember as well, when we got ready for our launch, that's when the pandemic hit, and so that world that we were in got a lot smaller. We were actually kind of confined to the training area, and so it certainly changed a lot. And I have to give a lot of thanks and kudos to SpaceX, to NASA for getting us through that training during that very difficult time. Some of the more rigorous training that we went through, you've got the emergency situation. So you've got the depress scenarios, you've got the fire in the capsule scenarios. And so we had situations where as a crew of 4, we would be in shirt sleeves like this, and then we would have a fire scenario. So you have to then get your emergency mask on, and then you have to get into your suits. And at the same time, you're working procedures on the screens and all of that. And so those activities, trying to get all of that done in the time constraints that we had could be pretty challenging for us. And as a crew, I would say that was some of our most rigorous training. But at the end, when we finally got it, it was also some of the most rewarding.
Wow, that's incredible. Now, Mike, out of the 4 of us here, you are the only one who has stepped out into space. So we're going to defer to you as our in-house expert on spacewalks for this mission.
Okay, well, hopefully I can give you a little bit of perspective of what it's like to go out the door.
Between 190 to 700 kilometers above the Earth, the Polaris Dawn crew will attempt the first ever commercial spacewalk. Extravehicular activities, or EVAs, are activities performed by spacesuited astronauts outside of their spacecraft while in orbit. So, Mike, can you explain why these EVAs are even necessary?
Dude.
Yeah, so on the International Space Station, the spacewalks that we do now, of course, they're centered on really three different things. We're either repairing something that has broken on the outside of station. We are doing some normal maintenance on the outside of station, or sometimes we're actually adding new equipment to the outside of station. Now, for the Polaris Dawn crew, of course, it's a little bit different. This is the first time, and so they're actually going to be doing a lot of evaluations of just the suits themselves and the systems that they're able to use during those spacewalks.
Now, on Dragon, the Polaris crew will start prepping for their EVA a couple days in advance, almost right after they get into orbit. Now, we've had some casual debate here when the EVA technically starts, but we think we can agree that it is at least before the hatches open. Isn't that right?
That is right. And in fact, on station, the spacewalk preparation begins weeks in advance. And that's where you're preparing your suits and you're preparing the tools and you're preparing all of the hardware that you're going to need in the airlock itself. And so that takes a lot of preparation. And then on the actual day itself, you start that probably about 6 hours prior to get into the suits, to go through a pre-breathe, to get in the airlock and depressurize it, go out, do the actual spacewalk, and then come back in and kind of repeat the process in reverse to repressurize and then get out of your suits. So for us on the space station, when we start our EVA, that's when we actually switch our suits from power that we're getting from the station to battery power on the suits.
You mentioned the airlock on the International Space Station, but unlike the International Space Station, Dragon doesn't have an airlock, so the entire cabin is going to be depressurized, and all 4 astronauts on board will be suited up during the EVA. Jared and Sarah will exit the spacecraft while Kid and Anna support from inside of the vehicle. The spacewalk should last about 2 hours from the time that the cabin air is vented to when it's repressurized again.
And to prepare for the EVA, the crew will go through a pre-breathing activity, which involves slowly dropping the atmospheric pressure of Dragon while increasing the concentration of oxygen in the air. This process is similar to what is known as a safety stop in the diving community. In a safety stop, a diver usually stops about 5 meters below the surface to allow their body to eliminate additional nitrogen before their final ascent. This will give their bodies plenty of time to acclimate ahead of the EVA operations. Mike, is that similar to how it's done on the ISS?
Yeah, it sure is. In fact, what they're going to go through that period of time where they're actually going to be in the capsule and it's going to be at a lower pressure. We used to do a technique very, very similar on board the International Space Station. We called it a camp out. And so the astronauts would actually go inside the airlock and crew lock and close the hatch, bring it down to a lower pressure, and they would actually sleep overnight in it. The protocol that we use now is a little bit different, where we don't sleep in the airlock the night before, but in the morning we get in there, we do put on a mask, we breathe oxygen, we then close the hatch, bring it down, get into our suits, and continue the pre-breathe there to the point where we're actually doing some exercise. And it's kind of funny, we call it exercise, but if you're ever watching the video and you see us during this pre-breathe, it's a very slow exercise. We're just kind of kicking our legs at about that speed, but that's also helping us get the nitrogen out of our blood and help prevent that decompression sickness. We want to avoid that, and that's why we go through the protocol that we do.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. During the EVA, the Polaris Dawn crew will be wearing our newly designed EVA spacesuits. Building a base on the moon and a city on Mars will require thousands of spacesuits, so the development of this suit and the EVA performed on this mission are important steps towards a scalable design for spacesuits on future long-duration missions. Let's take a look at the making of the suits our crew will be wearing during the first ever commercial spacewalk.
An EVA suit is an extravehicular activity suit, which is a spacesuit that can go outside of the spacecraft to do a spacewalk. We started with the IVA suit that we have, the intravehicular activity suit, as a kind of starting point, and looked at it and said, what would we have to change about this to be able to support a spacewalk? So the first is mobility. The crew will have to do a lot of moving around inside of Dragon to get outside and do the spacewalk. We had to add in new joints and new features in the suit to allow them enhanced mobility while the suit's pressurized.
When a crew member is pressurized in the suit, the soft portions of the suit become rigid. They need actual flexor and rotational joints to allow them to move around. It's kind of like a suit of armor made of fabric. We innovated in flexor joints to allow easy bending at the elbows and the knees, as well as a collapsible rotator joint that exists on the shoulder, which allows the suit to remain nearly fully soft, but when pressurized is a rotational bearing.
The difference between the IVA and the EVA suit is that on the IVA suit, the zipper system location is in the inseam. But since we needed to have lots of mobility on our EVA suit, that was not the preferred choice. By moving the zipper system from the inseam to the waist, we mitigated risk of the stress of the zipper.
And another big element was also the thermal side of things. The crew is obviously exposed to a much more extreme thermal environment during the EVA. So we want to make sure that the inside of the suit is comfortable for them, and that as they interface with parts of the vehicle, that is safe for them to touch as well.
The EVA suit is built and designed here at SpaceX in Hawthorne, California. We wanted to have something that's easy manufactured that we can handle here in-house. So we developed this new material, so it's fabric-based.
We actually added a new layer to the suit, which we refer to as the Faraday layer. And this is a conductive cage around the suit that shields the suit from external electric fields.
That's so freaking cool, man. Come on now.
The helmet on the EVA suit looks very similar to the IVA suit, but it is really an all-new design of that helmet. It's much more robust from a thermal structural perspective, since it will be taking more extreme temperatures.
We are really excited to introduce this new single-pane visor helmet to the world of spacesuits. The EVA suit visor is made of polycarbonate and is coated with copper and ITO, or indium tenoxide. These two coatings together reflect the sun away from the crew, as well as reflecting infrared heat back to the crew when they are facing deep space. Our suit has a HUD, or heads-up display, which is a small display screen in the helmet, which is transparent, which allows the crew to see through the display to have unfettered access during their EVA. But it also provides critical telemetry to the crew, so pressure, temperature, relative humidity.
We're trying to improve the technology and streamline it in one way, and at the same time, we're also trying to get it more and more manufacturable with each generation.
It is, dude. I thought it was a mirror flag, and that's what it looked like to me. But no,
work done anywhere in the solar system, and not feel like you're wearing anything more than you normally wear every day.
Jeez.
To date, previous Dragon crews used a different spacesuit called an IVA, or intravehicular activity suit, which have been worn on all SpaceX human spaceflight missions.
Yeah, dude, the thing that was down there.
As commander of SpaceX's Crew 1 mission, Mike, I know that you're definitely familiar with that suit.
Fellas,
so
I'm going to drop off comms here just for a second. I'll be right back. Enjoy the feed.
Yeah, I love the suit. I thought it was a fantastic suit. It was very comfortable. I thought it was easy to get into. I thought easy to close up and get it into a sealed condition. I don't ever remember us in any of our training or while we were on the mission itself when we had to do a suit leak check. I don't ever remember us having a case where we failed that leak check. And so I thought the suit was very reliable, again, very comfortable and very effective for what we needed it for.
That's awesome feedback. Now, both the IVA suit and the EVA suit, great suits, both of them. And we might be able to immediately notice some differences since the original suits were only in Dragon. SpaceX designed this new suit to perform both in and outside the spacecraft. Some of the upgrades include new joint designs that remain soft until pressurized. We saw that a little bit during the suit leak checks. And all this is done while maintaining mobility as well as improved thermal management. Now, Mike, in your opinion, what is the most important feature of an EVA suit?
Yeah, I think that you heard Chris and Maria and Eric talking about that, and that's the mobility. When you're out on the spacewalk itself, you want as much mobility as you can get. And of course, the IVA suits, they're really designed to help keep you alive in the event of emergency and get you back down to Earth. And so, from a mobility standpoint, you need just enough to be able to do what you can on the controls with the screens and all of that. And so you don't have to have as much of that mobility. And so with the suits the new suits, the EVA suits that you guys have designed, that just ability that you can't believe how hard just the shoulder rotations and how much you need to use your hands and grip, the difference that it makes when you have the good mobility with it. And I also got to tell you, I really love the HUD that you have inside that gives you a little bit of that information that I would love to be able to try out that suit.
Yeah, Mike, in addition to the new mobility that the suits have, the new suits also have a feature upgraded helmet with an exterior coating that acts like a sun visor, as well as the team added a camera and a heads-up display, like you mentioned, to provide some quick glance information to the astronauts on the status of their suits. Now, our team likes to incorporate feedback from the crews wearing our suits. Yeah. Mike, can you talk a little bit about that process and maybe how you were able to help provide some feedback?
Yeah, it was kind of fun because when we were going through our training, they were also initially designed in the suits. So the feedback that we were giving was kind of like what the Polaris Dawn crew has gone through with the new suits, the new EVA suits, is you're getting actually to help design the suits that all the crews that come after you are going to get to wear. And so that was fantastic, and they were just wonderful about taking our inputs and trying to design the suits that fit us in the best way possible. And then, of course, the other thing that I don't know if a lot of people realize, that each suit is custom made to each astronaut, and so you go through an individual sizing with it. And so not only did we get to help design the suits, but then you get to have that feedback to try and make your suit fit you as well as you can.
Well, it's looking forward to seeing them in action in just a few days. We'll be broadcasting that live, that spacewalk as well. But until then, let's take a look at how the actual EVA suit came together.
EVA stands for extravehicular activity, and it's any sort of operation in space where a human is getting out of the spacecraft. So in the case of Polaris Dawn, we're going to be testing the mobility of the suit. We're going to see if the in-space operation matches the training we've done here in Hawthorne. There's really a lot of different things that can happen during an EVA, and this is the first step for Dragon and SpaceX.
When I first started working at SpaceX, I never thought I'd be training a crew to do an EVA. It's brand new, it's so unique, we've never done anything like this before, and so we wanted to make sure we had the best possible training program for this mission.
We want to see if we can train a spacewalk on Earth in a way that's representative of what it feels like in space.
Even though only 2 people are going to be going outside during this first EVA, all 4 crew will be in EVA suits going down to vacuum.
Dragon was always designed to vent to full vacuum, but we've never taken full Dragon capsule down to vacuum, and this will be the first time we do it in space.
We actually put crew into a chamber at Johnson Space Center in Houston and had them live the exact profile that they will experience, and making sure that no one actually experienced decompression sickness.
We have a couple new training assets for Polaris Dawn to train the EVA specifically. The suspension system that we have is situated on top of the platform of our capsule simulator. The lines drop through the hatch. They attach to a single crew member inside the capsule. We can lift them up and get them situated so that they can egress the capsule and perform their tasks at Skywalker, the mobility aid.
The Skywalker, what's amazing to me is a lot of people are going to think it's a metallic structure just bolted to the top of Dragon, but a lot of development effort, testing went into the Skywalker. So we actually used similar technology as we have in the Super Draco chambers to apply a thermal barrier coating to the outside of the Skywalker. That is going to be a really, really amazing mobility aid on the front end of Dragon.
We also developed a sideways simulator, so we flip the hatch on its side.
In the event the hatch fails to close, they can manually close the hatch. We had them do that in a sideways suspension system, so gravity isn't helping them close or helping them open that hatch mechanism.
It's new development for Dragon, it's new development for SpaceX and the industry as a whole. So this is a great example of where Polaris Dawn is forcing the team to innovate in a way that adds safety and reliability to every Dragon mission going forward.
That's this huge challenge for us to go solve, but that's also an opportunity for us to solve the problems that we have to go figure out anyway for our larger goals, like putting people on Mars.
Let's go, baby.
The Polaris Dawn objectives are the first step towards that ultimate flight with humans inside of Starship, which is right along the SpaceX development path that we have towards getting to the moon and Mars.
I'm telling you, man. The human race Starship, that's it.
It's just so cool to see how the EVA is coming together with the EVA suits. Now, as we mentioned earlier, Mike participated in 5 EVAs during his career with NASA. Now, we know you also had to go through a lot of training and preparation, but what was your first EVA like?
Yeah, it was not planned. It was one of those scenarios where we had a part on the outside of station had failed, and it turns out this was in December of 2013. So it was right before Christmas on the 21st when we went out the door for the first time to repair this pump module. And there is nothing quite like it when you look out that hatch for the first time at the Earth, 250 miles below you, going by at 17,500 miles an hour.
Units.
There is a ton of emotions that you're going through that you have to process. So it is an experience like none other.
Yeah, Mike, you talked about doing a repair for your first EVA. What other kinds of activities did you typically perform during your EVAs on the International Space Station?
Yeah, during the course of the five spacewalks that I've done, it ran the gamut. So the pump module that we had to repair on that first one, that was one of those what we call contingency EVAs, and we have a series of those where we've trained for them, but we just don't know if we're going to have to do them. It depends on what happens. And then some of the other ones we are repairing, we replace. That's actually Ike right there on the screen. That's one of I guess that was probably my fourth spacewalk right there. But anyway, there we're actually adding a new antenna to the outside of the space station. And so we really ran the gamut, prepping for adding new things, doing repairs, and then also just doing some normal maintenance outside.
So what we're hearing is that in a lot of ways, you had to be a jack of all trades out there. An astronaut, a mechanic, a scientist, handyman, all wrapped into one. Is that a good way to describe it?
Yeah, sure. A jack of all trades with a heck of a view.
Yeah, that must be pretty incredible, Mike. But changing gears a bit here, the Polaris Dawn crew will attempt to fly higher than any Dragon mission to date. At 1,400 kilometers, this would be the highest altitude orbit for a crewed spacecraft, breaking the record set by Gemini 11 a century ago.
Now, looking down on Earth from above, from any altitude, is a sight that few have experienced, and there's even a term for the effect that it can have on someone. The author, Frank White, first coined the term in his book called The Overview Effect, Space Exploration and Human Evolution. Mike, can you talk about your experience when you first saw Earth from space?
Yeah, I can. So, of course, I was in the Soyuz, as we were talking about earlier, and every astronaut, when they first get into space, they experience the feeling is a little bit different. And so when I first got into space, I had that feeling like I was falling. And so I have to admit that when I looked out the window for the first time and looked down at the Earth, there was a lot going on that I didn't quite have that same feeling of the overview effect. It was kind of pinch yourself. I can't believe I'm here, but then it was kind of like, what's going on with my body and trying to figure all of that out. But fortunately, I had some time to be up in space to experience that. And, you know, a lot of times the overview effect, people think of it in terms of it gives you answers. You see how we're all connected on Earth, and that is certainly true. But it also, for me, left me with a lot of questions. When you look down at the Earth and you realize there's so many places around this Earth that you don't know about, you don't understand the people, the culture, the language, and so sometimes it gives you questions as much as it gives you answers.
Yeah, Mike, that must be a feeling, you know, the feeling of falling for your first EVA, but you've done 5 EVAs. So did that feeling ever change? Did you feel more comfortable, or did it ever get routine, after the 4th or 5th time?
Well, yeah, I would never say that it got routine, but you certainly get more comfortable with it. It's always, you still always have those emotions, that intensity. I will tell you that on my last spacewalk, as I was getting ready to come back into the airlock, I just grabbed onto the rail that's around the airlock there, and I just kind of tried to take it all in, and knowing that this was probably the last time that I was going to go outside in space. And so it is certainly a special moment. And as you do it more often, I think it gives you an opportunity to kind of absorb more each time.
What incredible views. Now, after you returned to Earth, after that first time in space, what kind of impact did that experience have on you when you ultimately came back to land?
Yeah, when you get back to Earth, you certainly miss.
Dude, look at the dragon on the
being
left side.
In space. You
That's
miss that
crazy.
experience. You miss the floating. But I would tell you that there's one of the things that it did for me of coming back to Earth was it made me appreciate all of the little things. For example, the first weekend I was back, I was standing outside in my backyard and it was raining, and I was just experiencing the rain, because when you're up in space, there's no weather. It never rains. There's no wind. There's no snow. It's just always the same. And so all of those little things, when you don't have them, that makes up what life is like down here on Earth, it makes you appreciate it that much more.
Wow, Mike, thank you for sharing that very intimate experience that you had when you came back to Earth. It has been such an honor to have you with us today, but we will see you back here again for our live EVA coverage in just a few days.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you for letting me be a part of this, and go Polaris Dawn.
Awesome, Mike. See you in just a couple of days.
Cool.
Now, for those of us who have not experienced the overview effect firsthand, here's a little more on the phenomenon itself.
The overview effect is that sensation or that feeling that you get when you see our whole world from the perspective of being outside of it.
It ranges the whole spectrum from like how delicate the Earth may appear because, it's only this thin blue line that separates this habitable atmosphere of our home planet to, the vacuum of space.
It's hard to comprehend what the impact is going to be when I first see Earth from space. It just reminds us of how fragile our planet is. One of my roles on this crew is to shoot as much footage as we possibly can so we can bring it back and share it with the world.
The big picture awareness that you gain from that sort of perspective when you're, journeying amongst the stars and see our entire planet as we know it there outside of your window, and kind of the philosophical and the many different emotions that it provokes inside of you when you see it that way.
We have barely begun our journey to explore the worlds around us. And that hit me right when I saw the moon rise around Earth and saying, like, come on, it's been 50 years. We got to get back there, and we got to get to Mars, and we got to figure out how to get out of our own solar system and try and figure out what this is all about.
There's so much incredible footage that crew members have taken from space and that you see from satellites. I think it's one of the things I'm looking forward to most on the mission is getting to see the Earth from that perspective. I can't wait to share what that experience is, but I guess I'll have to let you know once I get back.
In addition to the science and supplies going up on the Polaris Dawn mission, the crew is also taking along some personal items for their 5-day trip around planet Earth. We caught up with the crew during training to get a little more insight on what each of them are planning to take to space.
Hey, AP.
What am I going to bring to space? I've thought long and hard about this one.
A book that I co-authored about a mama dragon that ends up training and flying to space.
my dad's necklace, jewelry for my wife, watches. I have a Thunderbird watch and a fighter weapons school watch.
It's one of my takeaways after Inspiration 4 was it's kind of like camping. You brought too much. One of my actual debrief points was bring less.
When I got married to my husband, he went to the store and picked up a Cat in the Hat book. For our entire wedding, all of the ceremony was taped in this book, all of our vows were taped in the book, and then it got passed around and all the speeches got added to the book. And so it's just a very fun collection of very special memories captured in a very endearing Cat in the Hat book.
I'm gonna bring this big hunk of metal that will go higher than anyone has ever flown in Earth orbit.
I'd love to be able to have some sort of a memorabilia for everyone who contributes to this, of which it's pretty hard because there's 10,000 plus SpaceXers. I guess I wish I could bring something for everyone who's made a difference in this program.
I will, in particular, get to read this story from space to my kids here on Earth, as well as some of the brave kids of St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. And I think that connection moment while I'm up there floating in space is something I'm just really excited to have the opportunity to have.
And we actually have something super cool here with us, a copy of Kisses from Space, just like the one that the Polaris Dawn crew will have flying with them. Anna actually penned this book as a love letter to her kids. And you can actually get one for yourself from major publishers, as well as from penguinrandomhouse.com. The proceeds from this book will benefit St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. And it's just a gorgeous illustration and just such a lovely story.
Yeah, my niece is literally going to love this book. I can't wait to get a copy and read it to her.
Yeah, I hope Anna is willing to sign copies of it, because I'm sure she's going to get flooded with requests when she comes back down to Earth.
Yeah, definitely. That will be so awesome.
Yeah. So with that, let's get a status update from John Innsbrucker, who's been listening in on the countdown.
Well, the clock is just inside T-minus 1 hour and 16 minutes, and we're continuing to count down to the first launch opportunity. Now, the Polaris Dawn crew, they're sealed in the Dragon spacecraft. We've done the comp checks, suit leak checks. They were successful. The side hatch is closed. It passed its leak check. And at T-minus 90 minutes, the ground support team has left the pad. So it's just the 4 crew members on top of Falcon 9 inside of 39A. Now, currently, the launch teams are not working any significant issues on Falcon or Dragon. The biggest thing we're watching right now is the weather. We're expecting another update in about 15 minutes. As mentioned earlier, we are red for cumulus clouds. The good news is the boundary layer is dissipating, and we are fingers crossed that the weather will stay more than 10 nautical miles away and give us a chance to launch right on time. Other weather, everything else is looking good. The ground winds are good. The upper altitude winds, we're releasing balloons that go up to 90,000 feet. That gives us structural information, wind speed, wind shear information. Nothing unusual that we're seeing there. So pretty much just fingers crossed, the weather officer will give us good news coming up at about the T-minus 1 hour evaluation point. So with that, Kate, we're just crossing our fingers for the weather.
Thanks so much, John. Love to hear the good news about the progress, and we will keep our fingers crossed about the weather conditions. Now, Polaris Dawn is the first of 3 planned missions in the Polaris program that will conduct extensive research, scientific research, to expand our knowledge of humans adapting, living, and working in space. Much of this research is also intended to improve life here on Earth.
And like all science and research, it begins with collecting tons of data, and that process started well before today. Let's take a look.
We are in the Houston SpaceX office today. We are here for our what we call L-30 or launch minus 30 days data collection for all of the research that we're doing on our mission. We have about 40 experiments, and a number of those required data collection pretty close to launch date. And so we are doing all of that data collection today, as well as doing some refresher training just to make sure we're really sharp on all of our procedures when we go to flight.
There's a lot of steps for each one of these science experiments. They're beneficial for not only improving and enhancing healthcare here on Earth, but it helps us continue this progression with space exploration.
What Kid and Anna are doing with the endoscope up through the nose and looking down at the vocal cords, I mean, that is not something easy to perform, you know, in a hospital environment, let alone in space. They certainly stand to learn a lot from it. Reestablishing someone's airway, that's worthwhile to know if we're going to Mars someday. But I think that's a tough one to perform in space. And but you got two really highly motivated individuals that are going to try and conquer it.
In space, there's inflammation. We don't have the impact of 1G pulling on that fluid. So we need to better understand what that inflammation looks like. And once we have a better understanding, we can develop the procedures and the equipment necessary to handle any type of triage situation.
We stepped into this virtual reality scenario. I think Kid and I liked it a lot because they're flying a spacecraft on Mars to kind of gather like hand-eye coordination, motor skills, some cognitive abilities now, and then they're going to compare it to post-flight as opposed to whether or not we can successfully land on Mars.
One of the unique things of our missions, they're 3 to 5 days length. You maybe can't study the super long duration things, but what you can study is what happens immediately when you get up there and how soon these things start to take place. So this big problem in the astronaut community is called SANS, and it's where the astronauts' eyesight and ocular health start to degrade over time. So they will be wearing a contact that actually makes them look like a cyborg. It has little coils that can measure the interocular pressure, and then we can start testing countermeasures that might actually be able to prevent some of those negative effects.
We are doing an experiment called GVS disorientation, and this experiment, we wear a set of electrodes that sends electricity essentially through our brain between our inner ears and stimulates a disorientation and an imbalance to train astronauts' adaptation to different G environments and hope to quicken that readaptation. One of the things that we're doing with ultrasound is we are going to be collecting imagery of our veins and identifying whether there's actually bubbles forming when we are changing cabin pressure. It's very possible that nitrogen will bubble out into our blood. If we see bubbles, it will be completely normal and okay if we do see bubbles, but we are hoping to capture that on ultrasound.
In order for us to become multiplanetary, we've got to overcome some of these challenges associated with space exploration on longer duration missions. What we gather on orbit in a zero-G environment, in a vacuum, will help us continue this cause in furthering space exploration.
Killer, dude. Let's kick ass, man.
As the countdown continues to lift off, we'd like to introduce Dr. Samantha Weeks, Science and Research Director for the Polaris program. Dr. Weeks, call sign Combo, is a retired United States Air Force colonel with over 2,200 hours flying fighter jets, including 105 combat hours. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me here today.
Now, she spent the last 2.5 decades focusing on human performance in aviation, and now she's overseeing science and research for the entire Polaris program, starting with the Polaris Dawn mission. Super cool. Now, how did you get involved with the Polaris program?
Well, I worked for Jared, and Jared actually worked for me when I was still in the Air Force, and he had Draken International. And he came to me in 2021 and told me about the Polaris program and asked me to be part of it as a mission director for science and research. And I was an aerospace physiology major at the Air Force Academy. Wanted to go fly first, but always loved medicine. And so this was a natural fit. And I jumped at the opportunity when he asked me to be a part of this great, amazing mission.
That's so cool to see how you guys connected the dots. I'm sure there was a lot of things that went into, the research portfolio that you guys put together. Can you explain how the scientific research portfolio all came together?
Absolutely. Initially, when the mission was announced in February of 2022, we had some experiments that were ready to go, but we wanted to pack as much science and research into the 5 days that the crew will be up as humanly possible. So we did a call for research proposal and projects and worked very closely with SpaceX to gather the best and the most feasible that were out there. And we have a complement of 36 different experiments with 31 partner institutions from across the globe going up with the Polaris Dawn crew tonight.
Wow, it sounds like there was a lot of opportunity to participate. A lot of work went into that. Can you maybe share a little bit about some of the planned experiments?
Yeah, you bet. You saw the crew and Marissa talk about a few of the experiments that they'll be doing while they're up in space. But another one is from the University of Dartmouth, and will focus on bone loss. We know that without gravity on our skeleton, our bones don't need as much calcium, so they begin to leach calcium into our bloodstream, which poses a risk to develop kidney stones. And from what I hear, nobody wants one of those, especially in space. So this will help us understand how early onset begins and maybe mitigate that risk of developing kidney stones as we go deeper into space, back to the moon, to Mars, and trying to make life multiplanetary. Another one focusing on bone health comes from the University of Calgary, and they're going to be trying to identify very early signs of bone loss and looking for any type of structural, physiological changes that occur in this relatively short 5-day mission, so that we can once again begin to understand how early bone health and bone loss begins to take hold in an astronaut.
Yeah, that sounds like very important research for spaceflight. And you talked about 36 different research experiments, but I really want to know, I'm going to put you on the spot, what is like the 1 or 2 experiments that's like very near and dear to you and the Polaris Dawn crew?
Well, I went to the Air Force Academy, and the Air Force Academy has an experiment going up, and it's called SOFIA, which is Space-Optimized Plant Habitat in Array. And it focuses on the growth response of plant physiology in microgravity, as well as in different orbital environments and exposure to different and varying magnetic fields. And that will help us understand potentially root growth and crop production in space. And it's kind of funny because I hated botany at the Air Force Academy, but that's what's going on.
Irony.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. It's been an honor to have you part of our broadcast, and we look forward to seeing all of these research opportunities come together throughout the mission.
Thanks for having me here tonight.
Thank you. To date, Dragon has carried more than 1,000 research experiments to and from low Earth orbit and the International Space Station since 2012. Whether it's returning time-sensitive experiments from the International Space Station or bringing back science performed inside the Dragon spacecraft while in orbit, Dragon safely returns at home.
While docked with the International Space Station, Dragon can also act as a lab, providing extra room for astronauts to perform their work. And when the space station is fully booked, Dragon also serves as an extra bedroom when needed.
Actually, NASA astronaut Michael Hopkins, who joined us earlier, slept inside of Dragon during his entire 6-month stay aboard the station.
Dragon can also serve as a lab while orbiting Earth, as I mentioned. In fact, the Inspiration 4 mission in 2021, during that mission, the crew conducted research while traveling weightless at over 17,000 miles per hour. You can see a photo of the crew there on your screen while they were on orbit. And what you see there is also what the Polaris Dawn crew will be doing over the next 5 days in their mission. Dragon's cargo capacity can be allocated for both crew essentials as well as scientific equipment dedicated to microgravity research.
As well as just crew.
Yes, in fact, SpaceX is currently accepting proposals for research studies and experiments to fly on Dragon. This could be research to understand mental and physical impacts while on orbit.
We will be cycling the orbit tank isolation valves to equalize low flow pressure.
Copy that, SpaceX.
Just heard some comms from the core to the crew,
it's possible,
letting them know that there will be
it's in a similar orbit to the ISS, so you might be able to see it in certain conditions.
Of the cabin. So this could be research to understand mental and physical impacts while on orbit, exploring how to improve training, physical fitness, and mental well-being. or advancing medical care with the exploration of just-in-time training and tools. Now, the selected research study groups will have access to SpaceX's crewed Dragon missions, opening up opportunities for researchers that might not otherwise have an opportunity to do
service animals?
Super cool opportunity. For more information about SpaceX's on-orbit research program, visit spacex.com/human-spaceflight/research.
/OK.
Now, as we mentioned at the start of the show, there are a number of firsts that are going to occur on this mission. The first commercial spacewalk and possibly reaching the highest Earth orbit ever flown for a crewed spacecraft, which will break the altitude record set by Gemini 11, which happened half a century ago, which is wild.
Yeah, the Polaris Dawn crew will also be the first to attempt to use the Starlink network in orbit. Dragon is carrying what we are calling a Starlink plug-and-placer. Inside Dragon is a router connected to a user terminal in Dragon's trunk. This terminal will be linked to the new plug-and-placer device that is mounted on board.
All of this will be responsible for establishing and maintaining a laser communications link with Starlink satellites, which will be in orbit about 200 kilometers below Dragon. Using this hardware, Dragon will attempt to talk to Starlink the same way Starlink satellites talk between themselves, with lasers. No one has ever flown a laser communication system on a human-rated spacecraft before, so there is a lot to be learned here. If this works, Plug-and-Placer could provide the first high-speed internet experience for people traveling in space.
This technology will also help here on Earth by facilitating healthcare access and connectivity to underserved communities around the world. The Polaris program is donating Starlink to St. Jude Global Partners in 5 countries. Strong, reliable internet will help support the St. Jude Global mission by providing partners greater access to online medical conferencing, case and imaging sharing, and diagnostic assistance. Hospitals and foundations that are part of the pilot program will be able to provide better care to patients thanks to high-speed, low-latency broadband internet.
The first countries selected to receive Starlink include the Philippines, Brazil, Chile, Peru, and Mozambique. The Polaris team is also donating Starlink to 100 schools in Chile and Brazil, striving to increase internet connectivity, which can improve education and telemedicine efforts for communities in need. The Polaris Dawn crew had a chance to hear from students in Chile after Starlink was installed.
¿Por qué los hombres van al espacio?
It's so important to go to space because there is so much of it and we know so little about it. How many of you would like to be an astronaut someday? There we go.
How many of you want to go with us on our mission?
They all want to go.
Starlink is also enabling the rapid development of SpaceX's Starship vehicle, which just completed its 4th flight test in June. Starlink on Starship once again enabled real-time telemetry and live high-definition video throughout every phase of entry, with external cameras providing views all the way to the flight's conclusion. Down at Starbase, Texas, we're continuing to build, test, and fly the world's most powerful launch vehicle ever developed.
SpaceX's ultimate goal is to make life multiplanetary, and Starship is the vehicle that will get us there. Starship is a fully reusable transportation system designed to carry a massive amount of cargo and large numbers of people to Earth orbit, the Moon, Mars, and beyond. Starship will be capable of carrying up to 200 metric tons to orbit and up to 100 passengers.
Now, we're still in the testing phase, but major milestones like flying at a high cadence, full system reuse, and on-orbit refilling are key priorities. We're also building a second Starbase launch tower to further increase Starship's flight opportunities. This will also allow for continuous upgrades to the towers while continuing to launch. Also in testing, our engineers are proving out all systems necessary to make a trip to the Moon possible, such as propulsion, life support, and even the elevator that will take the crew and cargo from the Starship hatch opening down to the lunar surface.
In partnership with NASA, Starship will put the first Artemis astronauts on the Moon.
SpaceX for a weather update.
Go, SpaceX.
Dragon, we are tracking some rain near the pad and still monitoring the cumulus cloud condition from earlier. We're going to be taking the weather decision down to T-minus 50 minutes, and in the meantime, evaluating system readiness for LES arm. With that, we're going to have you start section 5 of 4.100 and report when you are go for launch.
All right, copy that, SpaceX. For weather, you're tracking rain, and you're going to take this down to a T-minus 15-minute mark while you evaluate for LES arming. We are go to step into section 5 for LES arming preparation.
That's a good read back, Dragon.
All right, so quick update there for our Polaris crew, just continuing to monitor the weather, as we've been saying all evening. Unfortunately, just one of those things that we can't control. Now, thinking...
It's absolutely 50 minutes, T-minus 50 minutes, because that's when they initiate Section 6. They start to prime the launch escape system. They're going to get to that point, and we're going to see... Guys, I'll be honest, rain near the pad is not ideal. That's not good. You don't want rain near the pad, but that's not the big one that they're tracking. The big one is the cumulus cloud rule. It's too cloudy. That I don't have a better way of saying cumulus cloud rule. It's just too cloudy. Oh, Shiv is talking. Hold on. Come on, mouse.
Confirming that they are go for launch while we monitor weather for T0 tonight. When the time comes for humans to explore the moon and beyond, they'll have to take everything with them for a surface mission. Building bases or even cities will require huge amounts of cargo and eventually crew, and that's where Starship comes in.
In my lifetime.
This year is shaping up to be a busy one for Starship. As we mentioned, we recently completed the flight test 4 for Starship. That was in June 6th, on June 6th from Starbase, as you can see there on your screen. Super Heavy booster lifting off successfully there and completed a full duration ascent burn.
That's still cool, man.
Starship executed another successful hot stage separation, powering down all but 3 of Super Heavy's Raptor engines and successfully igniting the 6 second stage Raptor engines before separating the vehicles. Following separation, the Super Heavy booster successfully completed its flip maneuver and boost back burn to send it towards the splashdown zone.
The booster's flight ended with a landing burn, so exciting, and soft splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico 7 minutes and 24 seconds into the flight. The landing was caught by both the onboard camera, as you can see there, as well as one of SpaceX's marine buoys.
Meanwhile, Starship's 6 second stage Raptor engine successfully powered the vehicle to space and placed it on the planned trajectory for coast. Starship made a controlled re-entry, successfully making it through the phases of peak heating and maximum aerodynamic pressure, demonstrating the ability to control the vehicle using its flaps while descending through the atmosphere at hypersonic speeds.
Speaking of the flaps, those incredible flaps, Starship provided live video of those flaps during that re-entry phase via SpaceX's Starlink satellites. And it provided, as you saw, the most spectacular views as we all cheered on the little flap that could as it clung on for dear life. Now, those Starlink-enabled views really just keep on giving.
Dude, I go full caveman.
Flight 4 ended with the Starship igniting its 3 center Raptor engines and executing the first flip maneuver and landing burn since our high-altitude test campaign, followed by a soft splashdown of the ship in the Indian Ocean about an hour and 6 minutes after launch. Now, the 4th flight of Starship made major strides to bring us closer to a rapidly reusable future. Its accomplishments will provide data to drive improvements as we continue to rapidly develop Starship into a fully reusable transportation system.
Now, coming up on Flight 5, which is the next flight, we're getting ready to attempt the first ever tower catch of a booster. which you can see that tower there on your screen. Returning the booster after a launch is a core capability to Starship becoming rapidly and
sideways catch. Did I call
reusable.
that? Sideways catch, baby.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty exciting.
It's
and as of August
like
21st, both towers were fully stacked, which is pretty exciting to see. So stay tuned for exciting updates as we get closer to this next launch. And as always, excitement is guaranteed.
Now, for those that recently joined us, as you can see on the clock, we're about T-minus 53 and a half minutes away from liftoff. We did hear from the crew operations and resource engineer that we are awaiting a final weather update at T-minus 50. That's 50 minutes, so in just 3 minutes from now. Weather has been a watch item all evening, in fact, for like the last 2 weeks. And we are hoping that some unfortunate weather close to the pad will dissipate in time. There is a couple of rules that we're watching, trying to hope that that weather clears out from the 10 nanometer range. So we are standing by for that final update from the launch weather officer. But as you can see on your screen, Polaris Dawn crew is pretty comfy in their suits and in their seats.
Yeah, they are patiently waiting. They did give the go that they are ready for launch if we do proceed to T0. And again, we do have a couple opportunities
yeah, she meant nautical miles,
for T0
not nanometers.
if weather does not look good for the initial T0 that we're planning for right now.
What are you going to do?
That's right. But we are standing by, like we said before, just a couple minutes for that final update. Basically a go, no-go update from our weather officer. It's a little deceiving because this view here, these inky black skies, you can't really tell what the weather is or isn't around the pad. Of course, pad 39A here on your camera. And if I were Jared in the capsule, right, hearing that, you're in the capsule, you've done a successful suit leak check, you've done a successful side hatch leak check and closure, and he has flown in this capsule once before. This is Dragon Resilience. This is, of course, the capsule that took the Inspiration 4 mission on its, couple-day mission around planet Earth. And, if I were Jared, I would be really impatient at this point and just like...
Yeah, we're listening in right now. The launch team is talking to the launch weather officer. They're trying to look in the crystal ball and figure out, do we think things may clear up in 51 minutes enough, keep the clouds, everything away more than 10 nautical miles from the pad? Or should we go to the second T0, which is at 9 hours, 23 minutes universal time, just under 100-minute delay if we have to wait? They're asking the yellow questions. We have the propellant load and launch go-no-go poll coming up at 50 minutes.
Please don't do
45 minutes. So everything's coming together right now. So we're going to listen in just a little bit more and see whether or not we roll the dice and proceed to 0, hoping that the little cells that are popping up dissipate in 20 to 30 minutes and give us a clear launch to space, or if we decide...
So right now there's a huge cloud system
Yeah, we
to the
knew
northeast.
going into the countdown today that the probability of violation of the launch weather rules was 60%, i.e. only 40% favorable. So we knew that there was a chance here, but in the event that, the clouds parted, or rather just stayed away out of those 10 nautical miles, we wanted to try and take advantage of the opportunity if it presents itself. So we're keeping our fingers crossed.
Artifacting, guys. It's raining
and really hoping for that
Not
opportunity.
that big of a deal.
And of course,
As long as
we're
it's
talking
just
about launch
drizzle,
weather,
it's fine.
but something that we've been looking at
over
for
there.
the last couple of weeks is not only the launch weather, but also
That's not
the
necessarily a bad
booster
thing.
downrange recovery weather, as well as the ascent phase abort scenario weather patterns. Want to make sure that if Dragon for some reason has to activate the launch escape system during the ascent phase, that all that weather along that corridor is clear, and the weather 5 days from now to make sure that there is a viable path for safe crew return when their mission is done. So There's a lot going on.
Yeah, there's a lot to look out for. And again, we are trying to make this call prior to propellant loading starting on the vehicles. That will be important for us to be able to hold if we decide to go to the additional T0 opportunities that we have. We'd like to make that call before we start loading propellant.
Exactly. So we're now under T-minus 48 minutes. We are standing by for the final update from the launch weather officer. We're hoping that we get the okay to proceed into propellant load. This is such a great view. It reminds me of Tron, really. This view with the crew access arm illuminated from the interior. I love daytime launches, but there is something even more futuristic about nighttime launches.
Operators proceed with 18.85 propellant load go no go pull.
And just a quick note, launch director telling the team to proceed with the go-no-go poll. Car's going to talk to crew now.
Dragon SpaceX for weather update.
Go SpaceX.
Dragon, we're still watching weather. It seems that the T01 opportunity is going to have the best chance of getting us to a launch today. So we're going to be pressing into the propellant load go no go pull.
And copy that, SpaceX. And just for good readback, we are presently no go for weather, but we are stepping into the prop load pull.
I'm fine. Shiva?
And stand by, Dragon. We're just confirming.
Hang on. Get some water. I just got some water. That's why I'm coughing. We're good. Yeah, the special. That's what I had. Check, please.
Yeah, we're coming up on T-minus 46 minutes. They've made a determination to continue on, betting that the weather will be go in 46 minutes from now. We heard Core bring it up with the crew briefly. We're waiting now for the directions from the launch director to the launch team for the readiness for propellant load and launch pole. Currently, they are continuing to talk with the launch weather officer, but it looks like if you look at the upcoming T0 or the next one in about 100 minutes, it's about an equal opportunity. So we're going to move into propellant load, it appears.
That's not... No.
Now, right now, the launch director should be polling electronically.
For awareness, we got one more radar scan. We're evaluating this radar scan.
7 members.
We'll get back here.
Copy that, SpaceX. We're standing by.
They said they're gonna go for the first window or nothing. They're gonna roll the dice, but it's not.
Yeah, there's some discussion on the weather net about a cell to the northwest and whether or not it's exceeding constraints.
Shut up, Forlorn. I'm busy.
Electronic poll has been completed. If we do continue with the countdown.
Dragon SpaceX, we're getting meteorological input that we should waive this attempt given the last radar scan. So we're going to pause the clock here and move to our second T0.
No.
Copy that, SpaceX.
No, shut that off.
We are standing by for the second T0.
Okay, we're T-minus 44 minutes and 30 seconds, and we have paused the clock for the moment.
We
got a last-minute update one cell right at around the 10 nautical mile border had popped up on the radar returns. We have to get all the weather clear within 10 nautical miles of the launch pad in order to be able to launch Falcon 9 with the crew on the Dragon.
And launch control.
The weather
LD
was
on countdown
iffy
one.
if it would
Please
clear
set the
in
T
time
clock
for
to
the original T0.
092349 UTC.
Oh, that sucks.
And LD, that's 09:23:49 UTC. That is correct.
Launch director confirming the planned new T0, 09:23:49, I believe, universal time. That would be at 5:23 a.m. on pad 39A.
And the clock is counting to 09:23:49 UTC.
As you can see on the webcast screen now.
Dragon SpaceX launch T time has been moved to 09:23:49 Zulu. Stand by for seat rotation, after which you will remain in the capsule with the side hatch closed. Please confirm when you are ready for seat rotation.
Copy that, SpaceX, new T0 092349, and we'll get back to you on that seat rotation.
Europeans right now going.
We just heard the core.
SpaceX Dragon, we're ready for seat rotation.
Yes, Ivan.
SpaceX copies. We will report when initiating.
The new T0 is still 60% probability violation. All right, chat. I'm going to get coffee. Be right back.
Okay, it sounds like we are now in the middle of seat rotation. With the delay, you see on the screen we're T-minus 2 hours, 27 minutes. There's a view inside the capsule. They're working on their tablets, getting their updated clock. Okay. Updating for those who are watching right now, we got down
Dragon,
to
SpaceX
just
is initiating seat rotation.
a lot going on here. Seat rotation being initiated. We ought to see that on our screen coming up. And seat movement begins. That'll make it a little easier on the crew as we wait for the launch window opportunity number 2 to arrive. They'll be back into a more regular seated posture, and then we'll get back through seat rotation a little bit later on. But right now, inside 2.5 hours now to the planned T0. As we mentioned as we started the webcast, we had 3 opportunities. We've had to wait.
Seats are in the upright position.
Copy that, SpaceX. We show the same.
We had to wave off the first opportunity just as we got inside T-minus 45 minutes. The weather forecast was iffy at best, and we have elected to go for the second of the 3 T0 opportunities. Next launch opportunity at 9:23:49 universal time. We'll have a third opportunity if need be at 11 hours 50 minutes universal time. We don't know what the weather forecast is. It's fairly dynamic as a tropical boundary layer has come ashore in Florida. Now, just before we had the hold, the launch chief engineer had pulled both the Dragon and Falcon 9 teams, verifying that if we were to hold at this point in the count, just at T-minus 45 minutes before we began propellant load, that both the Dragon and the Falcon teams were in a good position to hold the clock and then recycle back to the T-minus 2 hours and 25 minutes that you see on the screen now. So we had not taken any irreversible steps. In fact, as you just saw, the crew rotation back to a vertical position, give them a little more comfort. They will remain inside the Dragon capsule as we continue to count down. Everything is good for Dragon, as well as for the Falcon 9 team. We had not begun loading propellant into the Falcon 9, and so we were able to hold the clock and wait till we get closer, and then we can resume the final checks and the propellant load of Falcon 9. Hopefully, fingers crossed, for a launch coming up in 2 hours and 24 minutes. And of course, we'll be continuing to watch the weather throughout the early morning in Florida. As I mentioned just a moment ago, it is dynamic conditions. The concerns we had were not winds. It was twofold. A shower was passing over the launch pad that was had rain in the ascent trajectory, but we expected the rain shower to dissipate. The bigger problem is there are frontal boundaries north and south of the launch site, and we were then seeing cells popping up, and that made us a little concerned that they may still be around at T0, and we would then have had to scrub for the day. So the good news is we are still counting down for launch. We're going to wait 2 hours and change and see how things go. And with that, Kate, Atticus, Jesse, we got close.
So close.
But we're still here with another chance.
Yeah, but we're not out of the fight yet. Obviously, we would have preferred for weather to cooperate, but the safety of the crew is the top priority. So we're.
Guys, we're gonna get a momentary blackout on the feed. That's expected. Just give it a second.
Disappointed than the crew on board,
Sorry about that, guys. Just momentary
let's take this opportunity to learn a bit more about them. The Polaris Dawn mission has many first-time objectives, so the Polaris program, of course, chose a crew of experts who know each other well and have a foundation of trust that they can build upon as they undertake the challenges of this mission. So we've seen him before on Inspiration 4, Mission Commander Jared Rook Isaacman. As I mentioned, he was the commander of Inspiration 4, the world's first all-civilian mission to space. Jared holds several world records, including 2 speed-around-the-world flights in 2008 and 2009 for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. He has flown in over 100 air shows as part of the Black Diamond Jet Team, dedicating every performance to charitable causes. In 2011, Jared co-founded what would become the world's largest private air force, Draken International, and that trains pilots for the U.S. Armed Forces. In addition to his role as CEO of Shift 4, Jared is an accomplished pilot and astronaut with over 7,000 flight hours. Here's a little bit more about Jared.
I think like a lot of kids dreamed of becoming an astronaut since kindergarten. I still remember checking out just big color picture books of the early days of the space shuttle. I remember talking to my kindergarten teacher, telling her that someday I was going to go to space. And I still remember she said to me that she'll be watching in her rocking chair. And then I think you just build on it with like just awesome movies like The Right Stuff and Top Gun, the original, and Space Camp, the movie, for sure. All you had to do is go to space camp and a robot would accidentally send you into space. If you are thinking about or dreaming about being an astronaut someday, it is totally possible. You do not have to be one of the lucky few struck by lightning. Organizations like Spacex and others in commercial space are making it possible where hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of people are going to go to space someday, and you don't have to be a test pilot. You know, you could be a doctor, you know, a nurse, someone in the healthcare field, someone building the software that runs on the spaceship. And it's just so many possibilities for a future that's going to have, you know, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of people in space in the not too distant future. It's just so awesome to think about. You know, with Inspiration 4, I always said it's hard to look at any one piece of the mission and have some extra excitement or enthusiasm, because it all matters. It has to go right, every phase of it. Everything we do for months or years leading up to the mission itself and coming home, it all matters. And I'd say that that's no different with this one. If anything, it's even more so, because there's so much we're trying to accomplish. But I'm very eager and excited to see that moment when we arrive on orbit, and kind of the reaction on the face of my other crewmates who will be going to space for the first time. It's like a really special moment where a lot of emotion comes together when you've arrived on orbit. And they've worked really hard and very deserving for this opportunity, and I'm eager to see it, you know, kind of firsthand. My name is Jared Isaacman, and I'm the commander of Polaris Dawn.
Mission pilot Scott Poteet served as the mission director of Inspiration 4, and he goes by his call sign, Kid. A retired U.S. Air Force Lieutenant Colonel, Kid served for 20 years in roles that included commander of the 64th Aggressor Squadron, Thunderbird No. 4 demonstration pilot, U.S. Air Force Weapons School graduate, operational test and evaluation pilot, and flight examiner. Kid is a command pilot with over 3,200 flying hours and has logged over 400 hours of combat time. Following his Air Force career, Kid served in various roles, including VP of Strategy at Shift 4. Let's hear from our mission pilot himself, Scott Kid Poteet.
Hey, 10.
So my love for
Crew can sleep in the capsule,
aviation and space, it started in the 80s. That's when I grew up. The movies The Right Stuff and the original Top Gun had come out. I was certainly inspired by those movies. But honestly, I struggled as a kid. I was a C and D student. The only reason why I got into college was I was recruited to run. I even struggled in college. I ended up with a degree in outdoor education. But I had an opportunity to go in the back of a KC-135 to watch some refueling F-16s in the air. I was totally inspired, puked the entire time, but I wanted to be a fighter pilot. I served in the Air Force for 20 years flying F-16s. When I retired in 2016, I thought that was the end. Space was never something that I thought I could achieve based on my academic background. You know, traditionally in the 80s with the shuttle program, it was astrophysicists, engineers, test pilots, those with advanced degrees. There are moments where you were like, oh my gosh, this is real, this is happening. And it brings me back to my Air Force and fighter pilot experience in combat. Compartmentalizing what's going on, being very acute to every little detail. Throughout this entire training process, we have these aha moments. And when I have these aha moments, I think about what it's going to be like when it is liftoff. And I think I will be in that very intense moment of being aware of all the details around me, all the senses, watching all the parameters of the rocket, staying very focused on the mission. You know, I'm not nervous. I'm intensely excited for this moment. I'm a fighter pilot, so I enjoy the thrills of thrust and the acceleration that we're going to experience going from 0 miles an hour up to 17,500 miles an hour in a very short few minutes. Anything is possible. I never dreamed I'd be in the seat. There are
No. Come on. I'm going to give the feed a refresh.
In the seat, have this advantage. My pun.
She helped prepare NASA astronauts for the Demo 2 and Crew 1 missions, and most recently directly trained the Inspiration 4 astronauts. Sarah is an experienced mission control operator who has supported real-time operations for Dragon's cargo resupply missions to and from the International Space Station as a navigation officer and as a crew communicator for Dragon's human spaceflight missions. In 2015, while studying at the University of Colorado Boulder, Sarah started an internship at SpaceX and then moved into the astronaut training program full-time after graduation. Here's a bit more about Sarah.
It's the media feed. It's just the feed has been spotty all night.
So I cannot technically claim that I am a Boulder, Colorado native as much as I would love to. I was born in California, but I moved to Boulder when I was about 2 or 3 months old. And that's where I went to college as well. I went to the University of Colorado at Boulder and then eventually started as an intern at SpaceX. I would say I didn't always dream of going to space. I think my interest really changed in high school, and I thought human spaceflight was fascinating. I think I heard of the concept of this future job of running a space hotel, and I was like, wow, that's wild and cool. If that can be the future, that's something that I would like to think about. So I just started looking and pursuing human spaceflight topics and doing things that really interested me, because I didn't think going to space was necessarily a possible outcome. But along that journey, you know, got to help with some really cool things, and that obviously led to going to space today. One of the professional accomplishments that I'm most proud of is bringing back and launching Bob and Doug was so massive. Like, that's the first time we returned launch capability to the US. Like, this is so big, and it was such an immense team effort to get Dragon to the point of flight for the first time. And then for me personally, then taking that and transforming that and growing our training program to support the first all-civilian crew with Inspiration 4. Those 2 missions certainly stand out for me. When I sit in the spacecraft, I think more than anything, what is going to go through my mind is just seeing all of the components that came together to make this machine, and all of the people that made those components and tested those components, being supported by the thousands of people at SpaceX that are making this possible and dedicating their lives to safely flying people to space and back. My name is Sarah Gillis, and I am a mission specialist on the Polaris Dawn mission.
And round.
Man, Sarah Gillis is way younger than me. I don't know how to feel about that. I don't like that at all. Dang kids.
Where she manages
cool.
the development of crew operations and works in mission control as both a mission director and crew communicator. During her time at SpaceX, Anna has led the implementation of Dragon's crew capabilities and developed critical operational responses to vehicle emergencies.
Sucks.
Prior to SpaceX, Anna worked for 7 years at NASA as a biomedical flight controller for the International Space Station. She received her bachelor's degree in mathematics and Spanish from Texas Christian University and her master's degree in biomedical engineering from Duke University. Let's hear a little bit more from our other SpaceX team member, Anna Walker-Menon.
I did always dream of going to space. I think I was captivated by the beauty of our universe and the perspective and learning you can gain from that vantage point. So while I recognized it was a distant likelihood to ever end up getting to be there, I have always dreamed of getting to be there. I fell in love with space on a field trip in the 4th grade. I got to experience a day in the life of an astronaut as well as a flight controller in mission control, and I knew from that moment that this was an industry I wanted to be a part of. I studied math and engineering in college and graduate school, but the whole time just kept avidly pursuing the space industry. I was so thrilled when I got a job out of graduate school at NASA, and after about 7 years there, transitioned over to SpaceX, and I have been here ever since. On launch day, I think I will have a lot of things on my mind. I think one piece will be intense focus, remembering all of the work and the learning that we have gone through, thanks to SpaceX, to execute every piece of this mission to the best of our abilities. I will also be thinking about the massive team that it took to get to this moment, and probably honestly feeling a lot of gratitude. And then thirdly, I think I will be trying to memorize the moment. I think it's going to fly by, and I think I will try really hard to memorize the sounds, the feelings, the thoughts, the experiences in the rooms around me, so that I can freeze it in my mind and someday look back and recall what it felt like to be there. My name is Anna Menon, and I am one of the mission specialists as well as a medical officer on the Polaris Dawn mission.
Well, Anna certainly got her wish in terms of having an opportunity to freeze the moment as we had to push off of our initial T0 due to weather conditions. But in those packages, you got some glimpses into the training that the Polaris Dawn crew had to undergo. They not only went through the same SpaceX training as our NASA astronauts, but they also had to train to perform an EVA, or an extravehicular activity, or spacewalk, as it's better known as. For basic SpaceX training, they were trained on everything from orbital mechanics to how to live in microgravity. They also ran through numerous simulations of what the full mission will look like while seated inside our Dragon training spacecraft.
Yeah, and in addition to ensuring they are familiar with SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket and Dragon spacecraft, the crew went through an extensive training regimen to build their physical endurance and mental toughness, ensuring they are well-rounded and prepared for spaceflight, and especially for the first ever commercial spacewalk. From scuba diving to skydiving, we had an opportunity to talk to the crew about some of the rigorous training that they went through, and here's what they had to say.
The bulk of the training has been rightfully focused on the EVA, or the spacewalks. In a development program, you don't know what you need to train to. Like, how can we run pressurized operations, simulate microgravity, but also have like a simulator that's powered, with hatches to get in and out of, so we don't have to submerge that in a pool.
We looked at a suspension system solution where we can set up a physics model that allows you to pressurize the suit, put on a harness, and then a hoist will lift a suited crew member up. And you can basically use one finger and you press down and your whole body will move up, just like in space.
It allowed us to really put into practice the different piece-by-piece steps that are necessary to complete this operation safely.
One aspect of our training has been scuba diving. The buoyancy allows us to kind of experience a different environment. The lack of communication is a challenge associated with scuba diving.
You rely on alternate forms of communication. You'll use different hand signals to communicate, like I'm okay, you're okay. So I would say scuba diving has a ton of great training lessons that are directly applicable to our spacewalk.
I have to say, I think the max fun here was the skydiving we did at the Air Force Academy. That was some of the best training ever.
When I dropped out of that airplane, sitting in the airplane as I was going up, I felt those nerves, all of that rush of emotions that comes with, recognizing that you are about to do a really high consequence operation.
And you're standing out, leaning into the wind, out of an aircraft, and then you just let go and you fall.
That looks like fun.
It was incredible training. Some of the most memorable training we've done.
For the centrifuge training, the purpose is to go through both a launch and a reentry, as well as a launch escape mission profile in this human centrifuge that's spinning you around and imparting forces on your body that are similar to the ones that we will experience when we go through those operations actually in space.
When you're in space, you have to deal with the circumstances that you're dealt. Similar fashion is climbing a mountain. You're on the side of a mountain, it's taken days to get to where you're at, approaching the summit. You're dehydrated, you're hungry. You learn to manage those stressors. And those are all good preparation techniques in getting ready for space exploration.
We've had it all. We've had unbelievable, highs, and we've had lows. It's just been a great 2 years of growth. Some of the best times of my life.
Dragon is the first private spacecraft to take humans to the International Space Station and it's currently the only vehicle capable of returning significant amounts of cargo to Earth. It's also the first private spacecraft to take an all-civilian crew to orbit during the Inspiration mission in 2021. Over the last 4 years, the spacecraft has supported 13 human spaceflight missions and flown 50 crew members representing 14 countries. Through missions like Inspiration 4 and Polaris Dawn, Dragon is helping lay the groundwork for deep space exploration, rapidly expanding our knowledge of how humans will adapt, live, and work in space. Dragon can also help discover more about our home planet. With upcoming missions like From 2, we aim to do exactly that. Named in honor of the ship that helped explorers first reach Earth's Arctic and Antarctic regions, the crew of From 2 will be the first to explore Earth from a polar orbit. From 2 will be SpaceX's 6th commercial astronaut mission and will allow the crew to observe Earth's polar regions through Dragon's cupola at an altitude of 425 to 450 kilometers. Over the years, Dragon has proven to be quite a versatile spacecraft. It can autonomously dock to the space station when outfitted with the ISS docking adapter. In free flyer mode, the docking adapter can be swapped out for a cupola for the best views while in orbit, and that'll be the case with the upcoming From 2 mission. Finally, we have our newest option, which is the Skywalker hardware to support a spacewalk, and the Skywalker will be making its debut on Polaris Dawn. And in addition, who knows what else the future will bring. Now, while the crew gets situated in Dragon, let's take a moment to get familiar with the spacecraft that we will call home, that the crew will call home for the next 5 days. Designed to be the safest spacecraft ever flown, the fully autonomous Dragon stands nearly 27 feet tall and 13 feet in diameter. Dragon is capable of carrying up to 7 passengers, but for today's mission, it's carrying the 4 members of the Polaris Dawn crew. The crew will spend the majority of their time in the pressurized section, which is the top portion of the spacecraft you see there on your screen.
Dude, look over
and this
there.
allows for transport of people and environmentally sensitive cargo.
Bottom left, dude.
Dragon's trunk, which sits just below the pressurized section, not only carries unpressurized cargo, but also supports the spacecraft during ascent, and it remains attached to Dragon until shortly before re-entry into Earth's atmosphere. And as you can see there, half of the trunk is covered in solar panels on the left side, and that's to provide power to Dragon during flight. The spacecraft is also equipped with 16 Draco thrusters, which are used to orient the spacecraft during the mission. Each Draco thruster is capable of generating around 90 pounds of force in the vacuum of space, and these engines are just as important to Dragon as the Merlin engines are to Falcon 9. In addition to these 16 Draco thrusters, there are 8 Super Dracos, and these power the spacecraft's launch escape system. In the very unlikely event of an emergency, the Super Draco engines can power Dragon half a mile away from the launch vehicle in less than 8 seconds. And just like the Falcon 9 first stage, Dragon is also reusable. In fact, the Polaris Dawn crew is flying today in the exact same spacecraft that supported NASA's Crew 1 mission, as well as Inspiration 4. That said, there are a few changes that we've made to Dragon for this mission. In order to accommodate a spacewalk, this is the first Dragon to be outfitted with a Skywalker in place of the cupola observation dome. The Skywalker is a structure that is mounted to the top of Dragon, as you can see there, and the astronauts will use this to assist in exiting and re-entering the spacecraft during their spacewalk. This Dragon is also carrying Starlink, making this the first mission to attempt to use the Starlink network in orbit. Inside of Dragon is a router connected to a user terminal located in Dragon's trunk, and this terminal will be linked to a new device known as the Plug and Placer, which will enable the spacecraft to communicate with Starlink satellites that will be in orbit below Dragon. Now, we're very excited to see all of this in action, but Dragon has to get up there first. So let's take a look at the rocket that will be taking our crew and Dragon to space.
Yeah, babe. Dude,
Dragon will be delivered to orbit today by SpaceX's Falcon 9, the first orbital-class rocket capable of reflight. Reusability allows us to refly the most expensive parts of the rocket, and that in turn drives down the cost of spaceflight. To date, Falcon 9 has performed 369 orbital launches, 326 landings, and 300 reflights. Standing about 65.5 meters tall, or about 215 feet, Falcon 9 is a 2-stage rocket that provides 1.7 million pounds of thrust on its first stage, thanks to those 9 Merlin M1D engines. And today's mission will be the 4th launch and landing for this particular booster. It previously supported NASA's Crew 8 mission to the International Space Station in March earlier this year. It's also supported 2 SpaceX Starlink missions. Now, after stage separation, when the first stage has done the bulk of its job for the day, it will initiate 2 burns as it makes its way back down towards the surface of Earth. First is the entry burn to help slow Falcon 9 down as it prepares to re-enter the thicker layers of Earth's atmosphere. Finally, the landing burn will further decelerate the rocket just enough to perform a precision landing on our drone ship. Just read the instructions. And that drone ship is currently stationed downrange in the Atlantic Ocean. The Falcon 9 first stage is equipped with 4 landing legs, and these are made of state-of-the-art carbon fiber with an aluminum honeycomb. These are placed symmetrically around the base of the rocket, and they are stowed during ascent and deploy just ahead of landing. Now, moving up the rocket, Falcon 9's second stage engine ignites a few seconds after stage separation, and this engine can be restarted multiple times.
Senshi, you were asking about what actually makes it dangerous to fly through rain and clouds. Okay, so there's a couple of different rules that have to do, actually four different rules that have to do with weather that I can think of off the top of my head. There's a bunch of different ones, but these are the 4 biggest ones that have to do with rain. Okay, so first big one, flight through precipitation. Don't fly when it's raining. Don't fly when it's raining. That's what that means. Why don't you want to do that? Because think of when the rocket's going up, flying into a rainstorm with how fast it's going, you're basically pelting the rocket with raindrops, right? It's got to push that stuff out of the way. The speeds that a rocket goes at could damage the spacecraft. So basically, don't fly in the rain. You're going way faster than an airplane. This thing goes faster than an airplane in 43 seconds. So don't fly in the rain. Okay, second one. Surface electric. Don't fly into a thunderstorm. Actually, that's not necessarily what oh God. That's not necessarily what surface electric is. Surface electric field rule basically states you do not fly into a scenario where the rocket could become a lightning rod. That's bad. Okay. Another one, anvil cloud rule. Don't fly into an anvil cloud. Anvil clouds form when a thunderstorm happens. Fourth one, big one, cumulus cloud rule. Don't fly through charged clouds. That's what they're tracking right now. You don't want to fly through charged clouds and have heat lightning ground out the rocket. That would be bad. They tried that once in the 60s. It didn't work very well. Well, it worked okay. Probably, we'll call it a pucker moment. Yeah. They tried that once in the 60s. It didn't really work too well. But anyway, I want to unmute John.
Pause or a hold in the countdown. We had just finished the electronic poll verifying
a lot of things can go wrong.
Falcon team
good question, though.
Was go to load propellant into the Falcon 9, but we did not actually get that far. All evening or early morning, as the case may be, at Kennedy Space Center, we've been watching the weather. The launch weather officer had advised the team that a frontal boundary had come ashore in Florida. That was creating scattered cells that would pop up and occasionally violate the cumulus cloud rule, or in this case, as we just saw with the pad deck view there, or up on top of the fixed service structure, we were getting rain showers with rain higher up in the atmosphere than we would be allowed to fly through.
See?
So we continued the countdown, fingers crossed, heading for that first T0, which was planned for 7:38 Universal Time. Inside T-minus 1 hour, it was still very uncertain whether or not the weather would cooperate for that first T0. The team took the decision down as far as they could inside of T-minus 50 minutes, trying to get the last little bit of information. But just as we thought we were going to press on and go with the original T0, we saw a cell pop up on the radar map that exceeded conditions. We looked at that and decided to go ahead and hold the clock. We heard the Corps then go back up, talk to the crew, tell them that we were held, and then we recycled to the second T0. Now we have 3 T0 opportunities. The first one is now passing us by as we get ready at 7 hours and 38 minutes Universal Time, 10 minutes from now, and that would have been a scrub. The next one that we are aiming for is coming up at 9 hours, 23 minutes, 49 seconds Universal Time, just under the 2 hours you see there on the countdown clock. There is a third opportunity if we need it at 11 hours, 15 minutes universal time. The problem we have is the weather is still uncertain enough that the team can't make a decision whether the second T0 or the third T0 is the best one. We're going to continue counting down, obviously, as you can see on the clock there.
No.
The scattered rain showers we see, those should clear out of the way. But we most recently had another no-go condition pop up. The surface electric field, essentially the measure of how the atmosphere is electrically charged, has violated criteria. We're going to continue to watch that. We think that one will clear. Primarily, we're continuing to worry about the cumulus clouds and the possibility of having to fly through rain on the way up the northeast coast of the United States as we head into the orbit at just over 51 degrees inclination. The Corps has talked to the crew on board Dragon. The mission director for Dragon, they have done their readiness polls. We've also checked with the SpaceX Falcon 9 team. They are go. Also, it appears that the next T0, there is no proximity warnings or concerns with any orbital satellites. Sometimes you have to move a launch window a minute or two if there might be a conjunction in space. Right now, it looks like we don't have any of those issues. The big question will be whether or not the weather is going to be go at the next T0. The other plan that we have is while we are in this hold for a little while, this is giving the Dragon and Falcon launch teams a chance to rotate people on and off console, take a few minutes break. It's been a long early morning for the team. Everybody continues to have backup support. So, we're ready to support anything that may come up, but we are giving the crew a chance to refresh.
All right, Chris.
The next major event is we continue asking the launch weather officer, what's the forecast look like? What's the forecast look like? The next big one coming up will be at T-minus 1 hour and 30 minutes, just over 22 minutes from now. That's when Dragon is going to rotate the seats back into the launch position. The crew right now is sitting upright inside the Dragon that you can see there. The crew access arm, and there's a view of the crew in their upright posture. And then we'll rotate to horizontal into the launch position to get ready. That'll be a little later in the count than we had done it the first time around, but that's fine. The hatch is closed, leak checks, everything is copacetic in Dragon. So they'll get ready in an hour and a half and go back into the launch position in their seats.
Hi, guys.
We'll continue to bring it down. We'll get inside T-minus 1 hour where we'll do another evaluation on what the launch looks like. And then fingers crossed, we'll be able to press past T-minus 45 minutes and get into the prop load at T-minus 35 minutes. So everything continues to look good. One reminder, the only people on the pad right now are the Dragon crew themselves, the 4 people inside the Dragon. You can see that crew access arm. The seals have been deflated. They're retracted. All of the handholds are out of the way. Everything's been cleared. The only thing really waiting for everybody is ideally we get inside 45 minutes so we can retract the arm. So nobody's going back out to the pad right now. All the vehicles are cleared off. So we're going to just continue to give you status updates as we go along. But Kate, hopefully the second T0 is the winner. The first one turns out the weather is red right now, and we wouldn't have been able to go.
Yep. Well, you know what? It's been a good rehearsal so far. And realistically speaking, while the Polaris Dawn crew, I'm sure, would be delighted to be closer to, wait, how long have we been holding now? Would they be in space now? I'm not sure. My brain is a little mushy at this point, but the point is that they would still be in the Dragon capsule right now, regardless, in their seats most likely. So they're not really doing anything significantly different physically anyway. Now we did, as you heard John say, we did rotate the seats a bit so that they could kind of like stretch out a little bit more to be a little bit more comfortable. So yeah, I'm guessing there's probably some like charades happening or other games involving like hand signs and so
whatever they can do while still strapped into their seats.
Exactly.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah,
oh, look, there they are.
There you can see them on their tablets.
All four of them on their tablets. I wonder if we've equipped those tablets with any games. I hope so.
I mean, they'd have a lot more mobility in
Maps.
these EVA suits to be able to play
He was
some
looking
more
at
games,
he was looking at a map of the
in
Cape.
these suits versus the IVA suits.
Yeah, that is definitely true. Gorgeous shot there of 39A. Like we mentioned before, we are in a not quite a holding pattern because we're still progressing with the launch countdown, but we did have to reset the T0 clock due to weather, and we are fingers crossed that our second targeted.
Yeah, dude, Isaacman is paying for this, dude, but he's paying it and he's paying for it, but he didn't say how much, but yeah, man, and you know what, dude, we always talk about, you know, people always talk about how billionaires need to use, if they could just help people. That dude, arguably. So let me put it to you like this, dude. Jared Isaacman he flew the Inspiration 4 mission. He was the commander of that mission. That mission raised $250 million for childhood cancer for St. Jude. That's a pretty good way. That's a pretty good way to do that. To be a good. Yeah. That's pretty good. Frick cancer. It's not cool. It's not cool at all. Oh, Chris Trigg is back. All right. So, yeah, man, it's actually pretty rad, dude. Yeah, so that's actually pretty freaking cool, dude. So, what would you do if one of them was watching the stream? I'd be very happy. That would make me pretty happy. Anyway.
Portions of the suit become rigid. They need actual flexure and rotational joints to allow them to move around. It's kind of like a suit of armor made of fabric. We innovated in flexure joints to allow easy bending at the elbows and the knees, as well as a collapsible rotator joint that exists on the shoulder, which allows the suit to remain nearly fully soft, but when pressurized is a rotational bearing.
The difference between the IVA and the EVA suit is that on the IVA suit, the zipper system location is in the inseam. But since we needed to have lots of mobility on our EVA suit, that was not the preferred choice. By moving the zipper system from the inseam to the waist, we mitigated risk of the stress of the zipper.
And another big element was also the thermal side of things. The crew is obviously exposed to a much more extreme thermal environment during the EVA. So we want to make sure that the inside of the suit is comfortable for them, and that as they interface with parts of the vehicle, that is safe for them to touch as well.
The EVA suit is built and designed here at Spacex in Hawthorne, California. We wanted to have something that's easy manufactured that we can handle here in-house. So we developed this new material, so it's fabric-based.
We actually added a new layer to the suit, which we refer to as the Faraday layer. And this is a conductive cage around the suit that shields the suit from external electric fields.
The helmet on the EVA suit looks very similar to the IVA suit, but it is really an all-new design of that helmet. It's much more robust from a thermal structural perspective since it will be taking more extreme temperatures.
We are really excited to introduce this new single-pane visor helmet to the world of spacesuits. The EVA suit visor is made of polycarbonate and is coated with copper and ITO, or indium tinoxide. These two coatings together reflect the sun away from the crew, as well as reflecting infrared heat back to the crew when they are facing deep space. Our suit has a HUD, or heads-up display, which is a small display screen in the helmet, which is transparent, which allows the crew to see through the display to have unfettered access during their EVA, but it also provides critical telemetry to the crew, so pressure, temperature, relative humidity.
We're trying to improve the technology and streamline it in one way, and at the same time, we're also trying to get it more and more manufacturable with each generation. The ultimate goal is that you can put on a spacesuit and go out and get work done anywhere in the solar system and not feel like you're wearing anything more than you normally wear every day.
Love seeing how we have designed those suits from really the ground up. They look similar to definitely looking forward to seeing them in action in just a few days. But until then, let's take a look at how the actual EVA itself came together.
Stands for extravehicular activity, and it's any sort of operation in space where a human is getting out of the spacecraft. So in the case of Polaris Dawn, we're going to be testing the mobility of the suit. We're going to see if the in-space operation matches the training we've done here in Hawthorne. There's really a lot of different things that can happen during an EVA, and this is the first step for Dragon and SpaceX.
When I first started working at SpaceX, I never thought I'd be training a crew to do an EVA. It's brand new, it's so unique, we've never done anything like this before, and so we wanted to make sure we had the best possible training program for this mission.
We want to see if we can train a spacewalk on Earth in a way that's representative of what it feels like in space.
Even though only 2 people are going to be going outside during this first EVA, all 4 crew will be in EVA suits going down to vacuum.
Dragon was always designed to vent to full vacuum, but we've never taken full Dragon capsule down to vacuum, and this will be the first time we do it in space.
We actually put crew into a chamber at Johnson Space Center in Houston and had them live the exact profile that they will experience, and making sure that no one actually experienced decompression sickness.
We have a couple new training assets for Polaris Dawn to train the EVA specifically. The suspension system that we have is situated on top of the platform of our capsule simulator. The lines drop through the hatch. They attach to a single crew member inside the capsule. We can lift them up and get them situated so that they can egress the capsule and perform their tasks at Skywalker, the mobility aid.
The Skywalker, what's amazing to me is a lot of people are going to think it's a metallic structure just bolted to the top of Dragon, but a lot of development effort, testing went into the Skywalker. So we actually used similar technology as we have in the Super Draco chambers to apply a thermal barrier coating to the outside of the Skywalker. That is going to be a really, really amazing mobility aid on the front end of Dragon.
We also developed a sideways simulator, so we flip the hatch on its side.
In the event the hatch fails to close, they can manually close the hatch. We had them do that in a sideways suspension system, so gravity isn't helping them close or helping them open that hatch mechanism.
It's new development for Dragon, it's new development for SpaceX and the industry as a whole. So this is a great example of where Polaris Dawn is forcing the team to innovate in a way that adds safety and reliability to every Dragon mission going forward.
That's this huge challenge for us to go solve, but that's also an opportunity for us to solve the problems that we have to go figure out anyway for our larger goals, like putting people on Mars.
The Polaris Dawn objectives are the first step towards that ultimate flight with humans inside of Starship, which is right along the SpaceX development path that we have towards getting to the Moon and Mars.
This thing's so cool. Every time I see Starship, dude, I'm like, that exists. That thing is real.
It is so exciting to see not only development of the EVA suit, but the EVA operations as well, and how so much has been specialized for this mission with the goal of having the ability to open that top hatch and have Jared and then Sarah go out and test the mobility of the suit and the functionality. And it's to me, it's just so cool to be able to see the design and the planning that went into all of that to make what is about to happen.
Yeah, what I think is super cool is that historically, you know, they've done training and the crew has done, you know, scuba diving, but typically training has been done in a swimming pool in their suits, right? But
dumb question,
as we
has
just
Starship
saw,
made it into space yet? Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, it hasn't made it into orbit. Blackhead, if you really want to be technical. So the last Starship flight, IFT-4, made it into space. It would have made it into orbit. SpaceX intentionally didn't put it into orbit on purpose. They had it re-enter on a suborbital trajectory. So it never circularized, but it could have. It definitely could have, right? I could do that if I felt like it. No, it could have done it. It just hasn't. SpaceX isn't ready to put that thing into orbit. The reason why is you don't really want to strand something that big in space in case something goes wrong. You don't want to do that. So SpaceX has been flying suborbital trajectories for Starship missions, but has it been to space? It has been above the Kármán line. Yeah, absolutely. It's been to space, and it's pretty much been to orbit 99% of the way there. They're stopping. I think their staging last time was like 26,000 kph or something. It was like it 99% of the way there. They could have made it. They absolutely would have made it. So yeah, it has, dude. And it's kind of crazy when you think about it. That thing is huge. Starship is gigantic. If there was a Starship next to this thing. Okay, so you see that little oh, John's saying something. Hold on. Okay, he's just messing around. 26.5. Yeah, that's what it was, Max. It was short of 27. So you see that little nose cone thing, like way up at the top? Like way up there at the top. That's where people are. Starship is from the bottom here, about 2/3 of the way up. Starship is as big as, it's as tall as the first stage of a Falcon 9. And later versions of Starship, the bigger versions that SpaceX is cooking up, is as tall as that. What a Starship looks like next to a shuttle. Blackbird, Starship is about the size of the external tank. Yeah, it's actually a little bit bigger. It's a little bit wider in diameter by about 60 centimeters. And it's definitely a little bit longer. Pretty damn close. Starship is 9 by 50, right? The external tank's 8.4 by 47. It is, dude, Starship is huge. It's gigantic. Here, let me, actually, no, I don't want to mess with the feeds or anything. Yeah, look up the space shuttle external tank. Look at people sitting next to it. Starship's gigantic. It is absolutely monstrous. Like, dude, even Falcon 9 is big. It's hard for our brains to get the scale of this stuff looking at it through the television screen or through your phone or your mobile device or your computer, whatever you're on. It's tough to understand the scale. Yeah, it's really difficult to get it right. Falcon 9 is 3.7 meters. It's like 15 feet or something. Oh, feed dumped. Crap. Come on back now. My main feed dumped. All right, we're coming back. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, you don't really get it. You don't really get the size of these things. Starship is 9 meters. It's about 30 feet, give or take. It's about 30 feet. It's like 29 point something or other feet. It's freaking huge. Like, That is an incomprehensible size. You know what actually gets you a pretty good here. Hold on. Let me see if I can get you guys some good size here for this. Let me just go up there. I'll keep the feet up there so we can see it. But I was looking at information for the mission, but Space Shuttle External Tank. Okay, so see the ET? That is the size of Starship. It's actually just a slight bit bigger than that. But if you were looking at it from the side, you wouldn't know. See that? Oh, this is a baller picture from STS-3, by the way. That's the size of Starship. Super heavy. Super heavy is as tall as the entire stack. Yeah. Super heavy is huge. 70 meters. About 220 feet. It's a big, big, big vehicle. Now, if we back out of that and you look at this, that's the scale we're talking about here. Dude, it's a monster. It is just a monster of a vehicle. Like, it's hard to understand the scale of these things. These super heavy lift rockets are unbelievably big. Like, you got an idea for how big you think the stage is, and then you go and see it, or you get to go to a museum and see the spaceflight hardware up close, and you're just like, huh. That's bigger than I thought it was. And that's just Starship. Yeah, Mob, Starship is this big, give or take. It's the external tank's actually a little bit smaller than Starship. Super Heavy is as tall, like Super Heavy is this plus another one of those things at the back. Actually, it's like Super Heavy would be like if you took the hydrogen tank and put another hydrogen tank right there. It's like if you took the external tank, cut it right on the inner tank right there, and just mirrored it. It's that big. This scale is just unheard of, dude. Oh, feeds should be coming back here. But yeah, we're waiting on that weather update, and we'll go from there. Come on. Thank you.
Test the EVA suits, but we do have some margin in there, so they might be able to get, if they're able to complete their test, they might just be able to get a minute or two
Shuttle's a beast. Shuttle is no slouch. It's a big rocket, and Starship makes the shuttle look.
We are excited to watch that with them live whenever the EVA is actually happening.
No problem,
but for those of us who haven't experienced the overview effect personally,
no problem, dude.
Hand with our own eyes.
It's getting late, man.
Info on
man, I'm really happy I took that nap. If I didn't take that break, we'd be screwed right now.
The overview
I took a break from streaming
that sensation or that feeling that you get
8
when
hours
you
ago.
see your whole world from the perspective
that
of
would have
being
sucked
outside of it.
if I decided to power through.
It ranges
that really
the whole
would have
spectrum
sucked.
from like how delicate the Earth may appear because it's only this thin blue line that separates this habitable atmosphere of our home planet to the vacuum space.
The gates, mein Freund.
It's hard to comprehend what the impact is going to be when I first see Earth from space. It just reminds us of how fragile our planet is. One of my roles on this crew is to shoot as much footage as we possibly can so we can bring it back and share it with the world.
The big picture awareness that you gain from that sort of perspective when you were
5 in the morning,
journeying amongst the stars and see our entire planet as we know it there outside of your window, and kind of the philosophical and the many different emotions that it provokes inside of you when you see it that way.
We have barely begun our journey to explore the worlds around us. And that hit me right when I saw the moon rise around Earth and saying, like, come on, it's been 50 years. We got to get back there, and we got to get to Mars, and we got to figure out how to get out of our own solar system and try and figure out what this is all about.
There's so much incredible footage that crew members have taken from space and that you see from satellites. I think it's one of the things I'm looking forward to most on the mission is getting to see the Earth from that perspective. I can't wait to share what that experience is, but I guess I'll have to let you know once I get back.
As you might imagine, the Polaris Dawn crew has spent a lot of time together through all of the training and preparation for this mission, and naturally that fostered some great camaraderie. So let's hear what the crew had to say about their team bonding.
I have so many
Starship
wonderful
is roughly
memories
the
working
same
with this
volume as the
crew.
ISS.
One of the
That's
memories that
absurd.
stands out to me is back
Thanks,
at the
Al.
beginning of our relationship formation, and that was when we were climbing Cotopaxi together. The highs and lows of that experience and the mental toughness required really helped break down barriers and create a platform to form a trust.
I mean, you want to talk highs and lows, we were literally jumping out of airplanes. I think it just taught us an awful lot about each other and moments of like unbelievable happiness and super lows where things weren't going to plan.
Mountains, flying fighters. Honestly, I think it's just the mundane moments that we have together to gel as a crew and relying upon your crew, knowing when we need to ask for help.
We each do have things that we're not going to be the best at. We're not going to need to do everything. We can distribute the load to maximize what each person is bringing to the team. It's been such an adventure learning with them, learning about them, learning how to work with them. I don't think 5 days is going to be enough.
It is awesome to think about getting to live and work with each other for 5 days in this capsule. Getting to be with them while floating in space, doing work to contribute to long-term endeavors of human space flight. I am just so thrilled and excited and look forward to it.
Now, there are science and supplies going up on the Polaris Dawn mission, but also the crew is taking along some personal items for their 5-day trip around the planet. We caught up with the crew during training to get a little more insight on what each of them are planning to take to space.
What am I going to bring to space? I've thought long and hard about this one.
A book that I co-authored about a mama dragon that ends up training and flying to space.
My dad's necklace, jewelry for my wife, watches. I have a Thunderbird watch and a fighter weapons school watch.
I don't know, you know, it's one of my takeaways after Inspiration 4 was it's kind of like camping, you brought too much. One of my actual debrief points was bring less.
When I got married to my husband, we went to the store and picked up a Cat in the Hat book. For our entire wedding, all of the ceremony was taped in this book, all of our vows were taped in the book, and then it got passed around and all the speeches got added to the book. And so it's just a very fun collection of very special memories captured in a very endearing Cat in the Hat book.
I'm going to bring this big hunk of metal that will go higher than anyone has ever flown in Earth orbit.
I'd love to be able to have some sort of a memorabilia for everyone who contributes to this, of which it's pretty hard because there's 10,000 plus SpaceXers. I guess I wish I could bring something.
What would I bring, Ray? So Ray over in the YouTube chat, guys, just asked if it was me, what would I bring? It's a good question. The truck? I mean, if we could do that, dude, sure. Absolutely. If I could bring my truck with me, I would. I'm dead serious. I mean, with Starship, that might be a thing. Just, I mean, how many people, like, put the truck in the Starship up into space, take a picture of the truck, me in the truck in an EVA suit in space, and then come back down, then drive it away. Because this truck has been to space. A Kerbal plushie is probably high up on the list. Yeah, I'd probably take my Kerbal plushie with me. Yeah, Kate just said on the feed she'd take a wedding ring. Wedding ring would be up there with me. Yeah, absolutely. Plus 25K instantly. Yep. Fastest truck ever. 17,500 miles an hour. No, seriously, I have some spaceflight memorabilia that I can't say what it is, but I have some spaceflight memorabilia that I would take with me. That was given to me by people. And it's a lot of it is pretty near and dear to my heart. I'd probably take it with me just to say it's been to space twice. Yeah, you heard that right. Yeah, but a Kerbal plushie, wedding ring, and my truck would probably be at the top of my list, man. Yeah. Fly the SCE to aux switch. Yeah. Now we're talking. Imagine being stoned in space, Quackcat. Dude, that would either be the coolest thing ever or not the coolest thing ever. Like, you know, that would be amazing until something goes wrong, and then you gotta, and then it's all gonna go south, you know? You know what I'm talking about? It's like if you burn one, right? And then like your car alarm goes off or something. You know exactly what I'm talking about. If you burn one and that happens, you're going to be like, you know, I mean, you're not going to have like necessarily a bad trip. It's just going to get very stressful very quickly. You know what I mean? It'll get very stressful very fast. I would take the shuttle back to space. Nice. I wouldn't want any of that, dude. I would want to be completely sober because I would want to remember everything. Like, first of all, being drunk in space sounds awful. Stone, maybe that could be cool, but no. Every other narcotic, nah, hell no. No, drugs are bad. Drugs are bad, okay? You shouldn't do drugs. Drugs are bad, okay? Maybe the second time. maybe the second time. Привет, как дела? I don't think that that's a good idea. Hotboxing the capsule? That's a really bad idea.
Yeah. Anyway, we are continuing to count down to the next launch opportunity for the Polaris Dawn crew. For those of you that have just recently joined us, all 4 of our crew members are inside that Dragon capsule there on your screen. They are the only ones left at the launch pad. The closeout crew have departed the pad, and we unfortunately had to reset the countdown clock just past, I think it was like T minus 48 minutes. So unfortunately, there was a last-minute radar scan that showed basically non-conforming weather requirements, and so we had to stand down and basically reset for our next opportunity, which is coming up in just an hour and 22 minutes. So the crew has remained in the Dragon capsule.
Don't yawn, you're going to make me yawn.
For mission control.
Nope.
Our cycling crew getting an opportunity to stretch their legs, get some refreshments or some food, and really get refocused as we come back into almost right where we left off.
Yep, so as the clock continues to count, we're just at about T-minus 1 hour and 20 minutes. So far, everything with Falcon 9 and Dragon are being reported as healthy. But in the meantime, John, can we get a further status update?
Well, thanks, Atticus. T-minus 1 hour and 22 minutes, as you're just saying. Everything is kind of in abeyance for the moment. We're waiting to get more information on weather. You can see a view of Dragon spacecraft on top of Falcon 9 at Launch Complex 39A on Kennedy Space Center. Lights are on in the crew access arm, but it doesn't mean anybody is in the arm. And you can see there on the screen the crew. We rotated their seats back into the launch position at T-minus 1 hour and 28 minutes, just about 7 minutes ago. Currently, we're slowly moving up on T-minus 1 hour where things start to pick
weather
up.
update.
And here comes the weather update.
Go LB. All weather rules just cleared about 30 seconds ago, so we have a green range for weather rules, and we'll have our SpaceX meteorologist fill you in for the next T0.
It's great to hear, and stay by.
And Dragon, SpaceX weather officer here. We did violate a number of launch rules for that cumulus that popped up at that initial T0, so made a good call there from the whole team, SLD 45 and all. And we are tracking a much better POV for this next T0. The elbow is tracking a 35% chance of violation, and if everything holds as it currently looks for another 20-30 minutes, we should be able to step that POV down. But overall, looking good for this next launch attempt.
And copy that, weather officer. That's really great to know. 35% presently for POV, and should be stepping down in the next 20 minutes or so. Good to hear.
Okay, so they've told the crew that what we're just getting from the launch weather officer. The first launch attempt we had to hold as we got inside T-minus 45 minutes. A cell had popped up, and it looked like we were going to be no-go at T0, which would have scrubbed us for the morning. So instead, we held off before we began prop load into the Falcon 9. That preserved a second launch attempt coming up in just under 80 minutes from now.
No, 2020.
That T0 is planned for 9 hours, 23 minutes, 49 seconds universal time, or 5:23 and 49 seconds a.m.
It's a different
Eastern
mission,
Daylight
Wiley.
Saving
This isn't
Time.
going to the ISS.
Just about an hour or so before dawn there in Cocoa Beach, Florida. So hopefully they'll get a good view if the weather continues to dissipate. As I mentioned, we had the crew rotate seats back into the launch position at T-minus 1 hour and 28 minutes. On the SpaceX Falcon 9 side, the launch chief engineer is going through a technical readiness poll, making sure that the Falcon team is ready to pick up the count as we get inside T-minus 1 hour. Also, amplify a little bit on the launch weather officer. It's always interesting. A probability of violation, or POV as they call it, of 35%.
You got Red Bull?
So that means essentially 1 chance in 3 of violating the weather constraints that we would have for a launch. It's interesting. An optimist would say it's a 60% probability of good weather. You know, I don't know why we do the probability of violation, but that's the history. It's been that for as long as I have known it.
Cool, man.
The big thing that is changing is that the weather was fairly chaotic over the last hour. It's very hard to model and predict as the boundary layer was coming ashore. What they're seeing right now in the weather radar is the boundary looks like it's dissipating. And as the Corps told the crew and the weather officer amplified, we ought to know more in about 20 minutes as we get down close to T-minus 1 hour, in which case the probability of violation may actually decrease, give us an even better chance. Still looking at a variety of things. The rain showers that we saw earlier on the camera lens, making sure that they've dissipated, that we don't fly through rain on the way up. We also want to make sure the big one is cumulus cloud rules. We don't want any thick, high-altitude clouds in the flight trajectory. And then, of course, continuing to watch the winds, but that looks to be pretty good. And if the rain dissipates and goes away, then the electric field intensity, which is currently green and go for launch, should also stay that way. So fingers crossed that the weather will continue to improve and we get a go here to continue through T-minus 1 hour and then prop load and take it the rest of the way on down. But right now, Kate, things are looking a little more optimistic than they were an hour or so ago.
Yeah, certainly better. Hearing that we've got a 35% chance of violating the weather requirements instead of 60, that's certainly a welcome improvement. So let's talk a little bit about the research that's going to be going up. So Polaris Dawn is the first of 3 planned missions in the Polaris program, and this will conduct extensive scientific research to expand our knowledge of humans adapting, living, and working in space. Much of this research is also intended to improve our lives down here on Earth.
And like all science and research, it begins with collecting tons of data, and that process started well before today. Let's take a look.
We are in the Houston SpaceX office today. We are here for our what we call L-30 or launch minus 30 days data collection for all of the research that we're doing on our mission. We have about 40 experiments, and a number of those required data collection pretty close to launch date. And so we are doing all of that data collection today, as well as doing some refresher training just to make sure we're really sharp on all of it.
All right, I'm just going to turn this down for a second here. So what's going on is they're out of the red window for Cumulus Cloud and Surface Electric. Hey, Chosen One, Tier 2 74-month resub. Thank you. Thanks, man. The probability of violation is down to 35% from 60. It was 60 at the start of the window. So the probability of go went from 40 to 65. So we're likely to see a launch here in about an hour and 15 minutes. With that being said, I'm probably just going to drive down to the gas station real quick and go get some snacks and provisions. You know, no snacks and provisions that would be bad for you. So, I'll be back in probably about 15. I'll see you guys at the top at T-minus 1 hour. Get you a chocolate milk? All right. All right, cool. Be back in a second.
Kind of gather like hand-eye coordination, motor
Don't break
skills,
anything,
some
okay?
cognitive abilities now, and then they're going to compare it to post-flight as opposed to whether or not we can successfully land on Mars.
One of the unique things of our missions, they're 3 to 5 days length. You maybe can't study the super long duration things, but what you can study is what happens immediately when you get up there and how soon these things start to take place. So this big problem in the astronaut community is called SANS, and it's where the astronaut's eyesight and ocular health start to degrade over time. So they will be wearing a contact that actually makes them look like a cyborg. It has little coils that can measure the interocular pressure, and then we can start testing countermeasures that might actually be able to prevent some of those negative effects.
We are doing an experiment called GDS disorientation, and this experiment, we wear a set of electrodes that sends electricity essentially through our brain between our inner ears and stimulates a disorientation and an imbalance to train astronauts' adaptation to different G environments and hope to quicken that readaptation. One of the things that we're doing with ultrasound is we are going to be collecting imagery of our veins and identifying whether there's actually bubbles forming when we are changing cabin pressure. It's very possible that nitrogen will bubble out into our blood. If we see bubbles, it will be completely normal and okay if we do see bubbles, but we are hoping to capture that on ultrasound.
In order for us to become multiplanetary, we've got to overcome some of these challenges associated with space exploration on longer duration missions. What we gather on orbit in a zero-G environment, in a vacuum, will help us continue this cause in furthering space exploration.
To date, Dragon has carried more than 1,000 research experiments to and from low Earth orbit and the International Space Station since 2012. Whether it's returning time-sensitive experiments from the International Space Station or bringing back science performed inside the spacecraft while in orbit, Dragon safely returns at home.
While docked with the International Space Station, Dragon can also act as a lab, providing extra room for astronauts to perform their work. And when the space station is fully booked, Dragon also serves as an extra bedroom when necessary.
Yeah, exactly, Kate. And actually, NASA astronaut Michael Hopkins, who joined us earlier in the show, slept inside of Dragon during his entire 6-month stay aboard the station.
Now, Dragon can also serve as a lab while orbiting Earth. During the Inspiration 4 mission back in 2021, the crew, as you see there, conducted research while traveling weightless at over 17,000 miles per hour, just as the Polaris Dawn crew will be doing over the next 5 days. Dragon's cargo capacity can be allocated for both crew essentials as well as scientific equipment dedicated to microgravity research and experiments.
Yeah, and in fact, SpaceX is currently accepting proposals for research studies and experiments to fly on Dragon. This could be research to understand mental and physical impacts while on orbit, exploring how to improve training, physical fitness, and mental well-being, or advancing medical care with the exploration of just-in-time training and tools. The selected research study groups will have access to SpaceX's crewed Dragon missions, opening up opportunities for researchers that might not otherwise have an opportunity to do so.
For more information about SpaceX's on-orbit research program, visit spacex.com/human-spaceflight/research. Now, as we mentioned at the start of the show, there are a number of firsts for this mission. The first commercial spacewalk, possibly reaching the highest Earth orbit ever flown for a crewed spacecraft, which, if that happens, it would break the altitude record set by the Gemini 11 mission, which was half a century ago.
Yeah, the Polaris Dawn crew will also be the first to attempt to use the Starlink network while in orbit. Dragon is carrying what we are calling a Starlink plug-and-placer.
And Dragon, we are cycling the orbit tank isolation valves again to equalize the low-flow pressure system.
Copy that, SpaceX. We're following.
And just a quick update from the core to the crew. Dragon is carrying what we are calling a Starlink plug-and-placer, and inside Dragon is a router connected to a user terminal in Dragon's trunk. Now, this terminal will be linked to the new plug-and-placer device that is mounted on board.
And all of this will be responsible for establishing and maintaining a laser communications link with Starlink satellites, which will be in orbit about 200 kilometers below Dragon. Using this hardware, Dragon will attempt to talk to Starlink the same way Starlink satellites talk between themselves with lasers. No one has ever flown a laser communication system on a human-rated spacecraft before, so there's a lot to be learned. If this works, the plug-and-placer could provide the first high-speed internet experience for people traveling in space.
Yeah, this technology will also help here on Earth by facilitating healthcare access and connectivity to underserved communities around the world. The Polaris program is donating Starlink to St. Jude Global partners in 5 countries. Strong, reliable internet will help support the St. Jude Global mission by providing partners greater access to online medical conferencing, case and imaging sharing, and diagnostic assistance. Hospitals and foundations that are part of the pilot program will be able to provide better care to patients thanks to high-speed, low-latency broadband internet.
The first countries selected to receive Starlink include the Philippines, Brazil, Chile, Peru, and Mozambique. The Polaris team is also donating Starlink to 100 schools in Chile and Brazil, striving to increase internet connectivity, which can improve education and telemedicine efforts for communities in need. The Polaris Dawn crew actually had a chance to hear from the students in Chile after Starlink was installed.
¿Por qué los hombres van al espacio?
It's so important to go to space because there is so much of it and we know so little about it. How many of you would like to be an astronaut someday? There we go.
How many of you want to go with us on our mission?
They all want to go.
Starlink is also enabling the rapid development of SpaceX's Starship vehicle, which just completed its 4th flight test in June. Starlink on Starship once again enabled real-time telemetry and live high-definition video throughout every phase of entry, with external cameras providing views all the way to the flight's conclusion. Down at Starbase, Texas, we're continuing to build, test, and fly the world's most powerful launch vehicle ever developed.
SpaceX's ultimate goal is to make life multiplanetary, and Starship is the vehicle that will get us there. Starship is a fully reusable transportation system designed to carry a massive amount of cargo and large numbers of people to Earth orbit, the Moon, Mars, and beyond. Starship will be capable of carrying up to 200 metric tons to orbit and up to 100 passengers.
And we're still in the testing phase. Major milestones like flying at a high cadence, full system reuse, and on-orbit refilling are key priorities. We're also building a Starbase launch tower to further increase Starship's flight opportunities. This will also allow for continuous upgrades to the towers while continuing to launch. Now, also in testing, our engineers are proving out all systems necessary to make a trip to the moon possible, such as propulsion, life support, and even the elevator that will take the crew and cargo from the Starship hatch opening down to the lunar surface.
In partnership with NASA, Starship will put the first Artemis astronauts on the moon. The vehicle will perform one uncrewed demonstration flight before the Artemis 3 mission.
You are go for section 5 of 4.100. Report when you are go for launch.
And copy that, SpaceX. We're stepping into section 5, 4.100.
All right, so just the core syncing up with the crew, informing them that we are continuing with the launch countdown. So I was talking about the Artemis 3 program, the Artemis program, specifically the Artemis 3 mission, and how the Starship vehicle, like the one that you see there on your screen, will perform an uncrewed demonstration mission before the Artemis 3 mission. And that will be the first human surface expedition since 1972. With the ability to deliver cargo and people to the lunar surface.
SpaceX, section 5, 4.100. Crews go for launch.
All right, that is...
Copy, crew is go for launch.
Music to our ears. Crew is once again still ready for launch. So with the ability to deliver cargo and people to the lunar surface, we'll be ready to help humanity build a sustainable presence on the moon and learn how to live off-world before the next step to Mars.
When the time comes for humans to explore the moon and beyond, they'll have to take everything with them for a surface expedition. Building bases or even cities will require huge amounts of cargo and eventually crew, and that's where Starship comes in.
This year is shaping up to be a busy one for Starship. As we mentioned, we completed the fourth flight test of Starship on June 6th down in Starbase, Texas, as you see there. The Super Heavy booster lifted off successfully and completed a full-duration ascent burn.
Starship executed another successful hot stage separation, powering down all but 3 of Super Heavy's Raptor engines and successfully igniting the 6 second-stage Raptor engines before separating the vehicles. Following separation, the Super Heavy booster successfully completed its flip maneuver and boost back burn to send it back towards its splashdown zone.
The booster's flight ended with a landing burn and soft splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico, 7 minutes and 24 seconds into flight. The landing was caught by both the onboard camera as well as one of our marine buoys.
Meanwhile, Starship's 6 second-stage Raptor engines successfully powered the vehicle to space and placed it on the planned trajectory for coast. Starship made a controlled re-entry, successfully making it through the phases of peak heating and maximum aerodynamic pressure, demonstrating the ability to control the vehicle using its flaps while descending through the atmosphere at hypersonic speeds.
And speaking of those flaps, Starship provided live video throughout re-entry via SpaceX's Starlink satellites, providing the most spectacular views. And we all cheered on the little flap that could as it hung on with the last strings for dear life. Now, these Starlink-enabled views, they were incredible, and we're looking forward to having similar incredible views on Polaris Dawn.
Yeah. Flight 4 ended with Starship igniting its 3 center Raptor engines and executing the first flip maneuver and landing burn since our high-altitude test campaign, followed by a soft splashdown of the ship in the Indian Ocean about an hour and 6 minutes after launch. The 4th flight of Starship made major strides to bring us closer to a rapidly reusable future. Its accomplishments will provide data to drive improvements as we continue rapidly developing Starship into a fully reusable transportation system.
Now, looking forward to Flight 5, we're getting ready to attempt the first ever tower catch of a booster. Now, returning the booster after launch is a core capability to Starship, becoming rapidly and reliably reusable.
And speaking of rapidly, as of August 21st, we had both towers fully stacked, which is so incredible to see.
That's a real photo. That's awesome.
So stay tuned for exciting updates as we get closer to this next launch. And as always, excitement is guaranteed.
Now, for those that have just recently joined us, you picked a great time because we are exactly 1 hour and 1 minute and 13 seconds away from launch. Welcome back to the coverage for the Polaris Dawn mission. The Polaris program is a first-of-its-kind effort to rapidly advance human spaceflight capabilities while continuing to raise funds and awareness for important causes here on Earth. The program's goal is to demonstrate important operational capabilities that will serve as building blocks to help further human exploration to the Moon, Mars, and beyond. Polaris Dawn is the first mission in the Polaris program. The program will consist of up to 3 human spaceflight missions that will demonstrate new technologies, conduct extensive research, and ultimately culminate in the first flight of SpaceX's Starship with humans on board.
The Polaris Dawn crew will be performing some incredible firsts in space, including the first ever commercial spacewalk. And this mission will fly higher than any Dragon mission to date, attempting to reach the highest Earth orbit ever flown for a crewed spacecraft, breaking the record set by Gemini 11 a half a century ago. The crew will also be the first to test Starlink laser-based communications in space. They will orbit the Earth for up to 5 days before splashing down off the coast of Florida. And over the course of their mission in orbit, the crew will conduct a wide range of research in microgravity designed to advance both human health on Earth and our understanding of human health during future long-duration spaceflights.
Now, liftoff time is still holding for 5:23 a.m. Eastern, and we're currently tracking no technical issues with Falcon 9 or Dragon. The range is green, and weather at the moment is cooperating, but the last POV that we had was 35%, and we heard that it was going to improve as we get closer to T0, so fingers crossed it stays that way. Now, over the last more than 3 hours, I think more like 5 hours at this point, the Polaris Dawn crew donned their SpaceX suits and were then transported to the pad where our crew entered Dragon spacecraft, the one that you see there on your screen. Since arriving at the spacecraft, the crew were and communication link to Dragon systems. Will be speaking to directly throughout the mission. That stands for Crew Operations Resource Engineer.
Yeah, and the closeout team was able to seal the hatch, which also gets its own leak check. And the closeout team has already departed the pad. Once that hatch was sealed, they were able to clear the area and clear the pad. And now we've been doing some weather checks as we got closer and closer to T0. So again, we will be doing another final go, no go for launch. Before we get to that final go, no go, the SpaceX team will do an internal poll, making sure that conditions are right with Falcon 9, Dragon, the crew, the range, and the weather, of course. T-minus 1 hour until liftoff is the final evaluation checkpoint, or the last opportunity for the SpaceX team to adjust the launch time if it's needed. And with everything so far on track, let's take a moment to meet the crew that will be flying today.
The Polaris Dawn mission has many first-time objectives, so the Polaris program chose a crew of experts who know each other well and have a foundation of trust that they can build upon as they undertake challenges of this mission. Mission Commander Jared Rook Isaacman served as commander of Inspiration 4, the world's first all-civilian mission to space. Jared holds
for a weather update.
Go SpaceX.
Dragon, we are currently go for launch. Updated probability of violation is 20%. So with that, we are going to be pressing towards T02. We'll keep you updated if any other weather comes through.
Hey, copy that.
So as we just heard, our opportunity for launching is sounding better and better. The probability of violation for weather rules has decreased from 35% probability to 20%. So that is excellent news. Now, let's talk a little bit about our mission commander, Jared Rook-Isaacman. He served as commander of Inspiration 4, the world's first all-civilian mission to space. Jared holds several world records, including 2 speed around the world flights in 2008 and 2009 for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. He has flown in over 100 air shows as part of the Black Diamond Jet team, dedicating every performance to charitable causes. In 2011, Jared co-founded what would become the world's largest private air force, Draken International, and that trains pilots for the U.S. Armed Forces. In addition to his role as CEO of Shift 4, Jared is an accomplished pilot and astronaut with over 7,000 flight hours.
Mission pilot Scott Poteet served as mission director of Inspiration 4, and he goes by his call sign, Kid. A retired U.S. Air Force Lieutenant Colonel, Kidd served for 20 years in roles that included commander of the 64th Aggressor Squadron, Thunderbird No. 4 demonstration pilot, U.S. Air Force Weapons School graduate, operational test and evaluation pilot, and flight examiner. Kidd is a command pilot with over 3,200 flying hours and has logged over 400 hours of combat time. Following his Air Force career, Kidd served in various roles, including VP of Strategy at Shift 4.
Mission Specialist Sarah Cooper-Gillis is a lead space operations engineer at SpaceX, responsible for overseeing the company's astronaut training program. She helped prepare NASA astronauts for the Demo 2 and Crew 1 missions, and most recently directly trained the Inspiration 4 astronauts. Sarah is an experienced mission control operator who has supported real-time ops for Dragon's cargo resupply missions to and from the International Space Station as a navigation officer and as a crew communicator for Dragon's human spaceflight missions. In 2015, while studying at the University of Colorado Boulder, Sarah started an internship at SpaceX before moving into the astronaut training program full-time.
And to cap off the Polaris Dawn crew, mission specialist and medical officer Anna Walker-Menon, who also serves as a lead space operations engineer at SpaceX, where she manages the development of the crew operations and works in mission control as both a mission director and crew communicator. During her time at SpaceX, Anna has led the implementation of Dragon's crew capabilities and developed critical operational responses to vehicle emergencies. Prior to SpaceX, Anna worked for 7 years at NASA as a biomedical flight controller for the International Space Station. She received her bachelor's degree in mathematics and Spanish from the Texas Christian University and her master's degree in biomedical engineering from Duke University.
And that is our Polaris Dawn crew and the first SpaceX employees to fly on a SpaceX mission. Anna and Sarah also supported Inspiration 4 and actually served as trainers for the crew of that mission. So I can only imagine how incredible and the feelings that they have and how wild it is to experience a launch from the other side of the mission. Now, as the Polaris Dawn crew prepared for this mission, they had a pretty cool opportunity to sit down with a legend of spaceflight, Apollo astronaut Charlie Duke, one of only 4 surviving moonwalkers from the Apollo program. He flew on the Apollo 16 mission to the lunar surface in 1972, and more than 50 years later, he had some great advice for our crew in advance of the first ever commercial spacewalk.
Commit, and we have a liftoff. The swing arm moving back. I can see all the way to the ground, just like on the LTV. Piece of cake.
Welcome to our mission control.
Thank you very much.
We copy you down, Eagle. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
What emotions run through your head as you watch that?
For Apollo 11, it was really tense. Yeah, the tension in mission control was through the roof. You know, I was more tense in that landing when I actually did it. Because, you know, in the spacecraft, you're seeing all the systems, whereas in mission control, you're just looking at a little screen, you know, and ours never were this big. They were just little things. First off, I want to say thank you for inviting me to come out and get a briefing from y'all and maybe throw a little piece of advice every once in a while to you.
You're one of the 12 humans in history that has gotten to walk on the face of the moon, and now you're sitting here at SpaceX. I'm curious what your aspirations, your hopes, your dreams are for the future of human space exploration.
Well, I'm excited about the privatization of space. When it first came about, I was a little dubious, but then it was quickly obvious that SpaceX knew what they were doing. And I've been a big supporter of what SpaceX is doing in space, and manned and unmanned launches. I'm impressed with this facility, and the first time I've been here.
Well, sir, it is a real honor. It is a real honor to have you here and have this conversation. Polaris Dawn, sir, is the first of up to 3 missions that are contemplated. So we're going to bent down the vehicle and conduct a spacewalk. And we're going to test out a new spacesuit that the engineers at SpaceX here have been developing. It's to learn really as much about this new generation suit that SpaceX has built, and then the entire operation associated with it. I'll be one of the crew members that goes outside the vehicle. Sarah will be as well. And then Kit and Anna are going to be inside the vehicle in kind of supporting capacity and be the eyes and ears of, while we're outside.
Is that visor assembly separate from your...
The whole thing is integrated.
It's all integrated.
Yeah, it's a spiral waist zipper that we don and doff the suit.
It's important to have a suit that works. I mean, it's mobile and fits.
Sir, based on your training experiences, what was the most memorable thing you went through?
Let me cover something that's very similar to y'all's, and that's the Trans-Earth EVA.
Ready, Charlie? Roger, copy. Looks like the old moon.
Both Apollo 15, 16, and 17 had no problems with the Trans-Earth EVAs. It's very spectacular. I mean, the view, that was my most impressive memory, really, is to float out, and there was the Earth down here about 180,000 miles away. And my job basically was hook myself in so I don't float off and hold on. How long are you depressurized?
So for the spacewalk, based on the vehicle design and what we can support, we have about 2 hours end-to-end for both depressurizing external operations and then repressurizing the spacecraft. But we'll all get suited up, depressurize the spacecraft, and then 2 people, one at a time, will go outside, come back in before we repressurize the spacecraft.
My advice is don't let go.
That's good advice.
I wish you well.
Shook that dude's hand.
Thank you.
One of the highlights
The
of
goal
my
of
career,
SpaceX is to build technologies necessary to make life multiplanetary. And this is the first time in the 4 billion year history of
not
Earth
doing it when he was
that
talking.
it's possible to realize that goal. Mission
In the SpaceX mission and vision, I think the world is a more interesting place when you can journey among the stars. I believe that a lot of the questions that human beings have asked themselves since the beginning of time are probably out there, and we've barely scratched the surface, and SpaceX is trying to change that.
Polaris Dawn has some really ambitious objectives, and the missions that follow it will also as well. And the hopes for all of these is that we will develop technologies and test technologies that will help SpaceX ultimately achieve its long-term ambitions of making human life interplanetary.
What's really unique about the Polaris Dawn mission is it's a development mission. So not only are we taking the basic fundamentals of how to live in Dragon and operate the spacecraft, but we're now adding whole new operations for new suits, new systems, a new repressurization system in the capsule. There are whole new procedures for executing the spacewalks. We are doing incredible things, and we are changing the world, and we are making history.
The men and women of this organization the level of intelligence, it's unmatched. And that's why we're so passionate about our mission and about what SpaceX is continuing to do with their vision to further space exploration.
There's a lot of things that you can be on either side of debate on, but for sure, it's like it's okay to put a small percentage of our resources in advancing our species, and along the way, completely change the trajectory for humans on this planet in a positive way. And we can try and fix some of the day-to-day problems too. It doesn't have to be this either or, but yet so often it is.
We're coming up on T-minus 46 minutes. The launch director and the launch team have conducted their electronic poll. The launch director has also checked with the Dragon mission director for their readiness.
You'd be coming up
Everything
on section
continues
6
to
here.
look good. We're going to be
Launch
hearing
escape
some
system.
instructions from the SpaceX launch director. He'll be making announcements on the control room lockdown and protocols for hold or launch escapes. And he'll also be reminding the team that inside of T-minus 10 seconds, only the computer can abort the launch. Now, once the LD, the launch director, gives these instructions, they will clear the team to proceed with moving the crew arm away from the launch vehicle. You can see the arm is in the access position right now, but once we get...
Poll is complete, and the team is ready for crew access arm retract, propellant loading, and launch. Both control rooms will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and remain in that state until the launch escape system is disarmed. All operators are remain at their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming the launch escape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the C or LD, and they'll approve aboarding the countdown.
Hey, Magic Hut.
For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold, hold, hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed into the launch abort auto sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off, relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
Almost all the time, Major. They reuse them more often than not at this point.
We've heard the instructions.
Right.
We're waiting to hear them inform the crew that access arm retract has started. We're also watching on the monitors as we see the crew access arm, waiting for it to begin into motion. Now, once we get through this, then we will be arming the launch escape system. And there's a view.
Access arm retraction has started.
Crew access arm retraction has started. Once that's all the way back in the stowed position, we'll arm the launch escape system, proceed down to propellant load, starting at T-minus 35 minutes.
Here we go.
One other update.
Let's go.
Weather probability of violation, as we mentioned, down to 20%, and they just checked with the launch weather officer. Nothing appears to be in the area that would be a risk to T0 in just over 44 minutes.
Here we go. CA will.
And Jesse, you can see crew access arm starting to come back now.
Yeah, this is a very exciting moment here. This is one of the last major visual milestones that we'll see in preparation for liftoff. And soon we should also hear the call out that the launch
access arm retraction is complete.
CA retract is
great
complete.
call there. That
There's
is
not two
the
payloads
conclusion
on
or
this mission,
completion
sorry.
of the crew access arm retraction. We should also hear the call out for the launch
Dragon,
escapes.
you are go for section 6. Close visors and arm the launch escape system.
Here we go.
Copy that, SpaceX. We are stepping into section 6. We're going to close visors and arm LES.
And there it is. They're getting ready
what they're
to
gonna do to arm that
the
thing.
launch escape system.
What they're going to do to arm the launch escape system is open up the helium tanks to pressurize the NTO and MMH tanks to prime their launch escape system. Dragon is equipped with an integrated launch escape system. If you look at the capsule, there are 2 nacelles on either side of it. Those nacelles house hypergolic pressure-fed rocket engines called Super Dracos. And Super Dracos, in the event of something going wrong during fueling, during the mission, they will fire, and it's basically an ejector seat for the entire capsule. It's called the launch escape system. Dragon is equipped with an integrated launch escape system, meaning it's part of the capsule. In the past, launch escape systems have been attached to the top. It looks like kind of a lightning rod on the front of the rocket. and they were a one-time use thing. Dragon doesn't have that. It's reusable if they needed to. Now, the interesting thing is that those abort engines utilize the same fuel as the reaction control systems, as the small thrusters that are on board. You see some holes for them up there. But you can see the nacelles for the Super Dracos right there. They're plugged up right now. You don't want anything flying, like a bird flying in there or something. So there's nozzle plugs on them, and it looks like kind of all one. It looks nice and neat, like there's nothing there. But those nacelles, the one with the Polaris Dawn and the American flag, there are 2 sets of Super Dracos in each one of those, and then there's 2 on the other side. Priming the launch escape system is needed here because of the fueling operations. SpaceX, for their crew operations with Dragon, utilize what's called a load and go fueling cycle, meaning that they fuel the rocket when people are on board. Now, that proposes a couple of risks here. The risks involved are putting the rocket through what's called transients. Transients happen when you change a lot of things all at once on a vehicle. Usually that's bad. You don't want to do that. Changing a lot of variables all at once makes the situation very, very complicated. They do that, but that's going to happen because you're not going to go anywhere without fuel anyway. So what they're doing is they're making sure that launch escape system is good to go in preparation for fueling. Fueling should start in about 5 minutes and 40 seconds.
Currently at level 255. When the ground team left the pad, they send the elevators back up. So if the crew needs them, they're right there. And of course, we have the slide wire basket system on 39A is another way. So there's several ways if the crew had to leave. But the good news is, coming up 40 minutes before launch, everything continues to go well, technically, on Falcon 9 and Dragon. And it looks like the weather has begun to cooperate now.
We are at T-minus 40 minutes and counting.
Now, next major event coming up at T-minus 35 minutes will be the start of propellant loading on Falcon 9. Once we get into that, then we're committed to the T0, even though there's still more time in the window and a third launch opportunity if we need it. We would not be able to take advantage of that if we get propellant going into the Falcon 9.
Payload mass. I'm looking at the same thing you're looking at, Weather Guy, and I have no idea where you're looking, where you find, where's payload mass. I have no idea what we're looking at here. There's nothing here about payload mass. I just read through it. I read through it again, unless I'm too tired. How long's the mission? 5 to 6 days, depending on the weather and recovery conditions, Sleepy. Right now, they're targeting a 5-day mission, but it could go to 6.
It's quiet right now on the nets. Team is mostly just waiting for the clock to
payload
get to
GTO.
35.
That's the rocket performance, guys. If you go down to mission details, it says payload.
You know, we were very close to this point about an hour and a half ago. And again, we did make that call due to weather to move the T0. And we did that prior to propellant loading, because once we start propellant loading, we're basically committed to that T0, which was a great call, again, from the team on monitoring the weather and going for the second T0, which has a much better probability of good weather at the T0. So very, very exciting.
Yeah, definitely. We were operating
also, there's
at
multiple
a
landing zones.
60%
You could land in the Gulf of Mexico, you could land on the East Coast, you could land on the West Coast.
i.e. 40% favorable at the original T0. Called it off just before prop loading. And now, fast forward to hour and a half,
probably about a week.
Hours later, we're now closer to 20%, or not closer. We are.
Remember, there's
20%,
multiple landing sites.
Probability of violation, so 80% favorable. So definitely a significant increase.
The other thing is that if the crap absolutely hits the fan, Dragon can land on land, guys. It's really designed to land in water, but it could land on land. That's if something goes very crazy. But there, you guys are touching in on why they're so anal retentive about the recovery conditions for this thing and the downrange weather and all the abort contingencies, because this is a dangerous mission. It's very dangerous. This isn't some tourist flight like, we're going up into space. No, they're going up to 1,400 kilometers. That's a long way. That's 900 miles. That's way up there. That's higher than any human has been in over 50 years. Easily over 50 years. The last time anyone went anywhere above 500 miles or anywhere near close was Apollo. 1972, Gene Cernan and Jack Schmitt. December of 1972. No one has ever gone as high as these guys are about to go. The insertion is 120. The insertion is 1200 by 190, which is bananas. That's a ridiculous trajectory. Yeah, it's muted. I'll unmute it. I'm muted.
Side of the vehicle, and the core can keep them updated since they won't be able to see what's happening.
This whole thing is nuts.
But they might be able to hear it.
This is a crazy freaking mission.
So they'll be able to monitor, those familiar sounds or those expected sounds as the core is updating them with each milestone.
Now our next major event, as we've mentioned, is the start of propellant loading onto the Falcon 9.
We'll get it again.
Starting at T-minus 35 minutes.
With these guys' help.
We also made here the call-out launch auto sequence has started.
We have some unfinished business
That
up
is
there.
the ground computer program that controls the last 35 minutes.
We haven't even started
and we should also, as we mentioned, hear the launch director call out to the crew the propellant loading has begun.
We do have unfinished
propellant
business
loading
on
sequence
Mars.
on the Falcon 9 begins with loading fuel onto both the first and the second stages. That's the RP1 kerosene fuel that we use. We'll also begin with liquid oxygen loading onto the first stage. Now the second stage fuel loading will finish up fairly quickly, about T-minus 20.5 minutes. And then 4 minutes after that, we'll begin loading liquid oxygen onto the second stage.
It's still technically Leo, but I would call it Mio.
Everything continues to go well. We're waiting for the handover from the countdown master sequence to the launch automatic sequence to begin propellant loading. Once that begins, that'll commit us to a launch early this morning.
Let's go.
Here at Pad 39A in Florida. We'll listen in now for the start of propellant loading.
Okay. Should hear a go for prop load here in a second.
The launch auto sequence has started.
Launch auto sequencer started.
Great call out there. We just heard that the launch auto sequence has begun. This means that propellant loading has begun on Falcon 9. Now we are T-minus 34 minutes and 45 seconds from liftoff. Dragon was loaded with its propellants about a couple weeks ago, just a few miles down the road at what we call Dragon Land. In order to fly, Dragon needs a fuel and an oxidizer. And for the fuel, we use monomethylhydrazine, or MMH, and nitrogen tetroxide, or NTO, for the oxidizer. Now, together, these propellants feed the Draco engines that maneuver Dragon on orbit, as well as the 8 Super Draco engines that would power the launch escape system in an abort scenario.
And again, now that fueling for Falcon 9 has started, that means the 8 Super Draco engines inside Dragon are ready, if needed, to launch the capsule away from the Falcon 9 rocket in an instant, should there be any kind of emergency associated with the rocket or the pad.
Now, some of you are very familiar with the vehicles on the launch pad today, but for those of you who aren't, no worries, we're about to make you instant experts.
NTO and MMH are still pretty bad.
Now, on the left side of your screen is a live view of our Falcon 9 rocket with the Dragon spacecraft on top. Together, they stand about 229 feet tall. Falcon 9, of course, is a reusable 2-stage rocket, which means it's kind of like 2 rockets in one, the first stage and the second stage. The first stage is the bottom 2/3 of the vehicle. You can see soot from the previous 3 missions that this booster has flown.
I'm awake.
And those missions include NASA Crew 8, as well as 2 Starlink missions. The first stage is responsible for accelerating Falcon and Dragon through Earth's atmosphere and into space. Right. To do that, it has 9 Merlin engines at the bottom of the stage. Prior to liftoff, the Falcon 9 first stage is loaded up with nearly 1 million pounds of fuel and liquid oxygen. At liftoff, the Merlin engines use these propellants to provide the first stage with a thrust greater than 5 747 airplanes at full power. These engines consume about 700 gallons of fuel per second. The first stage accelerates the vehicle through the Earth's atmosphere into space, and then separates from the rest of the rocket at just about 2.5 minutes into flight. From there, the first stage will do what no other orbital class rocket in the world can do. It will make its way back down to Earth and target a landing on our drone ship. Just read the instructions, which you can see there on your screen. And this drone ship is currently parked in holding position a couple hundred miles downrange in the Atlantic Ocean. Our drone ships are essentially autonomous powered spaceports, and they allow our rocket to land offshore. For reference, our drone ships are about the size of a football field, so while they may look small on screen, they're actually pretty big in real life. Reusability is a critical part of our goal of making life multiplanetary. And to that end, we're working toward qualifying our fleet of Falcon boosters and fairings to support up to 40 missions each. As mentioned previously, Falcon 9 is a 2-stage rocket, and above the first stage is the second stage. The second stage has a single Merlin vacuum, or MVAC engine, and this engine ignites after stage 1 separates from stage 2. The second stage is essentially a smaller version of the first stage, and while the first stage gets us out of the Earth's atmosphere and away from the extreme forces of gravity, the second stage is designed to operate in the vacuum of space and deliver payloads, like Dragon today, to their target drop-off orbit. Of course, we have a great team here at SpaceX that will be monitoring both Falcon 9 and Dragon after liftoff.
Chupon.
And like Atticus said, we have teams here in Mission Control, Hawthorne, and that team is responsible for close monitoring of the crew and Dragon every step of the way as the spacecraft orbits the planet along its customized flight path. On console or headset are a number of physicians who are monitoring the health of the vehicle and crew. The mission director, responsible for mission success, is in charge of that room. And the person that you'll hear talking to the astronauts, and the person we have been hearing speaking to the astronauts, is the crew.
Stage 1 cryo-helium load has started.
Cryogenic helium is loaded
Crew
for tank
Operations and Resources Engineer, or CORE. The other positions are focused on things like navigation and control of the vehicle, avionics, software, propulsion, life support systems, and communications with ground segments.
And different members of the SpaceX team will rotate through these positions throughout the mission to ensure 24/7 coverage of the crew and Dragon through splashdown, which will be about 5 days from now. And it's worth mentioning that 2 of our crew members, Anna and Sarah, have sat in these very seats before as part of the SpaceX team. Anna served in mission control during multiple Dragon missions, including Demo 2,
cool.
Crew 1, CRS 22 and 23,
From the
Crew
cast,
3 and Crew 4, as well as Axiom 1. And Sarah has supported real-time operations for Dragon's cargo resupply missions to and from the International Space Station as a navigation officer and as a crew communicator for Dragon's human spaceflight missions. And now they'll get to see what it's like from the other side inside of Dragon.
Although Anna and Sarah have trained astronauts for SpaceX missions, they were not exempt from going through that exact training themselves. The Polaris Dawn crew has gone through the same rigorous SpaceX training as our NASA astronauts. Plus, they also had to train to perform an EVA, or an extracurricular vehicle activity.
How long have you guys been up?
We had an opportunity to talk to Anna, Jared, Kid, and Sarah about their training experience.
I took a power nap, probably about like 15-minute power nap. That was like 10 hours ago. So I streamed from noontime to about 4 yesterday. Took a power nap, came back at 8. Took a power nap, made some food, rested for a second. Watched Cletus fly his helicopter around. Came back here at 8. And I've been streaming since. We played Workers. We got the pipeline up in Workers for anybody that cares. Yeah, and it's basically money printer go brr. I have like $2.5 million. I don't even know what to do with all that money. Jackal, you're currently at work. Gonna be listening, watching. Don't want to miss this. Yep. Wasp, it is 4:56 in the morning right now where I'm at. In another 4 hours, I'll be up for about 24 hours. Yeah. I woke up at 9 yesterday. Dude, I ain't missing this. Space is too freaking cool, man. Like frick sports. This is better. You know, I wouldn't stay up for a sporting event this late, man. That's for sure. I took about a 15-minute power nap, dude. Yeah. You don't think you've ever been up for 24 hours straight? Don't do it. It's not good for you. It is not good for you. I will say that one more time. It's not good for you. Football is not really worth avoiding sleep. Yeah. Hey, I like football. I just, Forlorn, my thing about football is I love watching it. I just don't have the time on a Sunday to from kickoff for the first flight of games, right? And then you got another flight of games at 4, and then you got another game at 8. And then you got another game on Monday, and you got another game on Tuesday or Thursday. I don't have time to do all that. Yep, I don't have time for that. I'll watch the highlight reels. Like, I still like football. I just don't really have the time. You mean hand egg ball? Yeah, of course, man. Especially when F1 is on. F1 is the same way, dude. I just don't have the time. Anthrofuturism, 4 words. Walking lunar chain bucket. Nice. I love watching it. I love watching football. I watched one game. I watched the Lions game with Brimo over the weekend. It was a great game. Yeah. I didn't even watch the Pats Hibbit. I was underneath the Camaro, not gonna lie. I found putting a sway bar in with a game on in the background to be much more productive. But yeah, still good stuff. Anyway, this is the Polaris on coverage. We are at T-minus 25 minutes and 30 seconds here till we get a launch. My MD friend suggests to apply some chili water on your neck if you want to stay alert. It works better as opposed to washing the face, okay? ¿Cansado? No. No estoy cansado. How was your trip? Which trip? What do you mean? You're going to miss the launch, not going to be able to tune into the stream. It's in 24 minutes, Alex. I probably didn't even need the Red Bull, to be honest with you. But, yeah. Either way. Sounded just like a turbo flutter. But yeah, it's the turbo. It's turbocharged. Come on, we're in this together. Push. Quackhead, I'm good. Are you guys good? Guys, I can do 24 hours straight. It's not a big deal. It takes a lot of mental discipline to do it, but I can do it. It's not a problem. It's just the problem is it's not very good for you. That's really bad for you. Don't do that. Don't stay up for 24 hours straight. That's my job. You pay me to be an idiot, okay? Like, don't worry about it. That's what I do. Dumb question. What pens do they use in space? There's a lot of misinformation about the Fisher ones. What, like this one right here? Pen. This is a class 4 grenade. 3 clicks, arms the 4-second fuse. Another 3 disarms it. How long did you say that fuse was? It'll grow up, 007. What do you want to know? They'll say the pen was mightier than the sword. Thanks to me, they were right. That's an expensive pencil. Yeah, if you're talking about why NASA contracted Fisher to make a pen like this in space to write with, a ballpoint pen that works in microgravity, if you're talking about why they would bother to do that, so the Russians, everybody's heard that meme. You know, NASA paid $10,000 to design a pen that writes in space. The Russians use a pencil. Yeah, you can use a pencil, except when graphite clogs your life support system, graphite dust, because that's what happens when you write with a pencil. You get graphite dust everywhere. That clogs up your life support systems. Also, graphite is super flammable, so you might as well just put kindling all around your spacecraft. Yeah, you probably shouldn't do that. That's probably not a good idea. Things in space like that aren't space like to catch on fire very easily. That's why NASA did that. That's why NASA worked with Fisher to make a pen that writes in space. Because if you use a graphite pencil or a mechanical pencil, yeah, graphite dust. It clogs up things and it's explosive in the right proportions. Graphite is flammable, very flammable. Yeah, bad idea. Wood from a pencil is flammable. Yeah, but you don't use the wood to write. Is that why the Russians use it? The Russians use it because it's simple. They don't use it anymore. They use a ballpoint pen too. Yeah, you don't want graphite dust floating around in your spacecraft, guys. That's yeah, you don't want that. That's a bad idea. Fisher's old technology, have they moved on from it? I don't know, dude. Have to go look at the ISS. Have to go see what they're writing with. Do we have a pre-dawn jellyfish opportunity? Maybe. Maybe. It might be a little bit too early for Florida. I'm great, Nazalik. Anyway, I'm going to turn them back on for a second.
Commercial spacewalk. Here's how it all came together.
EVA stands for extravehicular activity, and it's any sort of operation in space where a human is getting out of the spacecraft. So in the case of Polaris Dawn, we're going to be testing the mobility of the suit. We're going to see if the in-space operation matches the training we've done here in Hawthorne. There's really a lot.
When I first started working at SpaceX, I never thought I'd be training a crew to do an EVA. It's brand new, it's so unique, we've never done anything like this before.
706
and so we
sunrise,
wanted to make
unlikely.
sure we had the best possible training program for
Guys,
this
I'm also
mission.
not using X. This isn't X. This is the medium.
We want to see if we can train a spacewalk
That's why it's so
on
crisp.
Earth in a way that's representative of what it feels like in space.
Even though only 2 people are going to be going outside during this first EVA, all 4 crew will be in EVA suits going down to vacuum.
Dragon was always designed to vent to full vacuum, but we've never taken full Dragon capsule down to vacuum, and this will be the first time we do it in space.
We actually put crew into a chamber at Johnson Space Center in Houston and had them live the exact profile that they will experience, and making sure that no one actually experienced decompression sickness.
Is this the first commercial EVA?
We have
Yes.
a couple new training assets for Polaris Dawn to train the EVA specifically. The suspension system that we have is situated on top of the platform of our capsule simulator.
80% go.
The lines drop through the hatch. They attach to a single crew member inside the capsule. We can lift them up and get them situated so that they can egress the capsule and perform their tasks at Skywalker, the mobility aid.
The Skywalker, what's amazing to me is a lot of people are going to think it's a metallic structure just bolted to the top of Dragon, but a lot of development effort, testing went into the Skywalker. So we actually used similar technology as we have in the Super Draco chambers to apply a thermal barrier coating to the outside of the Skywalker. That is going to be a really, really amazing mobility aid on the front end of Dragon.
We also developed a sideways simulator, so we flip the hatch on its side.
In the event the hatch fails to close, they can manually close the hatch. We had them do that in a sideways suspension system, so gravity isn't helping them close or helping them open that hatch mechanism.
It's new development for Dragon, it's new development for SpaceX and the industry as a whole. So this is a great example of where Polaris Dawn is forcing the team to innovate in a way that adds safety and reliability to every Dragon mission going forward.
That's this huge challenge for us to go solve, but that's also an opportunity for us to solve the problems that we have to go figure out anyway for our larger goals, like putting people on Mars.
The Polaris Dawn objectives are the first step towards that ultimate flight with humans inside of Starship, which is right along the SpaceX development path that we have towards getting to the Moon and Mars.
All right, we are T-minus 17 and just under a half minutes until liftoff of Polaris
There's the
Dawn.
20-minute vent there.
This mission will fly higher than any.
okay, what's going on there? That big vape cloud that's going off the transporter erector right there is the vent down. What they're doing is, you can see that ice is accumulating on the first stage there. They've already started first stage fill of liquid oxygen in RP1. What they're doing now is on that white structure that's next to the rocket, that's directly next to it, that's called a TE, a transporter erector. That contains the fuel and oxidizer lines for the second stage. Second stage is that white strip that's towards the top that's cylindric, right? It has 2 individual tanks inside of it. So one is for oxidizer, one is for fuel. Why do you have fuel and oxidizer? Well, there's no oxygen up there, so you need to bring it with you. It's easier to bring it with you as a liquid, right? So they're using liquid oxygen in RP1. RP1 is a highly refined jet fuel. It's basically kind of analogous to like kerosene or like a brother of kerosene or something. So RP1 is not inherently hard to move around. It's basically just jet fuel. Pretty easy to move around. Just get a pump it up there. Now, liquid oxygen is a little bit different. It is a cryogenic propellant, meaning that's a really scientific, cool way of saying it's really freaking cold. Now, stuff gets a little crazy when you start to move cold propellants around. If a propellant is really, really cold, right, and you flow it through a hot pipe, what's going to happen? It's going to boil because it's going to try to pull the heat out of that pipe, right? It's even in the middle of the night, it's still pretty warm in Florida. It's probably like 25 C out there right now, maybe 20 C. That's nothing compared to like the minus 190 C that liquid oxygen is. We're talking about a 200 C differential here, right? So what SpaceX is doing right now is slowly pumping liquid oxygen up the line. And at the top of the line, there's a vent. And they'll open up the vent, right, until the line saturates with liquid oxygen. That liquid oxygen that gets pumped up is going to evaporate. It's going to turn into gas, and it's going to get pushed out that vent, hence that big steam cloud that came out the side. Once the line is fully primed and ready to go and down to the right temperature, that's when they'll initiate fast fill into the second stage. You have to be careful with this because what LOX can do is geyser. You can create a geysering effect. You can accidentally what's called back pressurize your line. If you don't give that LOX a place to vent when you're chilling down the line, it's going to build up pneumatic pressure in the pipe. And if it builds pneumatic pressure for the pipe, it'll geyser. Yeah, it'll do what the Bellagio does in Las Vegas. I don't think I need to tell you why you don't want that with a rocket. So that's why they have that vent line, and that's called the 20-minute vent. So they filled it up with liquid oxygen, and now that it's filled up and good to go, they're going to initiate a fast fill on the second stage.
Because of the delay from mission control.
The idea is to make sure that the second stage and the first stage are both topped with liquid oxygen, basically right before you're ready to launch.
His own count, and I remember he said something like, "All right, guys, get ready," and then we felt this big jolt, and then of course a lot of G-forces that came on really quickly, but it was just so smooth, and I remember I had the biggest smile on my face. Like I was having so much fun.
Yeah. And for me, it wasn't just sitting there idly going for a ride. It was thinking about, okay, what am I hearing? What's that pressure I'm feeling through my chest? Because this is happening probably just once, right? And so how do you share this? How do you tell someone what you're going through in this moment if you're not paying attention to everything? And so that's what I was really trying to do was, look between my toes at the window or look over at your screen, Cyan, and see, where we are.
I was wondering if you could see how much you could see, because I couldn't see out the, I was laser focused on listening to Jared and watching the monitor, and I was surprised at how smooth it was, because I was expecting for it to be a little bit more, where the monitors are going like this, but it wasn't at all. But I always wondered, did you look between your toes and see? Could you see out? Were you able to? I don't think I did.
I remember right before we launched, just seeing it was very dark. But I don't think we could really see anything except darkness.
Yeah, I don't think we really could see anything except, and it wasn't until we got into space that we made our first orbit around where the sun was, rising from the other side of the Earth. That we actually got our first light from the sun enter the capsule.
This is a ballsy mission.
Yes, and I remember saying out loud, "Is that the Earth?" And Obviously, what else would it have been? But it was just so unbelievable, I had to say it out loud.
Yeah, interesting, the comment about first light. We'll be launching about an hour before sunrise at Cocoa Beach, Kennedy Space Center. But as they head into orbit, I wonder how long it'll take before we get sunlight
once
into
they
the
get
capsules.
up by
They're heading northeast towards the sunrise.
Yeah, the crew is certainly prepared for some pretty amazing views on ascent. You know, we just heard from the Inspiration 4 crew about some of their experience with their launch. I absolutely love hearing them describe just how smooth the ride is. You know, that's always so surprising to me. We have 9 M1Ds, 1.7 million pounds of thrust, but yet somehow the ride is still smooth. That's just
too early
amazing.
for a jellyfish, guys. You might be able to see it if you're
I
up
was
in the
actually
northeast
just
by
looking
me.
back
In
at
fact,
my Inspiration
at T
4
plus 8 minutes,
liftoff notes
I'm going outside.
in my handy-dandy notebook.
Sorry, I'm going.
And
Skies
Sarah,
are clear
who
out
is our
here
mission
tonight.
specialist on the far right-hand side of your screen
degrees
there,
inclined,
was actually the core for liftoff of Inspiration 4. So I'm sure she's having a great 360 moment. Now, as we approach the last few minutes before liftoff, we have some well wishes for the crew.
Anna, Sarah, Kid, Jared. From the Dragonflight software team.
On behalf of the Dragon Propulsion Build team,
Dragon Avionics here.
The materials team.
For the Reliability team, the Draco team, the Dragon Propulsion Engineering team,
Falcon Flight Reliability,
from the Falcon Build Reliability Engineering team to Polaris Dawn.
We're so excited for you on this Polaris Dawn mission. We're wishing you the best of luck from McGregor.
Thanks for allowing us the opportunity to do a lot of testing.
Thank you, the Flying Dragon.
Please remember to keep your hands, arms, legs, and feet inside the vehicle at all times.
May Falcon and Dragon propel you to unimaginable heights.
We know our engines will get you there safe.
Go fly higher than Dragon's ever flown before.
And hope you enjoy your internet in space.
Good luck. Safe travels and
go Polaris Dawn.
Go Polaris Dawn.
Godspeed Polaris Dawn.
Go Polaris Dawn.
We're waiting to hear Core talking to the crew. Configure crew displays and give them the farewell
Copy,
message.
Enjoy the journey and go safely.
There you go. No, not the same crew.
To our SpaceX family, thank you. Today is all of our mission. You are launching with us.
It's Isaac
This is the dawn of a new future in space.
Coming up on T-minus 9 minutes and counting. Displays are configured for launch. We've heard from the crew.
Shiv is
Core
on
has
core,
given them the ready to launch message. Now coming up here, as we launch, you're going to hear some call-outs, possibly Stage 1A or Mode 1 Alpha. These are abort modes that just let the crew know as we're flying what they should be prepared for in case they had to execute an emergency escape from the Falcon 9. Don't expect that, but they are trained, and that's when you hear 1A, that means they've lifted off.
We're rolling
1B,
ads, so nobody gets ads during the launch.
The ascent as we're throttling down the Merlins on the first stage. And then when we're on second stage, you'll hear 2A and eventually Shannon, which is a call out for Ireland that tells the crew that they can cross the North Atlantic. And then finally we get into orbit and everything gets disabled and Dragon will separate. But right now, coming up on T-minus 8 minutes, everything continues to go well.
What is engine chill? Priming,
At
it's
T-minus
priming the rocket
7
engines.
seconds, we should hear
Thermally
the
and
call out
physically.
that Stage 1 engine
Same
chill
thing.
has started. At this point in time, when we hear that, we'll know that we're beginning to flow a little bit of the super chilled liquid oxygen through the first stage engines. This helps to basically pre-chill the engine hardware prior to the full flow of that super chilled liquid oxygen. This helps the ignition sequence and helps to avoid any thermal shock to the hardware. At this point in time,
Falcon continuing to undergo its propellant loading operations. And standing by for the call out for that engine chill initiation.
T-minus 7 minutes.
Engine chill has started.
And great news there, as Kate mentioned, engine chill has begun. And we are loading propellants on Falcon 9's first and second stage. Second stage propellant loading for RP1 has completed. We're getting close to wrapping up propellant loading on stage 1. And while RP1 will be completed around the T-minus 6 minute mark, liquid oxygen loading will continue on both first and second stage as we get closer to the T0.
It's over there.
So we should hear a call
Stage
out.
1, RP1 load is complete.
Perfect timing. Stage 1, RP1, or the fuel for the Falcon 9 vehicle has completed on the first stage.
Now coming up next at around T-minus 5 minutes, we should hear a call out that Dragon has transitioned to configure for terminal count.
At the very top,
this is similar to the startup phase of the count for Falcon. Essentially when the vehicle takes over control of the count and starts to operate on internal power and on internal computers.
That should balance the audio out a little bit better.
Of course, Falcon 9 enters the startup phase at T-minus 1 minute. And Dragon will transition to configure for terminal count at T-minus 5 minutes.
Strong back retract that structure.
Got a great view right now of both Dragon on the left side of your screen and our 4 crew members on the right. We are now approaching the final minutes of the countdown here.
Here we go. Crew 9 is going from 40, Sebi. T-minus 5 minutes. So see the two claw arms right there?
Falcon 9 tanks are pressurizing.
They're going to open up and move backwards just a little bit.
Dragon is in configure for terminal count.
So we've heard the call out. Dragon's configured for the last 5 minutes of the count. We're also pressurizing the second stage propellant tanks, first stage tanks. The strong back retract will be coming up next.
You're going to pressurize these tanks for flight to create the right head pressure in the pipes to feed the rocket engines correctly. You have to. The rocket engines do have pumps attached to them, guys. They're called. Right, they're driven by a turbo. So a turbine, so it's a turbo pump.
Slightly from
but
Falcon 9.
In order to get the proper feed on those pumps, you need to have some tank head pressure. So the tank needs to be pressurized, and they need to use some of that residual pressure to push the fuel into the impeller so it doesn't cavitate.
We expect the LOX load to complete on first stage at T-minus 3 minutes and complete on second stage around T-minus 2 minutes.
Nice, 2020, there you go.
Yeah, we do try and load the liquid oxygen as close to T0 as possible. This keeps the liquid oxygen is at cryo temperature, so it keeps it as cold as possible, which allows it to be as dense as we possibly can keep it while we're loading the tanks. That allows us to get a little bit more liquid oxygen into those tanks.
See?
And as Kate mentioned,
it's going to move into the 89 degrees position, so it's just going to slightly move back.
Liquid oxygen loading completing.
And when the rocket goes to launch, the thing is going to roll back. It's going to go that way really quickly.
Liquid oxygen loading completion. And once we hit that T-minus 2 minute mark, that will conclude propellant loading for Falcon 9. We are coming up here just about 10 seconds or so for that call out of stage 1.
Is it loud inside when the rocket launches? No, not too bad. Inside of 3 minutes. Found the Real Space channel. Hey, Garlic Cat, what's up? You're just in time, buddy.
Okay, there's the call out.
Dragon is in terminal count and on internal power.
Dragon's cut off from the grid right now.
Power. First stage. Propellant tanks are loaded.
The batteries on board are now powering all the systems.
Approximately T-minus 2 minutes. Liquid oxygen load completes on the second stage.
The Sprock.
After that, at about T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds or so, we will tell the crew to expect loud venting is we depressurize and drain the
Yeah,
lines up
Lord
the side
Powder,
of
it
the
moves
strong
around
back.
a little bit. It's okay.
And then as we get
What
down
album would you
inside
listen
the
to on
last
the way out of
minute
Earth?
45 and then 1 minute,
Led Zeppelin
we'll
4.
get Dragon into countdown. Falcon 9 computers will go to startup. Waiting for the call out now for liquid oxygen.
Stage 2 LOX load is complete.
And there we go. LOX
Stand by
loading
for
complete
ground gas
on
closeout.
second stage. All major propellant activities are complete.
Ground gas closeout.
Dragon
is an auto idle.
Dragon's gone to auto idle. One of the states in its
So
flight computer.
they're venting all of the remaining propellants out of the transporter erector so it doesn't light on fire.
We'll begin venting down the
Gas
lines.
closeouts are starting. Expect lab venting.
Ground gas closeout, T-minus 90 seconds.
So the plume you see coming off of the strong back here, that's normal. As we come up on T-minus 1 minute,
See there, you saw that smoke cloud over there. They're purging out all the systems.
In the countdown. Flight termination system armed. And then we'll hear the goes. So let's listen into the last 66 seconds of the countdown.
What's the average IQ of people working on this? Yes.
FTS is armed.
Auto sequencers.
Is now controlling.
Nope, we're in startup. That's good. Inside of 1 minute.
Dragon, SpaceX.
Launch
Go for
director
launch.
reports go. 40 seconds.
Send it, SpaceX.
Send it. Reports Rook. There we go.
T-minus 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Off we go, Vasya. Okay. 15.
T-minus 15.
Sound suppression water system should be turning on. See the water jets?
7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
Engine ignition.
2, 1. Ignition. And go Falcon.
We got a lift off. Polaris Dawn is in the air.
Copy, 1 Alpha.
Hopefully setting new records for this new era of commercial space flight.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Into the clouds. 20 seconds. Everything looking good. Should hear the call from Mode 1 Alpha. "30 seconds. 500 kilometers an hour, 2 kilometers off the deck.
T plus 35 seconds into the Polaris Dawn mission. Flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9 to new heights.
Call for power and telemetry.
Power and telemetry nominal.
And we're throttling down in preparation for max Q.
Into the throttle bucket.
Next call out.
Fly,
Vehicle
baby, fly.
Supersonic. And there on the left side, we got the Polaris Dawn crew.
Supersonic.
Thumbs up from the pilot on the left side there.
It's giving a thumbs up. That's awesome.
We're throttled back up to power.
One
Bravo.
And we heard the call out, 1 Bravo.
Copy, 1
More
Bravo.
contingencies.
That just tells the crew what would happen should they need to initiate anything. But right now,
T plus
everybody
90
making
seconds.
nominal
2,000
callouts
kilometers
on
an
Falcon
hour,
9.
20 kilometers in altitude.
Nice views from the
Everything's
ground
looking
camera.
good.
And nice views from inside
hello.
Dragon.
MVAC chill is underway.
And back chill.
The announcement lets us know we've begun the final chill of the second stage engine in preparation for its activity coming up at about T plus 2 minutes
Out of the
and 40
throttle
seconds.
bucket, Garlic, at this phase in the mission, it's probably about 3.5 Gs. Yeah, you'll feel it. You're feeling it.
2 minutes into flight. Everything continues to look good. We'll have, in half a minute, 3 major activities. Shutdown of the 9 Merlin 1D engines. Stage
Stage 1
separation.
throttle down.
And then ignition of the
They're
second stage
broadcasting on
engine.
X, Berth, but I have media feeds
Throttle
here.
down. We're holding a constant acceleration now for the crew, just
4
below
Gs.
4 Gs.
Here we go.
See, we're coming up 70 kilometers.
Stand by for main engine cutoff, or MECO for short. Got a slightly
Preparing for
longer
MECO.
main engine cutoff than than missions just because of the higher trajectory. There's
Main
Nico.
engine cut off.
2 Alpha. Stage separation.
Stage separation confirmed.
Boom, baby.
Copy. 2 Alpha.
Upper stage ignition.
Impact ignition.
As you can tell by the cheers behind us,
You can see some
and the
plume
views
interaction
on
from
your
the second
screen,
stage and the first stage over there.
the first stage booster now on its way to attempt landing on Just Read the Instructions. Second
It's a drone
stage
ship
there on the
landing, Jiro.
right-hand side of your screen.
T plus 3 minutes and
See
20
that the
seconds.
first stage has not yet reached its
Second
apogee.
stage traveling
You
at
can see the
7,500
altitude there.
kilometers an hour, 133 kilometers in
Lots
altitude.
of thumbs up there.
First stage
Excuse me,
telemetry
from
indicating
pilot Scott
6,500
Kidd-Poteet.
kilometers an hour at 137.
Now 3.5
kilometers in
minutes
altitude.
into
Very,
the Polaris
very
Dawn
high
mission.
first stage insertion trajectory.
First stage continuing to make its way up to its apogee. We'll see that altitude begin to slow down.
That's the highest I've ever seen a first stage
Dragon,
go.
SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Great news there, indicating that the second stage trajectory is looking good.
It's the RCS pulsing, guys.
Now the grid fins have deployed on the first stage.
160 plus kilometer
If we get first stage
apogee
views,
on
we
the
might be
second-
able
on the
to
first
see
stage.
the
That's ridiculous.
Florida coast in the background. Oh, they're right there. Yeah,
That's
we
Orlando
sure can.
over there. That's big puff of light over there.
Once again, our drone ship is attempting to land on. Our booster is attempting to land on our drone ship.
168
Just read the
kilometers.
instructions.
Not even at apogee on the first stage. 169 kilometers. Nice. 170.
Now, the next event coming up
that's
will be
a
the entry
righteous
burn,
trajectory.
taking place around
171.
T plus 7.5 minutes.
How is this first stage going to survive?
This burn will utilize 3 of the engines on the first stage.
We've never seen a first stage. SpaceX has
That
never
helps to
sent a first
slow the
stage that
booster
high.
down as it re-enters the Earth's
174.
atmosphere.
Frick you, 174.
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory
Holy
nominal.
crap. 175.
Following the entry burn, we will see the landing burn, and that'll be around T plus 9 minutes. That one will
175
be
kilometer
just
apogee.
a single engine burn,
Wow.
and that will bring the booster
That's
down
crazy.
for a soft landing on our drone ship.
175, dude. No first stage will fly as high
Around the
as
same
that
time as
for a
that,
little while.
we expect to see Dragon be injected into orbit. Everything continuing to look good for second stage there on the right-hand side of your screen. Beautiful glow with that MVAC engine nozzle. We
That's
can
the
see
highest I've
crew
ever seen a
settling
first stage
quite
fly, Jazzos.
Trajectory nominal.
Crew seems pretty comfortable there at T plus 6 minutes. They're at about 4 Gs. And everything looks good.
They're going to need all the fuel they can get, Rich.
First stage continuing its descent.
This first stage is going to come in a little hot.
Back down to
It's going to
planet
come in a little, actually a little hot. It's going to get a little toasty. You'll see. You'll see. It'll be fine.
We can see the crew remain with their visors down in the locked position. That'll remain that way until they are in orbit. Everything continuing to look great with the second stage engine burn there, as well as the
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Dragon copies.
We're about 30 seconds
It is
away
the
from
EVA
the
suit,
first
Nando.
stage entry burn. This is the first of 2 burns that the first stage will perform. Designed to help reduce the amount of drag experienced by the first stage.
You should see some plasma accumulating on the grid fins here. Watch, they'll light up like a Christmas tree here.
Stage 2
Stand by
FTS
for
are
the
safe.
entry burn here. Supersonic retro propulsion, my favorite part.
All right,
You're already
standing
seeing
by
accumulation
for
on the grid
entry
fins on the
burn
right
begin
fin
on
over
the
there.
first stage. there on the left-hand side of your screen.
T plus 7 minute 40 seconds. First stage lighting up for the entry burn here.
And right on time.
Look
you
at
can
how
see on your
turbulent
left-hand
that
screen
flow
that the
is.
entry burn has begun. There's 3 engines lit on that first stage vehicle. And this is about a 29-second burn and helps slow the vehicle down as it's re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. There you can see that the engines have now shut down on that first stage.
All right, I'll be right
concludes the
back. 1
entry
second,
burn.
guys. I want to go see it.
And the cool part about this, with the Stage 1 vehicle returning back to Earth, is we get to fully utilize the atmosphere. The atmosphere actually...
Stage 2's in terminal guidance.
The atmosphere actually scrubs about 70% of the velocity on the vehicle. So we use that entry burn to help slow the vehicle down. Then we utilize the atmosphere and the drag from the atmosphere to slow the vehicle down. And then we do have 1 single burn for the landing burn.
Copy. Shannon.
And next up will be SECA 1, and that is second stage engine cutoff 1, and that'll be on the second stage. That MVAC engine on your right-hand screen will shut down and allow the vehicle with Dragon attached to coast.
MVAC shut down.
And there's that shutdown. And the landing burn on the first stage should be starting up here momentarily. And there it is. Landing burn has begun for...
Dragon SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
Dragon SpaceX, launch escape system disarmed.
Copy that, SpaceX, and we show the scene.
And a lot of events happening right there, but you can see that the Stage 1 vehicle has touched down. Just read the instructions. A very excited crowd there here in Hawthorne. We've also confirmed MVAC engine shutdown and good orbital insertion of the second stage with the crew on board.
Honestly, a pretty impressive crowd for 2:30 in the morning here. We can see the crew enjoying their first taste of microgravity there on the left-hand side of your screen. Now that the MVAC engine has shut down, they are able to just kind of float free. We might catch a glimpse of the
I couldn't see it. It got too cloudy,
indicator.
guys.
I can't quite tell if they've... Oh, it looks like it's in the upper right-hand corner.
Perfect landing.
Come back
Landed
into
perfectly.
view here.
All right. That's what I'm talking about, man.
Once again, they will keep their visors on until given the
You live in
okay
Western Mass?
by
Keeping them on the
Core
Cape.
here
It's
on the
cloudy. I
ground.
couldn't see it. Dang it. Lucky. You saw it? Cool.
At this point
really
in time, the
smooth
Dragon
landing. Awesome.
and the Dragon
Awesome.
trunk remain attached to the second stage. Second stage is basically safing itself in preparation for the
You said it wasn't
separation
cloudy. It wasn't when I checked.
from the Dragon trunk. Of
3
course, the
hours
trunk
ago,
will remain
man.
attached to the Dragon capsule all the way up until the point in which we begin re-entry operations. The trunk is what will help provide power to the Dragon capsule while it is on orbit.
Did we get a
using
call
its
for
solar
Shannon,
array.
guys? Dude, look at that camera.
Looks like our first clear view of planet Earth there, our first of many
Nice.
for this mission.
That's awesome. Got a call for Shannon. Good.
And the next event
Excellent.
coming up will be the separation of the Dragon from the second
Let's see
stage.
if we can see the Starlink stuff that they have wired up in the back of this thing. There should be a Starlink optical laser somewhere in here. Right, Bonks? Yeah. Here we go.
I
Stand by
believe
for
this
separation.
view here is, yep, it's of the trunk. We can see it separating from the second stage.
Is that it? There it
Gorgeous
is.
view.
Dude. Look at that
We can see
view.
that Polaris
Dragon
Dawn.
separation confirmed.
What the
And copy that, SpaceX, we show the same.
Polaris Dawn flying free into the
nerd
sunrise.
chills.
We're now at T plus 13 minutes and 5 seconds into the mission.
Wow. Staging, dude. Look at Seco.
Next major event will be nose cone deploy.
Dragon, SpaceX. Today you embark on a journey not just for yourselves, but for all of humanity. Each of you has trained tirelessly and prepared rigorously for this moment, the moment where we reach higher into space than ever before. As you gaze towards the North Star, remember that your courage lights the path for future explorers. We trust in your skills, your bravery, and your teamwork to carry out the mission that lies ahead. Know that the entire team back here is with you every step, watching, supporting, and cheering you on as you walk into space. We are sending you hugs from the ground. Godspeed, Polaris Dawn crew. May you make history and come home safely. Now words from our CE.
Dragon, CE, welcome to orbit. The Falcon team is honored to have helped you start your incredible journey. We hope you enjoyed the ride. The whole SpaceX family is looking up to you. Godspeed and good luck.
What an awesome mission, dude.
LD, CE, message received. We appreciate the kind words. We wouldn't be on this journey without all 14,000 of you back at SpaceX and everyone else cheering us on. We appreciate it, and we're going to get to work now.
Wow. What a shot, man.
Some really nice
shot.
words there from our tonight's launch
Look at
director,
that.
Frank Messina, who, fun fact, was also the launch director on Inspiration 4, as well as chief engineer for this mission, Jared Metter. Really nice to see some endearing, or hear some endearing words up to the crew.
Great. That's what happens when you fly a lot.
Well, and with that, the Polaris Dawn crew, they're now in orbit. T plus 15 minutes, and they are scheduled to spend up to the next 5 days in space.
Got a Kindar tone?
We heard that tone for a minute. We thought we might hear from the crew. But they're going to spend the next 5 days in space before splashing down off the coast of Florida.
The Polaris Dawn crew is the, the Polaris Dawn mission is the first mission in the Polaris program that will demonstrate new technologies, conduct extensive research, and ultimately culminate in a flight of SpaceX's Starship with humans on board. All of this while continuing to raise funds and awareness for important causes here on Earth. You can learn more about the Polaris Dawn program and the Polaris program at polarisprogram.com.
This mission will fly higher than any Dragon mission to date, attempting to reach the highest Earth orbit ever flown for a crewed spacecraft, breaking the record set by Gemini 11 half a century ago.
Hatch opening.
And there it looks like we can see some nose cone separation action happening. Now, the Polaris Dawn crew will also be the first to test the Starlink laser-based communications
the hooks
in
for
space.
The port are still there, guys. See that?
Over the course of the mission, we'll be checking in periodically with the crew. Next up, Dragon will initiate a 2-day pre-read process
the
to
drive
prepare the
hooks on
crew
the
for their
docking port
upcoming
to hold the
spacewalk,
nose cone
and
in
that'll be
place.
this
Fun
Thursday,
fact.
September 12th.
Dragon SpaceX nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts, and nose cone open is in progress.
Sweet.
Copy that, SpaceX. We are tracking.
And again, that's Thursday, September 12th for that spacewalk, so please be sure to tune in for our live coverage of this historic milestone.
Thursday, September 12th.
And of course, we will also be back to bring you live coverage of Splashdown when the crew returns back to Earth. You can stay on top of any potential live events from the crew by following us on X at SpaceX.
And keep tabs on the mission with the Dragon Tracker at SpaceX.com. With that, it's been a great early morning. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you back here soon.
How about that, huh? Today's a good day. These These missions are only going to get more difficult from here, guys. And it's amazing that SpaceX pulls them off, seemingly pulls these launches off, which is one of the most, strenuous parts of the mission, right? It's amazing that they pull them off flawlessly. That was a perfect descent, perfect first stage landing. 1083 went to 175 kilometer apogee. That piece of hardware flew higher than any rocket except for Titan II GLV and a Saturn V. Those are the only vehicles that I know that have flown higher than that. Like Saturn V, with the CSM and the LEM. That first stage, no first stage has gone that far. Can you replay the landing? I can't, unfortunately. That's it. No more live views. Dean, the next one will be on the 12th. Yep. And it came home, and it landed. It's awesome. I'm just humbled and would like to thank everybody here, obviously SpaceX, because they give us this amazing content stuff. But yeah, thanks for watching it with me, guys. Thanks for enjoying it with me. It's still fun after all these years. And as these missions get more complicated, I'm just happy people are still here and willing to listen to me. I hope you enjoyed watching the launch with me. I enjoyed watching it with you guys. Not you. You, though. Yeah. Not you, though. No, you can go away. Periodic 63-month resub. You think it's the highest first stage ever? Maybe. I hate you too. All right, man. Right on. So everybody over that's holding down on the YouTube stream, thank you very much. Everybody that's over there on the Twitch stream, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. These missions are a pleasure. But we're gonna be back 2 days for that EVA. I'm not missing that. I don't care if it's at 5 in the morning. Yeah, peace fried. Oh, Dark God. Whoa, hey, oh, hey. Copernicus, why don't you gift me 10 subs? Thank you very much. Alejandro, good night. Thanks for streaming. No problem. Thank you, Dark God. I do appreciate it. So, oh, crap. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Don't do this right now. Passing gifted 20. Blue Hatter had a 6-month resub. Rick, thanks for the bits. Don't do this to me. Don't do this. Don't do this to me. It's all good. Get some sleep. So, guys, I'm going to try to be back for Satisfactory 1.0 that should be coming out in 6 hours or so. Can you give me until like maybe 2 p.m. so I can at least try to attempt to get some sleep? I think we're going to start the stream at 2. I'll try to get up on time, but let's be real. It's probably not going to happen. Saris, hey, 19-month resub. 11 a.m. Eastern. No, that's not happening. Yeah. So I'll try to be here as soon as possible, okay? We have Satisfactory 1.0 coming out, and we will be here to play it. Eric, that was awesome. Yeah, man, it was amazing. I found your lack of faith disturbing. Yeah, well, I wasn't here. And I wasn't here. Online celebration. What is all this? Why? It was a little late, whatever. You forgot the word Twitch. Sleep as much as you can. Yep. Anyway, that was fantastic, dudes. But I'm running out of steam real quick. But I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you, everybody. I do appreciate it. Thank you, everybody that watched. Everybody that bit tipped and subbed. I'll try to see you guys sooner rather than later for Satisfactory. And then for Polaris Dawn, we have the EVA should be happening on the 12th, which is Thursday. So we'll see what's good. Snowy, all right, get some rest. All right. EJ, with all the quotes you do for a minute, when are we going to do a community screaming of Kung Pao? I don't know, man. But anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed the coverage. Sorry I was a little bit on the tired side, but yeah, I'll talk to you guys in a little bit. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good morning. It's not night. It ain't night no more. This concludes our broadcast day